as there is on theirs down.
What's going on, man? Here's what I
We're just trying to get it together.
Sure.
If we're using the existing platform, there are two issues that I don't think we covered. One are the discussion.
Yeah.
Two is Sharia.
Right.
And both of them are just not to be priority issues.
And there's nothing preventing that from being priority.
Right now.
Okay, that's all I want to make sure.
But we want to keep it.
Now,
2
Bob,
years.
what I did last time when Matt Patrick offered up the thing tying it to that each priority must be tied to a single platform plank, I threw an amendment that said, hey, let's instead be able to do multiple platform planks that are topically aligned.
Yeah.
And that
Like we
way,
have now.
and see, and that just ensures that we're tied to the platform. It gives them enough flexibility to pull from different parts, because the child abuse thing covered 3 or 4 different sections of the platform.
Platform's being manipulated at the same time the LPs are being manipulated, so they're not going to be the
Sharia,
same.
and by the way,
exactly the same.
They didn't say it.
Senator,
Just said of the
Sharia law is going to probably require us to be able to draw from different planks of the platform, because it's going to show up in different places and violate different things.
You know, it's
in the
all
platforms
by
are
itself.
Yes.
With multiple tenants.
Right.
Exactly.
And you know,
you out of the other room.
and I still think the way to handle this from the executive standpoint, not from your, I don't want you guys to pass laws, but I want Alton and those guys to, and the new attorney general
We're going to listen to all the
specifically
testimony before we
press the
vote.
Texas government code against these Sharia enclaves, because from what I've seen of them, they're in violation of multiple tenets of the existing Texas government code. And we need to start putting guys in jail. You put a few of them in Huntsville for 10 years, which you can do for violations of TOMA, Texas Open Meetings Act, and TORA, Texas Open Records Act. Those two things alone will kill most of the enclaves. And if we would just enforce them, you know, send either OIG, send OIG officers in undercover. That's what I'd do.
It'll send them underground anyway.
Yeah, because, and the problem is, yeah, let them be Sharia underground, but the minute it pops out above the ground, we'd be
Neutering.
Oh yeah.
And they're all imaginary banner. They're all sitting right there.
So the one like the other one's don't. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
See, as Bongino observed, there are no
Yeah.
Republicans pretending to be Democrats, but there's lots of Democrats pretending to be Republicans.
Yeah.
Well, and last thing I remember, Republicans for people.
No, I'll just ask you. I sent out a couple of draft definitions a week or so
Made all the
ago.
difference.
Yeah.
Did
I'm
you
with
see
you.
them?
Bet.
Probably, I mean in the hailstorm of email and
I blame
text
it all on you.
Huh?
I blame it all on you.
That's
So
fine.
I would like
I'll take the blame.
a definition for a Republican candidate
Oh, yeah.
And I'm not.
to include the
It's
concept
exactly.
that person
Trying
has
to cut out the
voluntarily
grassroots, period.
They want to
requested
minimize our impact,
the benefit
which is the
of
opposite
running
what
as a
being a
Republican.
Republican is.
The way I like to describe it is,
So they're
a
not gonna
lot
put
of
out the sheet till
leftists
8:30.
love the respectability
Do what?
They're not gonna put out
of
the
running
sheet
as
till
a
8:30.
Republican,
Charities.
but they
Huh?
want to
Oh, is
govern
it over there?
like a
Oh, there you
Democrat.
go. There you
Well,
go.
they want the label for free.
Yeah, they like I say, what nobody wants to admit in the mainstream media is term Republican conveys a level of respectability that you're not getting Democrat.
Yeah.
Certainly in Texas.
Yes. And it's that respectability that they're trafficking in.
Dave Bennett,
Randy Dunning.
also in legislative priority on running for House District 149.
Yes, sir.
Oh, lucky you.
So, yeah, I'm gonna have to eat my own dog here, whatever I'm making.
You're gonna have to follow the rules you're
Well,
making.
well,
Follow
well,
the
Dave,
concept.
So I have an interesting perspective on the rule that was just made yesterday.
The legislative priority
Yeah.
thing.
well, we have an interesting perspective because this little block on the table, we were the only ones that voted for my amendment to say you can use multiple platforms. Well, maybe there were a couple
few
others.
over
Yeah.
there. There were a few up there.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, Melinda voted.
we
Yes.
You need to bring it up back up.
We need a picture of us. Yeah, because I spoke out
Amen.
about it as
So
well.
Melinda's my person
Yeah.
on this.
Well, wait. Anyway, we had a minority that voted for platform plank be aligned.
I'll give you an example.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, the one today,
I kinda like it
the
the way
one
it
we're
is
doing
now.
right now is I brought
Leave it,
forward, secure the grid. And it had pretty specific things in it. This is, we started combining the water, started combining, where you grab land, the government grab land.
Eminent domain.
Eminent domain, that all got put all together and it watered down what I was trying to do with this national security issue,
Yeah.
you know, and so.
There's a
we
people
get it. So there is some wisdom in what was being said. We just took it way too far.
I think that
Yeah,
the
you're
way
gonna-
to satisfy both camps, where everybody gets most of what they want, is we tie it to the platform by saying multiple platform planks may be combined that are topically coherent.
And also, there needs to be some wording that we can add to that to glue them together. And
Yeah.
you know, that's.
And that's fine. And you know,
That's that paragraph above that says, you know.
yeah, and it's the way I would suggest it be done is you can satisfy that topicality requirement simply writing up it says legislative committee supports all legislation. The platform support for it is A, B, C, and X.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And I think that's all you need to do to be able to properly.
But now here's another example on this one still. There's a large project that's on road, $30 million. Something needs to be said about that because they're not stopped. They're just wasting money. So
But
how can you?
Okay, simple. You go to the fiscal responsibility sections of the platform and you find those principles that are being violated. And then you say, according to it says, this is a waste of money. It's in violation of platform element L, R, and Q. And then you do it.
Okay.
I mean, look, Dave, you're going to be a legislature. You need to learn to do this. I was city councilman for
Well,
years.
I think I am right now. I think that's what I'm doing is I'm here talking to you going,
Yeah.
hey, we've
this is-
oversteered here.
But this is how we do it. And what this is going to satisfy though is there is a element in the party right now that is upset with legislative priorities because they are straying away from from platform fidelity.
Yeah.
And so the idea is we need to tie the legislative priorities to the platform because that's why they were created in the first place.
Don't disagree.
But not handcuff the committee
do
so
it on-
badly
Yeah,
that they can't pick and choose from the platform to assemble the principles necessary to address
We
a
o-
new issue.
We
All of that has
oversee
to
it.
have the platform committee start putting stuff in.
See, you can see, for example,
Yeah.
you can do a data center thing where you take water rights and you take fiscal responsibility and you take no public money for private use platform planks, assemble those for your data center argument,
Yeah.
and just point out that data centers need to not violate water sovereignty of their neighbors.
Yeah.
In other words, they have to use closed loop refrigerant based water cooled systems. I'm working on a
Yeah.
HPCC for Lockheed Martin, and I work for Lockheed as a missile engineer. But I got stuck with being one of our capital planning guys
Yeah.
on top of it because they decided they can solve the finance department can save a whole lot of overhead money if they
Yeah.
just push all their overhead work onto engineering.
I'm used to corp.
Yeah.
So I think we're pretty close.
I think that
I think we're pretty close. We just oversteered.
oh well
Don't say that. We didn't oversteer, we were successful. So, if being successful in the Republican Party is oversteering, we need to stay.
being
Take a step
successful
back.
being successful in the Republican Party is putting forward a resolution to try to do something that we need to do, and then provoke robust debate so we can refine that position.
Yeah.
Because it's always been the way we do things.
So the other issue I have is how you operate it. So are we going to have the planks and our platform? Are they going to work on that like 3 days previous so that we have the current platform in draft so that we can work off of that?
No.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
That's what I was saying.
No,
is
no priority can be created unless it relates to a plank.
It has to
And
relate
at,
to a
at
plan.
a convention 2 years ago, we were pushing forth a priority and that plan hadn't been developed yet.
Mhm.
That the platform committee chair came over to our committee and said, hold on, you all can't do this yet.
Yeah.
We haven't approved that plank.
Oh, it has to be
Yeah.
approved.
And we had to sit back, wait
Oh.
until that plank got approved.
So that makes it 2 years later if you've got a current problem.
Well,
That's
no,
it.
it
No.
just means it
You have
just
to
means
coordinate.
you have
You
to
have to
coordinate
coordinate.
in the
But
convention.
but approved
So-
means that it's voted on in the big body.
No,
No, the platform chair
No,
and the.
they're gonna
It's
approve
got to
it.
be approved by the
Just-
platform
the
committee.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
So the two chairs actually
Now,
coordinate
if the
together.
And in
if the
22, we
rank
had
and
that.
file
We had
throws
that.
it out,
Yeah,
throws
it was
the
really
plank
good
or
in 22
dependent
and-
upon out, which
Then
almost
the
never happens.
legislative priority has to be thrown out.
Then that legislative priority has to be redone by the SREC.
Yeah, the
Ah,
SREC
okay.
will read.
See, the
will rewrite.
SREC still has to take the legislative priorities, turn them into they take the
Yeah.
priorities from the convention. Then SRC boils it down and builds it into what becomes the legislative priority committee of the SREC does, and all the activist volunteers that come in and help
Mhm.
do the legislative priorities. So it's a multi-tiered process.
And that was what we did in 22. I was on legislative priorities, and we'd do work and come up with like a list. Okay, here's kind of what we want, and then we'd go over to the platform
Make sure it's
and
there.
coordinate with them and say, y'all need to make this a platform plank,
Yeah.
or did y'all make this or whatever, and then we'd go back and adjust.
Yeah.
That's how we did it.
And
But
see, even I yesterday, I was running around the subcommittees passing out plank I
the
want.
problem with our current
And I
leadership-
finally found a
our
committee
current
that was
leadership,
chaired
they
by
don't
a
work together.
guy who works
Yeah.
in the private security space. Do you realize that if you have higher private security company institutions, you're gonna get that the thing can't defend you against is a truck full of guys piling into your place with AKs because you cannot use patrol rifles in private security. It is a $500 fine the first time, a $1,500 fine the second time, and you lose your private security license on the defense. And you know what? Consider having an AR-15 if there is one in the parking lot all the way across in the employee parking space when you or
Yeah.
when you're doing private security.
Yeah.
If you can run to your car and get it, it is still a violation, and that's insanity.
I gotta head back and get ready, but Dave Bennett,
Randy Dunning,
Randy, nice to meet you, and
Well, I just want you to see
introduce yourself.
Daniel White.
Daniel.
Yes, sir. Nice
Yeah,
to meet
nice
you.
to talk to you guys.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm Gene Martin.
Hi, Gene.
Wait.
We voted no
Oh,
smile.
I can't. Hold on. Do it again without the glasses. I forgot.
Yeah,
to put glasses in.
All right, very good.
I look younger without the glasses. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, this is what this is the first amendment we're going to make. This insert following this passage. No, here I'll point to you. Some people like the system. Yep, there you go. Yeah.
Actually, I want to be with voted no group.
List of what you know what possible
We
violations
voted
are.
for the amendment that would have prevented the whole insurrection that's broken out.
So
In,
listen, there's things in here like this. Okay. Cool. You targeted one specific person. Got it. No, I understand. Yeah.
we need your face.
Thank
We
you
need
for
your
everything
face
you're doing.
again, Dan.
Ow.
Dan, we need your face.
Oh yeah. I'm gonna be in and out. Randy. Thank you for everything.
Like shirt. What year national was that shirt from? Last year's? Oh, you bought it off Amazon.
Yeah.
Cool. I've got three of them from. I've got three of them from the three conventions I actually got to attend. I've selected a delegate for 2020, and all we got to do is send in a postcard.
This part of his shirt is what link to Slim Lady put on it.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'll be handing those out in RMC.
So what does that little sticker say? What is that?
I'm not ready for it.
It says what?
Bring you a.
Here, let me read it. Hey, let me read the sticker. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, let me have a room 44. Yeah. No, this is the Revolutionary War tricolor. The militia wore these guys. This is what the militia wore. The military. Hey, listen.
Hold on, I guess.
Do you know what my
others can just pass it around.
slogan is? This is war. Expect casualties. Well, see, when it comes to casualties, it is always better to give than to receive.
I love it, chicken. That looks fantastic.
Whoops.
Okay, do we have anything today that we needed?
I mean,
But either way, nobody gets 50%. They can pop 2 votes, and that's who voted in the run. That's it.
We limit to tomorrow.
Chad was something that's. Right. Well, they have to say, if your candidate is not in the runoff, then your brother.
Thank you, sir.
Dan, you want one of these? What shot?
Vote 44 yes.
morning, sunshine.
Oh.
Something that's true.
Give it to her. Morning, sir. How you doing? So you're down to your last few days to be able to wear that shirt. Now, I won't tell anyone if you wear it after Saturday. I've still got mine.
Shirt.
Really?
And was very nice to me. Very nice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But it's not based on this first step.
Yeah, I think
It's not what?
Not based on how.
Absolutely.
That stuff I mentioned in voting for.
Yeah.
I want everybody to remember they have no archive stuff. It's the type came down and invaded our. What's there?
No, I watched online.
And what you missed was the top part. The top has the Texas government very up. Stephen's very top information.
Allegedly.
Yeah,
There was still some guy on the other end of the phone. We assume he is who he said he was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Whatever his name, but
Um,
calling the phone guy.
So, were you hearing? Were you hearing it? I've already heard. This is the one I copied you on. The new list should be sure easy. There was That's served following after the first sentence and before the last sentence is a third paragraph. Violating our defining some. Yeah, the following way is not limited to. This the main is doing things the speaker does, but there's not a recorded vote.
Yeah.
Yeah, things that can be used.
Yeah.
I'm not so.
Well, there's a couple of things. That's not a bad idea. Right. So the way to, I think that's probably the way to do it. And I think the only proper way to do this is we have to bring up the current thing to vote is on reservation. The city voted this kind of, they have to bring up I amend again in reconsideration. Otherwise, I'm out of order if I try to reimpose that thing that's already been defeated. Okay, what I did was, just say the Dunning amendment says I want to bring that back to Dunning.
This is what we, this is the
For
pieces we added last
reconsideration,
night.
and it takes a 2/3 vote to a reconsideration. But I think everybody's bruised enough from last night that I think we can probably get 2/3.
Sliding down.
I'll work
What?
with Matt. He's, you know,
Chairs are sliding towards.
Well, this one.
Why would
think
they do that?
honestly, the best we could do is, he be the one to bring up reconsideration.
Hour and a half to go 10 miles last night. Hour and a half. Oh, this traffic is now the way it used to be, which is worse than Dallas. I left Dallas after 42 years for a specific reason. Not stand it. Did not stand it. Retire in paradise. That ain't it.
Well, we still got the COP. Wow. Yeah. Nasty, but that's what, I don't know,
Did they come around with any new password?
I didn't write that thing. Let's see if I got it.
Oh. So it's his anniversary.
Even though it's admin.
And
Wedding.
Yeah.
wedding.
Yeah.
Okay. We had to ask.
So
Oh,
that's
yeah,
just
yeah.
how people work.
Oh, that's right. Well, yeah, that's true. You know, or my pet or whatever. You know. My wife's the one that always forgets. Right. I was gonna make a big deal about it this morning before I left. You know, I went to sleep last night. Just woke up and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't be late again.
How many?
Oh, there it is. 26.
26 years.
Which makes it easy because we're married in 2000.
That it? It's easy.
So she was driving up to Oklahoma this morning to an orientation station. My little one's gonna be a Sooner. Got a Sooner. I've got my middle daughter transferred from Colorado School of Mines to A&M. Where they come in there, randomly selected. It'll be her third year, but her first at A&M. And then my oldest is at a small school in Waxahachie.
He's in the complimentary one.
I went to the University of Virginia. I don't like getting on. Grew up here, went to Virginia, came back, went to Wi-Fi. So hopefully this one is in a Houstonian, all but 5 years. Bro. Web page, phone app. Okay. Chip design forever. Okay. We're telling you, you really don't want to get on any social media period, nor do you really want to do any of the browsers or scanning like Google. You're at everything.
Yeah, I heard Google Chrome is just full of.
Well, everything is true. But in here, now could I spend a couple of weeks? Great. And play. I don't know if anything public bank yet. This is been watching here back to school. And it's not good.
Somebody had tested about here.
And which is running on mine. That's wonderful. No, I still won't. But I'm. VPN. I knew it was fine. I use Norton, and I don't think I've ever read any. When you know, you know. That means governmental agency and a. So I met my wife visiting my
People gotta be leery. I mean, I had one card
she was a little
to get rid of a couple about,
so I met her on parents.
they started charging
Starting with my parents.
oh, really? All my cards, that was.
And so I met her and her mom.
And with all the auto pay for all my.
I didn't know it was like 15 years.
Have auto pay?
They just did that.
Oh, you can see your eyes.
I was in law school, dude. It's like,
Wasn't what I can tell.
Bring my down.
One of the
and we
Oh, yeah.
a while, and then we kind of move on.
they give
Her mother turns to her and says, I've done what I could to unlock the waste
Extension.
No. And she goes, oh, mother, he's much too old.
them.
They were really walk up for 80 to 90,000.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Remember the contractors I worked with?
So you know.
Walked around with little lanyards with a little generator to get into the bells. Chinese in.
Well, we didn't have that. Well, we had a standard doorways.
Yeah, but this is specifically for Alan.
Oh,
It's in the news.
here's one.
Maybe about.
Like, you're gonna have to have the button.
Yeah, yeah, that's.
Well,
Scary.
yeah, I generated a bunch of gifts,
Let's go.
them out to everybody to load into their computer, change it so that it wouldn't be any issues. Generic.
Yes. Seems like my brain cuts off, you know.
And
Yeah. Now I need to think.
Someone that voted for
Which
thing has
Carmen sit over here. Carmen called the room. Are y'all in order? We're not.
anyway.
typically gonna be those of different ones.
Okay.
Or bring in
Yes.
yeah.
the
Oh, no, my name
Well, you can
Right.
release from doing
his thing.
was to have no external interaction.
Should how do you get any kind of like let's say that's a
The whole thing.
back to 2 years ago.
So I'm in there.
I mean, I still don't understand what all me trying to solve, but let's say that we wanted to.
Oh, good.
Right.
Running around the war room.
Or you could go to cell.
That's where the bomber.
Well, there was it's actually,
It's like a got over thing, but it's really not.
national head of oldest degree, so it's at a all this.
I mean, you can do most. That means stupid.
I don't see any way to not just trust
With
the
an AM radio
and
and fat finger in where
he does. I'm
data.
barely spell Robert's rules, but he can.
I mean, just put it down. I think enough, right? And then.
Data that since they've had one make cycle off.
Right.
It'll
Yeah. So yeah, as far as getting it done, actually,
some user.
spreadsheet, really.
Spreadsheet.
But trying to decode.
What would narrow it down is not having to use up on the
Correct.
menu.
Yeah. And you can't.
Cut.
And you can go to media inspection, right? But you're all
Put it in there.
Doing well, John. It's yourself.
Thank you.
I look forward to getting rested next Monday.
Then I remembered at our convention, yeah, we had it. That's what I. I don't think I.
No way to prove. Right.
So there's,
Yeah.
there's not the institutional insurance convention here, but yeah, explain about so what I said.
Or somebody will ask for a report, that's for a record board, isn't it?
Very unique. No one else has them.
What do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah, yeah. Not just events, right?
Personal opinion, I hope so.
What do we got here? Oh, these people.
I don't like.
It's like this.
No, where should it?
Why do you not see me talking?
I understand the argument. When we put that in place, it was for planning
In the morning, yeah, they try to.
Right, reach over it. Yeah.
It's the sausage making.
Oh, was it this one or no?
Yeah.
I can get to point five. I mean, if you read the canal,
Good.
themselves grown have five.
Is this? I'm sure you can.
26.
And I got.
What? We gotta go next.
What's this TCU?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I gave it all. Good morning.
Good. Stick with us. Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
No. Yes. I already told you now, we're doing it right away.
Property, I asked that last night. I was like,
I just said, I screwed it.
A through H.
I wanted it up for discussion because I wasn't 20% sure. But then I saw Ramsey. So like, okay.
He's
Same
saying
page.
4, but it's not really an 20.
No, it should be then.
Is if you read it
It needs all.
as 1, 2, 3.
Right, and that was my question. When I brought it up, I said, is this coming on this? Listed as when I made this 40 past the I was, they were like, hold on, repeat all three. The first one doesn't say there was no end.
You do this, this, and this.
Yes. Which
Just today's Wi-Fi.
now when I read it, I get it. Like it's kind of like
You do
whatever
one,
you do 2 and you do 3. Yeah. It's tricky. Sorry. That's it.
Are you in the second place?
You're gonna rank it.
I don't think. Yeah, I think this one's yours.
Been trying.
I think we keep getting shifted slightly this way or that way.
There's here with the go share. I'm standing up all day. Like,
Hey, you said this is the house right here?
Wow, I got two of 'em. Way I can wear one now.
No. Just in case I need it. Did we get any update?
I guess we did not.
Email ones?
Yeah.
No rules. No record.
yes, the links.
We'll give you. One.
So glad. Plus, this is at home.
Oh, wait.
Is it just, I'm not leaving? It's like,
No.
I'm gonna be available.
It was like British. Somebody bring scones?
Oh, no.
Like,
Is that what they call them over there? No.
Pretty sure it's going.
Huh.
Good morning, Mark. It's a British person. Yeah.
True.
What, this side of the line?
Yeah.
So we were on apartment.
Yes, they are.
2 outdoor.
Look at him that invented the internet. I don't know if it's them or if it's Scottish have whole Scotch egg thing.
I heard that from
Like, everything goes speaking your text message goes
carbon credit under all that.
She lets a haggis.
The Scottish global warming thing was all. Yeah. Remember by 2020? Carbon credit is
really.
sure.
you can have it.
Fly.
I had tried it.
Flies like yeah. Right? Like he's going to hear irritated.
But no, don't. I was about to ask. That was.
Is that a new one? A new one?
We use a new one.
For the Florida Airport. Running 300 thousand.
Okay.
I had. 9600 was the step up.
You need that?
And then we had ISDN, which was pretty good.
What?
It was a major step up. Running Windows 95. That was the real. Oh, I see.
Put it right here on our mic. Password? Make sure everybody's got the password. Yeah.
Yes. We sell the password, the money into the RPT call.
So you can't go password.
Trying to make money. No, I got
440, they're gonna kick it all off.
Well, we got kicked off. You saw that the internet, the Wi-Fi connection where internet went down about 7.
Yeah, it dropped on me a couple times and it came right back up.
I couldn't get it to come back up. I just went on my phone and said, forget it.
Yeah, I could get it. It came back up after it said reconnect,
Yeah,
but it
so
was very slow.
you realize the whole central US main hub for the internet is where?
I have no idea.
It's at Rice University. That's the main hub. So if you're a terrorist and you want to wipe out
The
the
internet.
central US, no, you can't do anything about Starlink. You just take out that hub over there, blow up the building. You lose all of the center part of the country.
Got shot down by or don't know Iranian.
Well, if I was a terrorist, I wouldn't have known what to do until just now.
Exactly. So now you talked about it.
So in Abilene, the link to get there goes through Allen. That link got severed. There's only one main T line. I don't think it's T line. I think it's
One
fast.
line that goes from Abilene to Dallas. Really, I didn't know.
Abilene, Dallas, and it went down. And of course, it shut down every day. I mean, it was. Now the cellular link was still up. It's a different link.
Yeah, that's great.
So I'm sitting there working. All of a sudden, I go, "Oh, great."
Yeah.
Bless you.
Bless you.
I don't know what it is. This room, I don't.
Dude, I think every time I walk in, it's a good idea just like a building.
Folks bringing it back to go which one. So I go. Okay, so which set there for all.
This is our count the hours, not the days.
Be the same.
Yeah, that is.
All right, you think I should get loaded up? Morning. Morning, please. We're very California, like Rule 2.
Huh?
Call the meeting to order. Have the secretary please call the roll.
Steve Dunning, Ken Hunt, Greg Parker, Susan Lucas, Robert Garrett,
Here.
Grant Dunwoody,
Here.
Rohit Joy,
Here.
Steve Atwell, Amy Super, here, Dave Wilson,
Here.
Brenda Platt, here, Dr. Melinda Morris, here, Chris Sasha,
Here.
Josh Flynn,
Here.
Matt Patrick, here, Becky Green, here, Katie Jackson, David Westbrook,
Here.
Chuck Burnett,
Here.
Brandon Moore,
Here for the wackadoodle rules.
Dave Eagle,
Here.
Greg Cook,
The definition again.
Andrew Eller, Skirt, Justin Nichols,
Here.
Herman Calderon,
Here.
Ian Hayden,
Here.
Grant Cloakey,
Loki.
Here.
Steve,
Okay.
I'll get it before we end. Grant Cloakey. Here. Okay. Gene Martin.
Yep.
Ron Beckmeyer.
Here.
So.
For a second, I thought she said Dean Martin. Like, really? Like,
This
yeah, Dean Martin. That's
Sure, your fan club is
internet yet?
That's oh,
I know.
Okay,
he was floating around here a second.
we are on rule.
Get her and just.
Mr. Chairman.
Correct.
Oh. Here you go.
Yes, I would invite Carmen has a cleanup to do
Yeah.
on a rule we passed last night. So Carmen, I'd invite a motion to take to reopen Rule 13 and to reconsider your amendment to Rule 13B.
Second.
Yes, so moved.
Yep, and so moved second by Justin. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, the ayes have it. Carmen, we are now on, we are now on reconsideration of your amendment.
Yes.
Is it my understanding that, let's show everybody what it is before
Yeah.
we do it. Do you want to explain?
Sure,
what
I
the issue is?
misinterpreted the wording and I replaced end with or, and it really needs to stay end because quorum needs to meet all three of those points, not just one. So we can either just reconsider and vote my amendment down, or and it just needs to go
Your
back to the
amendment's
original.
currently on the floor. You can pull your amendment.
Okay, I'd like to pull my amendment. So we go back to the original language.
Okay. If there's no objection, Carmen Calderon's amendment's withdrawn. Hearing none. Thank you, Carmen.
Thank you.
If there's no objection, we'll close Rule 13. Hearing none, Rule 13 closed. We are on we two. We have three and one. We didn't do one. So we did two yesterday, which means we are on three to be followed by one. Are there any amendments to Rule 3? Do you have one? You don't have it, Justin? Right, but that includes
Just nickel,
Justin.
want to be heard on?
Oh, that was Rule 8S that we made yesterday. So 3A, I don't need it at that point.
Any other amendments to Rule 3? Hearing none. There's no objection. We will move on to Rule 1. Amendments to Rule 1. Gene, do you have an amendment?
I do have an amendment. I was wondering, are there any other amendments to Rule 1? This one might take a minute.
I believe you're the only one that I know at this point.
Thank you very much. Then. I want to make a statement, if that's reasonable. The Texas Election Code, Title 10 on political parties starts off with Section 161.001 that simply says a political party retains all its inherent powers.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Yes.
Do we need a second?
Yes, we do. We're just putting it up on the board. Are you laying at the word of your amendment, or are you arguing?
I think I'm arguing. I'm
Okay,
restating.
let's get it up on the board first, the second, and then we'll start arguing.
Okay. My initial motion will be to recommend the addition of a definition for the term member of the Republican Party of Texas.
All right, is there a second?
Second. David Westbrook.
Second by David. Okay, Gene, do you want to lay out your amendment?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Like I started to say, the Texas Election Code on political parties starts off with a statement that says a political party retains all of its inherent powers except as limited by this code. I believe that defining what the membership of our party is an inherent power. And if we don't define it, and by default, it will be defined by the content of Texas Election Code.
Um, I drafted this a couple of weeks ago and I sent it out to all the members of this committee. I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at it in the flurry of other input that you may have had. But the basic content of this is that you got to be a citizen of Texas, legally registered to vote, and you have voluntarily taken an oath to affiliate with and support the principles of the Republican Party of Texas, and that your membership will remain in force until you as an individual either notify the Republican County Chair or your home county or officially participate in the primary. If you officially participate in the primary election of another political party, your membership terminates. Let me say that I drafted this content because I believe we need a definition. If this is not the right definition, I seek your help in forming the correct definition. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene.
Mr. Chairman,
Anyone
Daniel
else?
Hood, SD3, point of information.
Please state your point of information.
What, we can't tell from the screen where we're trying to insert this.
It's under subsection G.
Thank you.
Comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, Andy Eller, SD24. Point of inquiry.
Yes, please state your point of inquiry.
How will this affect the lawsuit with trying to define who a Republican is?
I don't think it would. He's talking to RPT council right now.
Yeah. Unclear. There's arguably a conflict because in the lawsuit, the Texas GOP is arguing that a member of the Republican Party is an individual voter who registers with the Republican Party. So there is arguably a conflict. I'm not 100% sure there is.
Mr. Chairman, then I'm going to rise and speak against this amendment.
Okay.
I hate to do that, but the reason why I'm doing that is closed primaries is definitely one of our top priorities, and I don't want to do anything to endanger the lawsuit, even though we're not 100% sure if this will impact it. I think this is maybe putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. We might want to do this after we win the lawsuit and then take some certain steps to take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
May I respond?
Yes. Of course. Go ahead.
Okay. I understand, and I certainly do not want to damage our efforts to get closed primaries. That is absolutely not my goal. There are parts of the election code, though, that are in conflict. Those of us who are elected officials of the party are required to be affiliated with the party. And I'm confused because my affiliation with the party by state law terminates at the end of the year. And I really think that we need to have something that indicates that our membership in the party, not necessarily the affiliation, the membership in the party is continuous based on our voluntary opinions and not subject to being revoked by state law.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, Brandon Moore, SD21.
Go ahead, Brandon.
Like Andy, I don't want to do anything to necessarily harm the lawsuit.
For or against?
Actually, potentially offering an amendment, a couple of amendments to this section.
Offer the amendment or let me know.
Okay.
For or against.
in the second line there, third line, where it says, and who has voluntarily taken an oath to affiliate. I'm wondering because there could be in state law, there's different ways to affiliate, and potentially in party rules and whatnot, we could have ways to affiliate. Would like to strike has voluntarily taken an oath, voluntarily taken an oath out of it, so that it would read, and who has affiliated with and supports the principles of the Republican Party of Texas, because we still identify it as affiliating. May not be specifying here how exactly they're affiliating, but that could be handled either other places in the rules or through other means, perhaps in the lawsuit or whatever that ultimately gets answered. Hoping that that removes some of the concerns there. And then I would have,
Is that one amendment?
that's one amendment. I do have another one on subpoint A.
We take,
Submitting that as a friendly amendment.
take them
I
on.
am accepting it.
Gene, you're accepting it? Okay.
Okay, my second amendment deals with subsection A. My concern here is that you don't always have county chairs in each county, unfortunately, all the time, because it's a volunteer role. So that may not always provide a pathway. So perhaps strike that and replace it with notifies the authority responsible for party affiliation. And hopefully that would give us a pathway forward there. Happy to have other input.
Could you repeat that last part? Did you say the party authority?
Notifies the authority responsible for party affiliation, or yeah.
Would that be an official of the party?
I think it ultimately depends on my personal opinion. It depends on how we either define it in our rules or how it ultimately, perhaps, maybe the result of the lawsuit.
I find that acceptable.
Point of information.
Please state your point of information.
Chairman, we had a conversation and you said that you were pretty sure that this is going to pass for our closed primary, that you have some inside information. If it closes and quickly, can this possibly help our decisions?
I definitely don't have any inside information as to a lawsuit. It's my opinion that the lawsuit's a very good lawsuit. Will succeed. Yes.
But so will this, if it does succeed, then prior to this, won't this help the situation we're speaking of?
Yeah, we don't know.
Mr. Chairman, Daniel Hunt, SD3. I guess point of information.
Yes, please state your point.
Wouldn't grammatically it be correct in the number 2, affiliated with and supports with an S on the end?
Yes.
Thank you.
Clarification.
Josh Flynn is going to speak against.
Josh Flynn, SD15. Because of the ambiguity and the uncertainty of what this is, I mean, the nature, we want to do something like this, but because we're in a lawsuit, particularly with the British Republican, this might give ammunition to the other side of that argument. And we don't know. We're no legal scholars, and in whatever happens in the courtroom happens. And I don't want to give the other side any more ammunition that this could potentially do by a conflict of something else. So for that reason, I'm against this amendment.
Mr. Chairman, Chris Bird, SD25.
Chris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to speak against the motion. While I greatly respect the author and furthermore the intent of what's being considered here, when I take a closer look at our current Rule 46, And then I keep in mind the fact that this has been revised once already, uh, which I might parenthetically say for the better. I think what is being considered now further redefines the spirit of what the party's trying to do in the lawsuit. And it could, in fact, create maybe competing definitions. And I can tell you as a litigant or a litigator that, any kind of ammunition that we give to the opposition is going to be very much leveraged. And so for that reason alone, and in the spirit of trying to win this lawsuit without um, handcuffing it at all, I would very much be against this motion or this. Thank you.
Chairman Patrick, 16.
Was this? I'm sorry.
Patrick, 16. Yeah, thank you.
All the voices come from up there.
I know, sorry. I'm speaking against, again, like Josh and Chris have said, I'm totally in favor of doing something like this, but now is not the time for it. We've, Leslie, Thomas, and I, and a couple of others have been talking about almost a complete rewrite of the rules where we really need to clean them up and having a definition of what it means and what the qualifications are to be a Republican and what sort of things you could do that would allow us to decide you're not a Republican. So there's a lot of things that we need to put in, and I'm really glad to see this language from Eugene, and I hope that we work on it together for the next convention. But I think the time is wrong to do this, and so that's why I'm against it. And Mr. Chairman, I call the question.
You can't speak and then make a motion.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Mr. Chairman, Daniel Hood, SD3.
Yes, Daniel.
I appreciate the language. I think it's very
Against,
good,
I'm
but
assuming?
do what?
Are you against?
Well,
Speaking against?
it's going to be a motion to table until future time that the lawsuit is settled and the SREC can reconsider.
Okay.
Second, Parker.
Second by Greg, motion to table by Dan. Any further debate?
Chairman,
Chairman?
SD 19, David Westbrook. I was going to speak in favor.
Let me do Gene first.
Right. Before we table this, I would, like I said up front, if this isn't the right wording, I think I'm hearing some agreement that we need to have something at some point in time. I'm considering that at this point in time, we should at least have something that states that the party's opinion is that membership does not expire on an annual basis. That's a minimum.
Chairman.
Okay, David, I got to get David first, unless you're making a motion or point of information.
Request for information.
Okay, please state your request for information.
Mr. Chairman, do we have any way of knowing how the legal team would view an amendment like this?
Yes. They would not vote favorably.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Knowing players and being one.
Mr. Chairman, Daniel Hood, SD3, may I speak to my motion to table?
Yes.
The reason I think we need to table this is, as has been mentioned, this could impact our existing lawsuit. Like I said, I like the language, but we don't want to do anything to possibly jeopardize this lawsuit. We have a very good shot at winning, and I don't want to do anything that's going to jeopardize that. If we table it, save the language, and then depending on the outcome of the lawsuit, at that point, the SREC could add this language to our rules. And I think that's the most wise way to proceed.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Eller, SD24, Parliamentary Inquiry.
Please steer inquiry.
If we table an amendment in this committee, is it eligible to be removed from the table after this committee adjourns?
It's symbolic of the fact that we're actually still considering it and not voting against it, non-disagreement. Anybody else? Seeing none, we're voting now on the motion to table. Motion to table the amendment. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
The ayes have it. The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman, I made a motion to add that one definition. I did not include in that motion the other two definitions. I would like to make a additional motion.
Okay, so you want to make a new motion on Rule 1? We tabled the whole motion.
The motion was on the definition for member of the Republican Party of Texas.
There were 3 sections to your amendment.
Yes, but I only addressed the first of those 3 sections.
No, the motion that was on the screen was all 3, which was what was tabled. Yeah, we confirm that was the motion on the screen.
So what he made.
Any other motions on Rule 1? Craig, you have one?
Wow.
Okay. Any other motions on Rule 1? Seeing none, if there's no objection, we'll move off of Rule 1. Hearing no objection, we are now finished with Rule 1. I am going to, let's recess until 9:30. If there's no objection. Hearing none, we are at recess. Thank you.
Record time.
Yes. 47, code rule 47, we certainly
I not knew the rules. What I did, I would have
47 obviously.
Oh, yeah, I talked to her.
We, would have got shot down, but I want to.
Okay, good.
I want Jim Pittman, sure. I want to actually.
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Insert some of the objection.
Just next door in Henderson.
Discussion. I think it's a really good amendment. Really good, the rules.
Oh, I got a
Addition to help the party.
Yeah, I got an email. I haven't even got a chance to look at it. Saw it.
I did. All now. Well, if we may vote it down again, that's fine. I just want to get the information to everybody. And if we can vote it down, it gets voted down. It won't hurt my feelings, but he wasn't here yesterday to explain a lot of the objections. I'd like everybody to hear his arguments. That's all I want. And if you. Okay, well, you're not alone. I just think it was a good, I think it's a good, good rule add. I just want everybody to hear it. I understand. You've got people in your.
Yeah. It just goes into A. Okay. Make this. Well, okay, because that applies to the state executive committee and the county executive committees, okay?
It's not surprising.
Relevant executive committee. Adds that one, did you say that if someone on the SREC or the CEC or the SD,
I'll ask Carmen or somebody to second. I just want everybody to hear the.
That makes public endorsement. Should ask Dave.
We have the 2/3 caveat.
I just want this body to be fully informed. And if we vote it down again,
2/3.
we do.
You've got 2/3. You've got a pretty large majority. Yeah. It's more
Like I
than
said, if this body
majority.
agrees to adopt Rule 47, after we've heard everything, it's not gonna hurt. It's what we decide.
I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I just want to be fair to the body.
I like this.
I understand.
Are you signed up to testify at 11?
No.
This
I think it's our spot. I think theater our minority.
May change your mind.
There's only 20 slots.
If there is room, sign up to speak at 11. If not, sign up to speak at, I think it's 3 this afternoon is the next one.
On both.
But if we too earlier, I'll make that.
I said, I'll have to
If we get where you can.
Oh,
Oh, I've dealt with it. I was a county chair.
Right, so I was
Yeah.
running against the incumbent,
Mhm.
and I had precinct chairs working against me being elected, right? Not me, I was.
You did it?
No, I'm the precinct chair. The precinct over for favorite.
I might go off while we have our wait here.
Mhm.
Father's thing, and if I was to say, I'm with the Ellis County.
Yeah. Right.
19,000 votes were cast, I lost by 100%.
Yeah. I think that I get it.
One piece of paper cost.
As county chair, I advise. I told my precinct chairs, you can endorse. It's not advice, but you can endorse, and if you do so, you can't use your title.
Well, and then county chair endorse in the congressional.
Should
actually that signs in the
Oh,
short.
sitting here trying to figure out why the internet's
Then you have
nothing
all
down.
the precinct chairs.
Did he in his endorsements? Did he
I have
say
to go back to my phone.
so and so county chair?
Move to reconsider.
So, but
Paper ballot
so he said,
stuff.
I endorse X for.
County conventions look like that is ridiculous. Yeah, you should not have any of that. It's a phone and a tablet is because it's dynamic as you update it. Plus, everybody displays everything on the screen. All
Interest.
parties and
Yeah.
delegates.
I'll,
Interest.
No reason.
Do any of you know for sure if a delegate?
Oh, in the meeting, everything is dynamic.
Where's that?
Who's y'all's county chair?
Well, I just went through Rule 1. It doesn't say.
Yeah.
I gotta go back and do more research.
Yeah. Yeah.
47.
Was this the first?
That's the arbitration.
He wasn't here to attend.
Oh, here, but no.
Yeah. 2 years.
So you put the word copy. Take away papers. Speech electronic. Or copies via paper.
I'm in.
You can't force the
Sure.
It's very simple, right?
Well,
We
I'm not saying take
have
it.
10 committees before the convention.
Oh,
yes. Not gonna offend me either way.
I looked all through Rule 1. I couldn't
Posted.
tell her.
Day of the convention.
Because how can you take and go through
Minute.
motions?
Resolution committee meets again and can change that. How do you get copies?
Voting.
Oh.
Daily things.
Yeah, delegate. That has to say, but it's been on primary.
Say that as chairman.
Or.
How we doing?
No, it's, you know, it's to have copies for future voting. He had been doing electronic
Very good idea, but.
I told
resolution.
the same thing to his face.
It's like.
That way, it's always up on the screen as dynamic. As the floor is making recommendations.
That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah, they get it. What I do is I send out the temp results,
Yeah.
all of
I
the
love what Brian is doing as
emails to the delegates. The day of, as we're dynamically making
about
changes.
Brian Harrison.
The permanent committee is done, I will send another email that
Which is
has
awesome.
the
But
permanent
you're right.
committee's results. Then
He is an
after the
effective
convention
in the
concludes,
house.
I will send
Right.
changes that are made during the
But-
convention.
Yeah.
They're sent
He
out.
was to run for
That way,
lieutenant governor.
everybody has them
Some,
all the time.
some statewide,
Now, if you're on
anything
a phone
statewide,
that
he's got the
doesn't
name
have a
recognition
definition,
now. I agree.
Physically, you see it
And
anyway on the
he's a
screen as
conservative
it's
rock star.
being modified. Now,
Exactly.
a lot of people, if you're on platform here,
I think he is.
it wasn't even specific that
I could see
after our
him in 4
conventions
years
are
running for
over,
governor.
we send in, it needs to be elected.
Back in 20,
It's all right.
wait,
I've
in
become more
2019, I think he went in the special election to replace Elsie.
It's easy to cut paste instead of having to
Was it he replaced? Yeah.
or manually
There was a
enter.
little sliver of Henderson County
And
on the
they
west
need to
side
be
of
more
Cedar Creek
specific.
Lake. And so
There's a
I'm out in my
lot of
barn
stuff
working on my truck, like 8 o'clock at night, and I get a phone call from him. It's a number. Usually I just let those go to voicemail. I thought, I don't know why I need to answer this. And I answered it. He goes, is this Dan Hunt? He goes, Chairman of the Houston County Republican. He says, this is Brian Harrison. And I'm like, who? And he explains that he's running and everything. And we ended up talking for like an hour on the phone that night. We made an appointment to go to lunch a couple days later. And I mean, we're best friends ever since then. But I agree exactly what you're saying is 100% true. I don't think his goal really is to be a rep. I think his goal really is to expose the corruption and make a name, and he's definitely doing that. But he's not exactly, and I don't think he really.
The big issue with ours was in elections.
Do what?
A lot of these people who are going to be running the precinct have been there since the end. And they have to go take stuff out.
In the argument. How you do printed copy? Some of my best arguments.
Yeah.
You get Saturday's right.
Yeah.
Remember, the committee's done. True.
It won't happen if you. It's true. You bet. Nice to meet you.
That's not a logical solution.
You want to discuss? You're doing it. You're here.
Everybody will. Email there. Those that want it.
Yeah.
Won't have an email address. I mean, I can put it out there on OneDrive that way.
I'll send you the stuff we came up with.
But it's totally illogical because it's logistically you can't do it unless you're going to bring a printer up to the party gets out the power over 40 pages over and talk about how crazy without having had like some just remove the word printed. Not a big fan of. I will admit there's a lot of things that I thought was done. 44.
What's your email? What's your email?
Chairs, I mean, they go through.
Slow down. I'm slow typing. J. Williams. J. Williams.
That's on these committees. Probably spend 3 more. It's hard to sort.
I was gonna say that is code summary. There you go.
Which is bigger, stuff like that. And
I have others.
2 years ago, we had about 60.
All right, these are going to be attachments. What we have so far.
Dan can only do anything in his house.
That's absolutely true.
Which is, and I talked to
Squirrel.
up in Lubbock.
Trust me, I've worked with you a long time.
People need to realize when you get to
So you were talking your blue. I got you.
We
That's
barely
in one of these. If we have it in here, hold on, let me find it. Hold on, let me find it here. Can't remember which one it was, but I think it was this one.
Late 90s. I agree with everything. I mean, I'm over in 16.
I'm not on anything. I just try to.
16, we had conventions.
I'm not celiac. You guys tested me for that. Oh wow!
ST 16.
He just said you have a leaky gut. Let's go.
And we also, so we.
We're changing at this at the CC to 3/5 instead of 2/3. It might have been it was in a different amendment. I think that's the one we're still looking at.
Yes, I didn't do that. Okay.
In the beginning, the Ron Paul people came in.
And it's over the counter now, right?
I knew we were going to be in
That's not it.
I've been told that. It's like,
so
one here.
told more about more than one person already.
That's
just a list of,
We
yeah,
needed
it's
all
the one we're still working on.
Okay.
That's gonna be.
got
Okay.
into a
Yeah, so we're making,
Like-
trying to break it down into
where
small
the
pieces.
yelling
so we can digest it.
My
through.
But yeah,
mom has
we're working
IBS
on
so bad.
I had to
she's
get
been
off
through
the
lots
stage, walk
and
down
has
there,
fear.
the,
And
and
simple
put my
majority.
hands behind my back just
Yeah.
like you, because
Yeah.
they're over there
Yeah.
with video cameras
she's
videotaping
it's
me.
just secret. That's what put her in the
I
hospital.
want to tell you, I'm spitting my face, yelling left and right. All I just took my arm and pointed at the Dallas police officers and did this. They came over and all.
I'm addicted to
All right.
pepper. You don't have to tell nobody.
Sorry. No problem.
What?
But
I'm Gene. Yes,
The
sir.
people?
I love
probably
coconut oil. It's not new. They
Google it.
I'm trying.
There's a lot of videos.
I'm trying. Fortunately, I'm one of
Okay, so
31,
it's-
so
it was an
Yes,
interesting.
We've got
we don't have
good
any
group
chickens.
right here.
We're at Brookshire's.
There's a
couple of good
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
some,
we
there's some
think
good ones
it's-
over
yeah,
there. This,
they
these
get-
five right here
but
are
last
pretty
year,
solid, real
some
hits.
Texas, they-
Pretty,
the-
real,
that's
pretty
There was
good
something
down
about
here.
that
There's
controversy.
good ones
Dunning
scattered
was
around,
there.
but these
New
five
Mexico
are pretty
and all
solid.
that.
He remembers
So
it
let's-
exactly when the long ball people over at
What was the-
Fellowship Dallas went
I'm sure
ballistic.
it'll be fun. Can you have your
Because they were not
That's not
happy
mine,
with
that's
what was
Clark.
going
Oh.
on from the
That's
chair.
Randy's.
And everybody else, they started yelling and screaming. I had to come down and get Dallas just to haul them out of it.
Hold on.
Wait,
What is this?
what about next?
Hold on. Let me find where I'm at.
Hi,
I'm Gene.
I'm Krista from Davis County Chair.
Where is, you emailed me something. Where did it go? When did you email? Did you email me something?
Yeah. I think. Well, with libertarians, I don't have any problems with Democrats, to be honest, as long as they're stable. That it doesn't. Because that's the problem.
Should I share my proposal?
Well, yeah, maybe it's not.
Yeah. Is yours Gene Willow Park? That's it. Yes, you did. You emailed me basically what we had talked about.
I would offer
But I'm an attorney, so I think like that. I love the language that was presented.
Yeah.
That the language was perfect. But I am
Well, the
certain
eighties and the nineties.
whatever we'll do with it.
Remember, you got
That's
Fred
my
Meyer,
that's my
Fred Meyer,
wait, just wait.
ultra, not
We have
good.
a really good
Be
chance.
honest, right?
And
So that's when
And
the,
correct, and
when the
especially
conservative movement, all of the Reagan people
thank
started
God
to
she
ramp up.
left. Well,
And
she's
the
not gone
state
yet. She
convention,
leaves next month,
it was
but
in
still.
Texas.
read Nelson's briefs.
Okay.
Yeah,
We're over in Fort Worth, like I was
What
telling
she
him,
said was
that was the
that
first time he walked in.
that's right.
Was
In Texas,
he
you
didn't
can carry black powder weapons.
Right.
People would walk in with Navy
I understand, but
1853
so
replica.
if we do
Never
this,
strapped to them, and you go in there and you're looking around over there. What?
okay.
No, this is in the early 90s. Early to 90s. I mean, it was, there were some interesting times in the Tina Weddington era.
Rules 2 and 3. I mean, rule 2 and 3 or section 2 and 3 of what
The reason that's
yeah.
already heard about how do you count days under some definitions.
Where was that one?
1G.
So 1G would become 1. Talking about that. Rule 1G1.
Well,
And then the rest of it would be what you had presented. Yeah.
right.
I got you.
Well, yeah.
I got you. I got you.
Interesting. Here's your good point. When Tom Falcon was a great guy, except Tom Falcon could raise a duck. So we're sitting there, and that guy over the power definition for Canada. So
This whole,
Oh, the other stuff that
Pete
we
Bailey
didn't really talk
Hutchison
about.
gets up on
Right.
stage.
you good with that?
He's rah-rah, and they're trying to
What
make
about if
sure that
you-
the party does not elect a true conservative.
Wait, I'm trying to think. Make it.
I walk down and I'm
Make it. I'm gonna say make
the podium. She comes on.
make a new
She immediately
motion.
points at me and calls me over.
Just
Talking. He goes,
3 and
Dan,
4 or
I
whatever
need you to get your people
to add those.
we're gonna do
And then we
is
can
we
just
will
keep
nominate
two, what is a member
Joe
of the
Barton,
Republican Party, we can keep just that table.
Congressman Martin to be the county.
What about that?
I
Because we
mean, the
discussed
state
two
chair.
at length.
Said, can I get you to get your people to support it?
This isn't the right time for that, will come up.
Can't do that.
Probably.
And she
But
let
we
out
can at least discuss it.
like a sailor. It was
We can
out
at
of
least
control.
discuss it before.
Yeah, she's real short, right? So she's looking right up at me and she was hot. And of course, here's all of these sergeant at arms and they
Okay.
want to know what Dan did, and I didn't do anything.
Right.
She did not want Hawken in them because she knew what Hawken was going to bring as far as the rebellious party.
Right. Yeah. I would love it to be in the legislature, but I'm so scared we're gonna screw up our. It's like I'm a TCU football fan.
She walked in.
So since 1973,
saw
I
me,
watched
this
TCU
is gonna
snatch
be
defeat from the jaws of victory, and I don't want to do that.
Real good one.
But we've done well. 22, we did fantastically. I was there. In fact, yesterday I was wearing my 22 championship game polo shirt. Yeah, well, yeah, yeah. It's hard to see from anywhere. Yeah. Anyway, but I mean, you see, I wear purple every day, and it's on my belt.
Yeah,
But
down the street.
do you really? Are you in Fort Worth?
Well, Park. No,
Willow Park. You're over in Park. Yeah, Park. Used to be a racetrack. Used to be a racetrack over there.
The Fort Worth
Horse
convention
track.
was great. I liked Fort Worth.
Long time ago.
So I'm sitting there, we're in
It's
committee meeting.
not.
I get, we got a committee, it's like at 2:30 at night. I'm coming
I
around
remember
to the
when it
north
opened,
and I
we
want to
actually
come
went out
through the
there
rotunda over
and
there.
sat on the horses a few
Because my
times.
car was on the other side.
Yeah,
So I get ready to open the door and the 5'5"
Through the racetrack.
Right.
Texas trooper is standing there.
Really?
He is bigger than you. Okay. And I go, I'm cut through. And he says, no, you can't go in there.
So
Really?
And I go, why not? He said, General Hackett is preparing for his speech, so he's up on the stage practicing. So
Yeah,
I said,
it was.
why don't you ask Greg
Yeah,
if
that
Dan
killed it.
Pickens can walk?
it went
Sure.
back
He opens,
3 months.
he goes, oh yeah.
Yeah.
Greg says you can go
Once
through.
the
So
whole
I get
facility in Lone
halfway
Star
through
is
the
so much
floor,
bigger
and he yells at me from
more
the stage and
developed, you
says,
know.
"Oh, Dan, I want you to listen to what I'm going to present tomorrow
That Willow
and
Park.
comment on it."
Yeah.
And the
Right. So he speaks for like 15 minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, so what'd you think? I said, that's good.
What a good
And then he goes, what do you really think? And I started to
It was
all change. I changed them all. It was like, hey,
Yeah. But it was,
I
you know,
mean,
they
I didn't
just,
get home
they
till
had
like
just
1
allowed
o'clock
horse racing, and so it was
at
popped
night,
open.
and then we got to get up and be over there by 8 driving from Dallas. You never know what
Yeah.
the freeway's going to be coming over. Well, that was relatively good. Today, like I was telling him,
Race
I
the
left
cars.
here to go
Oh, they did race
11.2 miles last night.
Yeah,
I get
they
on
raced
69,
horses just
it stopped. Took
just
an
to
hour
race
and a
horses.
half.
Yeah. Yeah.
This morning I'm coming in on 69. Yesterday it took
But yeah, that was an
23,
interesting
25
time.
minutes.
But
It
anyway,
took an hour and 20 something minutes.
Anyway,
trying to
somebody made a comment to me.
right.
Okay, that's a good idea. Just to get it.
So the SRC, when they look back, they can look at the
Yeah,
record of this
59
and
and
know
69 here are
that's not
together.
a bad idea.
69 goes further to Victoria. I mean, it was like
Some of the content of.
last night they had the freeway shut down.
Okay.
You mentioned how many cars were trying to head west?
It's real.
Wait, is this
Oh,
Houston?
no, I agree.
Yeah,
I
Houston
read it.
on
It was good.
69 and
Yeah.
they're screwed
Every
up.
highway's under construction.
Let me. Where's
This
Robert
is
Rinaldi?
Houston.
I want to tell him I want to do that so that he knows what we're trying to do. Yeah. Oh, I understand.
This is the guy, so this is what went up in Abilene a couple of weeks ago. We were talking to him,
So I
he
took a
says,
year and
you got to get a handle on the road.
To where a human being can understand
It's
it.
true. Why
And that's your
do they not just work on one thing, put 1,000 guys and get it done in a month? Instead of, I came down on 30 Texas
Where did Rinaldi
36.
go? Let's
Gets you
tell him.
about
Let's go tell him.
90% of the way
I
here.
want to explain to him what we're trying to
Every
do. So
30
he knows.
miles, there was 10 miles of construction.
Oh.
Yeah.
And the roads messed up.
Let's talk.
Why do they not consolidate? And they were going to
Yes.
that.
Reasons.
I mean, here.
They're doing the best they can. And first, you have to allow the concrete to dry.
Come on, you got a mile stretch.
And you can only put so many bodies in a particular place. You can only, I mean,
underneath the
you
concrete.
can't pick up, 100 people can't pick up the bulldozer and make it any faster. There's physical constraints, and if they do it like that, then they're actually doing what you're asking them to do, which is doing everything at the same time.
I talked to a civil engineer. This is the truth. Like Alice on 75 up there, it's what they call a retirement project. They start the money and just keep redoing it, and they come back and they just keep redoing it. So the same people get a contract. They do the whole pretty 40 career doing the same thing. It's ridiculous.
Which county? Star.
They can change it back to where it was before.
There's no state. They,
Oh, go back to.
That's exactly. We have a road south of my house. It's
Education.
US 8384 is together Y. That Y there, every year there's at least 6 or 7 major accidents. I had one a couple of months ago. There were 6 cars, and they got there right after.
I live about 30 minutes on the west side,
After
and
it
inside
happened,
Beltway
they
8,
stopped.
which is a big toll road that goes
There
all the
were
way around.
bodies everywhere. That road was decided to be
Off light.
4 years ago.
Their memorial.
Yep.
Yeah. It's been
They
brand new.
joined to get there. And cars, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean,
The biggest city in Houston.
It's a lot further than what's an island.
Uh-huh. Oh, no, I got here at 90.
my dad was civil engineer. I think that one on the. I guess from here to there.
Okay. That's where my kids went to school, right there at Stratford.
Hello.
Oh, you went to Stratford? Yeah.
Yes. So
Yeah, my 2 youngest went to Stratford.
I can barely hear you. I'm down.
My oldest went to Spring Woods. So they had 2 out of. Yeah, well, my wife graduated Spring Branch. And my oldest went to Westchester for her freshman year. Yeah. But yeah, my wife graduated from Spring Branch.
That's not good. I can hear you. So how do you know it's been compromised?
Where'd you go to school?
No, I have a version of that.
Yeah, yeah, I was gonna. Okay.
You remember that's the same thing will happen next time. All right, so you want me to stop or you just keep that call? Roll it past me? Thanks. All right, I will pick it up on Monday, next Monday.
Oh, nice.
The South Side Mall.
But you're in Starr County now. What brought you to Starr?
And then it'll get put off again next year. All right, now I charged it.
I like those dirt roads.
Been around long enough. All right. Okay, do I need to look to see if there's any charges that happened on it?
So that freaked about it. By the way, I thought I was talking low enough that he did,
So,
but I thought I was talking low enough that he couldn't hear me.
oh, I appreciate you. I didn't hear you. Okay.
But the guy next to me was sitting next to me.
Yeah,
I
he did.
said,
Oh,
no, I don't think he heard. I said, that's.
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought I was talking low enough that he didn't hear me.
Come on out there. I took I was first at the 41st.
And that's been the aversion for a long time. And they've worked really hard in Houston to get people from downtown.
On the exhibit,
Not as dangerous as a lot of other metropolitan cities because there's just not a lot. There's not a population. Rachel lives just right across the street. There's not a lot of people that live here, and so when you go down to the restaurants, they close after lunch. But there is more and more. My wife and I come down here at least twice a month. We just park our car randomly, just walking around the streets, and there's just nothing out there. Of course, I'm carrying, so I'm not really worried, and we're not going to walk anywhere sketchy. But we've walked all through these. I run. When we do the running, we do our long things through. Really, I don't see. Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah, we did Buffalo Bayou, the White Oak Bayou, but my group they do different things every week. So we run downtown, we'll by maybe we'll run here. We just are making work. Yeah, Rush Tide Club. Yeah, we have a great time. Matter of fact, we just ran going down Buffalo Bayou, not Bayou, but the White Oak Bayou. Have a Texas map. I don't have my thing, but ran a pattern that was in the state of Texas. Yeah, yeah. It's 9:30. Yes. Good questions. You would not read my phone. What's up, Jay? They have our Iron Man guys. Yeah, that's where you got that's all. Yep. They're glad to listen here. We got to start a new 2 hour. The same race. So the guy that came in second place pushed each other. The one guy was one that fantastic. He still broke through ours, and that one when he ran record. Go all the way to 6 hours. All right, man. Bill, shut my maybe you are, and I don't know. I've done a lot of work. I supposed to really want to work.
Letting this stuff in here, but salmonella.
Are you talking about the lobbyist?
Salmonella tank.
Todd Hunter is a marathon. It's like top rated. I think he's got some national rating. Very good. Todd's probably around.
You apply the same.
They would win all of this.
It's so funny watching. You do. It's just fine. And currently, in the current language, helping is under the plat. That's just not talking, but they're under the plat. So there won't be much.
Help me understand, and I get your argument, but let's
Yeah, that's. They want to pick from this one and this one.
which I'm okay with, but we need kind of limit, because this thing just keeps growing, 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 growing. And eventually it's
Well,
not.
here's
gonna
my
be
problem
hard.
is we are so aroused against to censure anyone and everyone we can. These lengthy 4-page legislative found so multiple. Well, but they're long. They're not just.
Yeah, fan text person.
So which is it? Are we tying it to multiple planks because they're so long or so short? But
So Boy Scouts, we had the miles short.
On in the world. They're related, but that's what. Coming back from the town.
yeah, they're not doing their work. They're just rallying.
So why?
They also understand the gun fact that's teaching.
Run down and chair would come here.
You gotta think her a lot plus.
It's collaborative and never happened.
Yeah, I feel like they didn't even to drop that. That would have been a good argument. We're still working. They came in like a.
That was.
They should have tightened, put in the size when they're down.
Conversation.
But
No,
this is a really.
And there. Someone got it.
Somebody.
Listen, I'll say this: when we were discussing, I had no idea that somebody would hit a pin. Cause an absolute. This committee did not conspire to. Yeah.
Like.
I think we need to say that to the public comment.
Are we gonna be able to ask questions?
Yes.
During public comment?
Yeah.
The bicycle.
I would like to.
What are we gonna do?
I understand.
Huh?
Yes.
I get what they're saying, and I don't
No,
wanna.
when they're done, you have to start.
Here's my thing, like, Secular point, why have an all-out brawl? We did that one like this. Something Karen, I think it's, you know, I don't know that it's worth it. And I don't know that it moves the needle. But
What is it?
also, I don't know why they're trying to be like, okay, this. Yeah. Then again,
I don't have a really good grasp of this.
yeah.
Yeah.
They're upset.
No. Yeah.
And
We
I
hear
would
what they
be-
have
I
to
would
say
be
and
in
then we can
favor of
debate it.
having. And it sounds like we're doing is our goal is to make sure the platform is relevant to our priorities time. That in fact, their interest is the freedom they want that are uniquely responsive to the issues in the play. Surely that can be. We should stick to it. That's not an impossible. But let's panic and have a meltdown on social media. That's more, and it feels better.
I'm a new.
Oh, they've been hitting up social media with you?
Oh, they're all.
I didn't even look.
Battery.
Of course. And surely they don't disagree with it.
We don't. It's the one point.
So what is their proposal is what I would ask. What is, how do you tie yourself to the platform without limiting your selfish?
About three, because if we three planks that are.
Power levels. No. I'm thinking. I want. It looks like street like this or like else.
That was my thinking. That was my thing, and I went to a cowboy church for the first time. So I wore my cowboy hat. When I walked in the door, I took it off and I looked around. Everybody still got their hats on. I'm like,
Take your cowboy hat off.
and then I was like, I guess I better keep it on. I don't want to look weird. So it was very uncomfortable for me to be in a cowboy hat, my hat on inside a building. It was very strange.
Yes.
So that was
Yes.
Fine. Maybe the one is
That's where
the one. The Cowboy Church in Corsicana, they've got a big metal building. Yeah.
I think that's a good compromise. It has to be in the same section. You have to cite
Yeah,
the
it's
platform
actually
signs
a
that
fairly
support
large
this.
building, and it's inside. It's actually it's right. It's just on the west side of Corsicana on 31, just before you get to the loop. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually really nicely pointed inside. It's got big industrial style kitchen and bathrooms, and it's really nice. But now well, very good. Well, the room they do that. They don't do it every session. Once a month, a big lunch, but every morning for church, they've got like kolaches and but the room itself is just a big room with stained concrete floor and chairs like this lined out. It's and a stage. Yeah. Yes.
Yeah. Didn't he say 9:30? It's gonna reconvene.
What's wrong?
9:43. What was 9:30? He said.
That's what I want to do. No.
I don't think he wants to revisit anything.
I thought we were gonna go. I know.
We did two last night before we left.
I thought there was one that.
But there was a long one in 3, like 3A. They were making a 3A or something.
Before I got. That's probably match 3.
But he moved right
Not to change those. Yeah, I voted not to change it. Pretty much everybody over there voted not to. But I'm more interested. So you want you're saying keep the original, not this new.
See, so what you do then is you bring up a reconsideration on that.
Last night he was saying it would be too long, so I moved to 2 before we left.
Yeah. Yeah.
oh yeah.
They got a pipe. Keep it the way it is. Just be
I know. I think Bird has a good compromise. An LP
Please take your seats.
has to be tied to a section of the platform, and then it has to cite the plank that supports it. We're only limited to one plank. We can multiple that.
Morning, David. How are you?
They're gonna take it.
We should have another one for you and one for.
No.
You the meeting to order. If there's no objection from the committee, I'd like to take some testimony from Levi Fuller and from Nancy White. Correct? Yeah. Levi, if you could approach. Hearing no objection, you have 3 minutes.
Committee members, thank you very much. My name is Levi Fuller. I'm from SD 14, and I understand there's been a lot of talk about this new rule, tying one priority to one plank and every result. So what I'm offering here, and what I'd like to speak to you about and answer questions on, is a compromise. Essentially, you would have the headings and the headings will be tied to 3 to 5 planks. Such a concept. The legislative priorities state secure autonomy. They're selecting what the priorities are going to be. Obviously, there'll be rigorous debate on that. But platform also still has their aspect of it where they get to pick. They're still in control of the planks. So the planks would then go under each legislative priority. That's what I'm pitching to you today. I think that a compromise in the middle, I think, is essentially what you guys are looking for at the time. Unless I would yield to any questions, feel free to pepper me or forever hold your peace.
Any questions from the committee?
Grant Dunwoody, SD7, do you have proposed language?
I will get you proposed language. Yes, sir.
Josh Flynn, SD15. Do y'all have a limited number of planks per LP? I'm over here by Matt. Over here.
There we go. Can you repeat your question, sir?
Yeah. Do y'all have an idea of how many planks you want to be able to list on each concept or each LP?
3 to 5.
3 to 5. 3 to 5.
3 to 5. We'll negotiate on that number. I'll get with your attorneys. You go with mine.
Just to clarify, this isn't going to apply to their legislative priorities work.
Yep. Yeah. This is for obviously next convention. So,
right. Anyone else?
Parker, SD4.
Yes.
We're here. We're here.
Sorry, I have no idea.
You got to raise your hand.
Is this? Are you coming in their name to do this compromise, or just something you come up with?
You know what? At this time, I will say that I'm coming in their names, but if they want to ratify my testimony later, then that's completely okay with them. I have a couple members here that have a couple members on the committee, but I can't speak for the whole committee. I haven't elected to do this. What I'm doing is offering, let me expound on that. I'm offering an off-ramp and a compromise because obviously this has caused a lot of consternation, but most importantly, it's slowing down the business of the party. It's slowing down the business of the people. And at the end of the day, even if we are all knocking each other in the back hallway, we need to get reports signed. We owe that. We owe that to the commissions. And I'm offering it's a compromise. We can get back to work.
Randy Dunning, SD2.
Randy, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, yesterday we attempted a compromise where we suggested that the committee be allowed to pick whatever planks they needed so long as they stayed topically relevant. Would that be a reasonable thing? I'll give an example. For example, if you wanted to deal with data centers, water use, and power, you would obviously have to draw from the data center plank, the grid plank, and the water use plank that we have in the party. And so those would be topically the same because they deal with the issue, but they'd still be able to do that under that compromise.
I have 3 comments to that. Number 1, I think topically the same. I love that term, but I think I prefer the word germane. Number 2, my colleague I think can espouse on that a little bit more. She got some anecdotal or an example that would really help committee once they sit down. And number 3, thank you for what you did at Lexington. I love the hat.
Brandon Moore, SD21.
Go ahead.
Levi, first of all, Levi.
And then Dan after Brandon.
Levi, first of all, thank you for coming and speaking here. Like the suggestions.
She's going to cover that. Sorry, hold on. I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat that question, please?
Yeah, it's Brandon Moore, SD21.
Hey, it's good to see you.
Thanks for coming here. As I told the committee and everything, I'm a legislative staffer myself. I know you're formerly a legislative staffer, so appreciate this perspective there. And I think the concern is making sure that we make this as strong and powerful as can be. So your suggestion is 3 to 5. I would say maybe we cap it at 5, or we do a word limit. Thoughts on doing a word limit or something like that instead of a plank number or an item limit? Any thoughts on that?
Wow. At first, whenever you asked that question, I was like, is that a real concern? But then I have seen some planks that are treatises on the law. I'll leave that to the will of the body. Honestly, I don't know if you guys want to set a word limit on it. I think obviously a term paper for 1 bullet point is probably a little bit much, but I'll just leave that open to y'all.
Appreciate it.
I don't have any input on it. I think 3 to 5, though. Again, keeping in some of the testimony that's come across and some of the testimony from our venerated Senator Bob Hall, you want something that is. We want something, I guess it's legislative priorities. We want something that is broad enough to encompass the topic, but specific enough to where legislators and senators are not stuck. You know, the worst case scenario, and we just heard about it recently, and I have seen something similar to this, is where a legislator has, you know, members from the same priority, same thing, same passion project. They're saying if you go this way, you're violating the plank, and if you don't go this way, you're violating the plank. I think that's an impossible situation. Now, obviously, these things get hashed out, but I do think that, you know, there is goodness and specificity. But by the same token, as a former staffer, and you can understand this, if you give a legislator, or well, this is probably more appropriate for the Legislative Priorities Committee, but just for background, if you give specific language on what the plank has to be, you're going to get that. So if you have a lawyer in your household who has nothing but time to go look that up on Westlaw, research, and call, you know, other people and parliamentarian, then yeah, go nuts. Otherwise, you might want to leave a little bit of flexibility for the legislative staffers and to figure it out, or maybe you don't. I don't know. It's up to you.
Thank you.
Chris H, SD14.
Where are you at? I don't know.
Over here.
Send it.
So just to summarize, your concept is that we want to have these platform planks tethered to 5 items, regardless of the geography the platform could be put on, the topic heading their platform, as long as it's germane to that. It can use any plank germane to the legislative priority.
Yeah, that's the concept, and the idea is essentially a compromise between where we are now, where we might be going in the future, and to marry those two topics in the middle.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Chris Bird, SD25. I have a question.
Thanks, Chris.
Levi, thanks for coming this morning. I have 2 questions for you.
Yes, sir.
This number of limiting more or less the citations of supporting planks, you said 3 to 5. Is there anything behind that, or is it a principle you're looking for?
Well, honestly,
let me finish.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
As opposed to any particular scenario where there may be a dozen, or there may be 1. I mean, is there anything that's behind this arbitrary? It seems arbitrary to me. The other thing is are you advocating for those to be in a particular section as opposed to sprinkled throughout the platform? I'm trying to understand what you're asking for.
So let me answer. Part 2 is that goes back to the germaneness, right? So it'd be the planks have to be tied to the germaneness of the subject, and so essentially you'd have the planks underneath the topic. The topic is, and then legislative priorities determines if that makes the cut. In regard to numbers, as a fighting executive class 2009, I'll post 12. But no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. 3 to 5 is arbitrary. The current number appears to be 6. That appears to be the goal. I do think you're going to run into issues if you try to go under 5, because we do have complicated topics in the state of Texas, and obviously we got long, strong voices. But again, you know, that's my input.
Would you be opposed to supported by whatever the citations end up being that actually speak to that subject? Would you be supportive of that, as opposed to an arbitrary number? Or is it important to the LP committee for it to be a particular number?
I think I'll let my I have the other colleagues here. And I think they're probably more knowledgeable on that. They're more learned on that. So I will defer that question, if that's okay with you.
What about my question about the same section?
That was my comment about germaneness. It needs to be germane. And I think germaneness is something we're all familiar with, right? Especially Mr. Chairman Rinaldi, right? Germaneness is a known topic. This is the state of Texas. It's not the federal government. We make things germane. So
okay. Well, SD14 or Chris H SD14. From what you were explaining to me earlier, we're kind of going from the idea that you have the legislature where geography and code does not necessarily, so its place in the platform, geography does not determine germaneness. The subject of the plank is what determines.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So it's reversed. Yes. So in that case, yeah, you'd be able to pick it, and if it's still under the same, it could be selected from multiple locations, but it goes in the same. It just has to just germane to the head. Is that?
Yes, that's what.
There we go. Okay. Does that clear up your question, Mr.
Dan Pickens,
okay, closes him.
Parker SD4. Would you over here? Yep. Would you be opposed to just taking it back to where it was?
I wouldn't. I wouldn't be opposed to it. Again, this committee is already committee votes. So what I'm offering is a compromise in the middle, but I wouldn't be opposed to that. I'm just here to help.
Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
I'm gonna Rachel.
Mr. Chairman.
I know you.
Mr. Chairman.
I will.
Yes. Chairman, over here, Carmen Calderon, SD27. I think we need to, our members need to be recognized before they ask a question, because Dan's been waiting the whole time and everyone's just
Yeah,
jumping.
correct. Let me call up, let, yeah, let me call up Nancy. Um, give her 3 minutes, and then Dan, you'll be first with a question. You have one.
Okay.
Go ahead, Nancy.
Hello, committee members. So I'm going to start off like I think that you're doing a fantastic job. I understand where you're coming from as far as it's overreaching in some areas, but there are some very complicated subjects such as Sharia. That's a big topic in Texas right now. That does touch on multiple platforms. With that said, I was brought in through security of the grid. The whole point of the party is to grow the party, and I was brought in through that aspect. Okay, and when we're looking at security of the grid, you have Plank 49, which goes to the cybersecurity, EMP, and the overall resilience of the grid. But you also have Plank 47 that talks on the financial aspect, the money of it, which goes into our grid currently unstable, so we need to take away the federal subsidies that are causing our unique market to be unlevel. But this isn't the only issue. Like right now, we're talking about safeguarding infrastructure. You have water, you have transportation, you have energy. There are planks on all of these issues. So if you do it on one specific plank, you either have to choose cybersecurity or transportation or water, and there's 16 infrastructures, so there you can have a lot of areas to go into. But I do see the prudence of actually limiting that and not overdoing it and choosing five, like 3 to 5 is a good compromise. But if you only do one, you're overcorrecting course, because it might be too broad in some areas. If you over limit as well, you limit things like security of the grid, infrastructure, or the water issues or data centers. There's a lot of issues in Texas, and Texas is a huge state, as we all know. And what applies in West Texas may not apply in East Texas. What applies in North Texas may not apply in South Texas. So when we're looking at our priorities and we're looking at the state of Texas priorities as a whole, and we're looking at the planks, if we limit it to one plank, then we're limiting the ability to actually move the needle forward. And we absolutely need to take in consideration the big issues in Texas. Everybody's mad about data centers for the most part, not everybody, but we'll say that for the majority, and Sharia. So let's not tie our own hands in this situation and be sure that we're allowing, 49 to encompass cybersecurity EMP, 47, 43, and in some cases, even 45. And then focus on national security. We could find 5 planks to support the LP and to emphasize one topic, multiple 3 to 5 planks. So, for example, Sharia has 5 planks that you're focusing on this legislative session without overreaching. And then also security of the grid, one topic, 5 planks. But at the same time, I do not think we should have to limit it if necessary, but that seems like a reasonable compromise because one is overreaching at that point.
Dan. Dan, go ahead.
Okay. So going to the gentleman's question earlier, the point of clarification and concern is when you ask about, the one topic. So security of the grid, for example, is it going to only be, the plank platform 49 only address cybersecurity, or can they address everything under that plank of 49? If it's 47, can they address everything under that? But to clarify, if you have one topic, do you have to limit it to that one issue? Can it apply to energy and water and other things like that as well? Because again, going back to what he said about
It's
germane.
time, Nancy. I'm gonna see if there's any questions and call on Dan, so
Yes,
you'll
sir.
get a chance to.
Yeah, of course.
All right, Dan Pickens, SD 28. So before I get into this, remember, LP is my wife's thing. She does it all. She spends all the time down there during session trying to get specific things through. So here's my concern. Germane is an interesting word. All right, it goes all over the place. So let's take the example of data centers. So we got data centers. Everybody's upset with data centers. Well, then that branches out into the grid because they have electricity. It branches out into water. It branches out into land grab. So now we're broadening to what, 5% of the whole platform we've already gone through. Is that going to be included? I think things need to be a lot more specific and truly focused in certain areas. You can't just go into the AI data center area that a lot of people don't like. I happen to not have a problem with them, but because it encompasses, you can say it encompasses a lot more than that. So I need an example that's truly focused. Let's take data centers. Tell me what it would encompass.
No, you ask, so you bring up a very valid point. So data centers in and of themselves are complicated and convoluted. We can agree on this. They have multiple fronts, multiple problems. So I guess the overall question for what I would have back for you is, you agree that there's multiple front of issues within that there is concern in Texas as far as the party when it comes to data centers. So limiting what they can address, surely you can understand how you're tying your own hands in that, because are you concerned about the ability of your own team at that point to be able to understand and articulate the data centers, I guess would be the question, or to understand their own platform?
Okay, so this is my concern, which I saw over the years exactly what happened when we started discussing this. Instead of focusing on specific, this thing is growing. And the party and everybody else trying to talk to the legislators and trying to get specific action bills in one area, it's now so wide and they're trying to track too many. That's
Okay.
the problem. It's not specific enough. This is what we want. Go at it.
So, for example, security of the grid. We worked with that. We had over 30 bills, for example. Some of those bills were on EMP, some of them were on cybersecurity, some of them were in reference to the Texas New Mexico study. And then you also had the one on the subsidies. These all applied to the grid. They were different areas of the platform. So, for going back to it, you had the monetary side, which goes under Senate Bill 715 from SARC, canceled out the subsidy to rebuild the market. You had Rent Lee's bill for franchise tax, which actually took away the federal subsidies and actually made the Texas market relevels. We're not overwhelmed with intermittent, unreliable energy. But then we also had EMP and cybersecurity under 75. We also had Tan Parker's bill in reference to these reliabilities. So I think if your concern is whether or not they can understand the issue and articulate it, clearly there are people in these rooms that are focused on those areas to be able to do so. So whenever you're saying, well, it's broad subject, the subject in and of itself is broad, whether data centers, water, energy, the subjects are broad because there's multiple fronts. There's monetary side, there's infrastructure side, there's the construction side. So I think that that's where it would be prudent to figure out which areas you're most concerned or afraid of, address those, not 2050, obviously. That's overwhelming anybody. Be reasonable in what you're pursuing and make sure it's relevant to the issue at hand and you're addressing that. Does that make sense?
That makes total sense, but narrowing is what's key because you're talking to, it's generally the House that's the problem. You're talking to the legislators in the House. You're being very specific. We need these 3 or 4 things to get through for our one common germane issue.
Yes.
Let's start moving along. Patrick, 16, question. Yeah, right over here, right in front of you. Yeah, so I want to talk a little bit, just for a second, about why it's one plank and why one plank is the right number. It used to be the case when LP was created, and there's history for some people who maybe weren't around then or don't know the history of how LP was created and what a controversial thing it was. But the situation is, and I think some of the people on LP don't know this or have forgotten it or choosing to ignore it, but the platform committee has the sole responsibility for developing the policy positions of the Republican Party of Texas. The legislative priority committee has no authority and should not have any authority to create policy positions. Your job is to take the platform and take specific planks. You got 252 this year to choose from, and to pick 8 or to pick 15, and then the body picks 8. So you have plenty of opportunity to look at the platform and find the limited number of things that you're going to concentrate on. You're arguing that we have broad ideas and broad policy positions that we want to pursue, and we want to be able to have as much authority as we can to capture as many bills as we possibly can if they have in any possible way the ability to touch our idea. And that's not the purpose of the Legislative Priority Committee. Your job is to pick planks, individual planks. Now, in the past, LP committee would work closely with platform committee, and there's no reason you can't do that now, and you should. Okay. So if you have a specific idea, Matt, my question is, I'm not just testifying. I'm coming to a question.
It's not a Lincoln Douglas debate, dude.
I know. So my question is, why don't you go over and work with your counterpart in platform, get the things that you think that you need to have into one plank, work with them and get them to consolidate the things that you think are relevant into a single plank that you can then reference. We've done that in the past, and we should do it now. We got to wait that in 22 and abandon it in 24. So that's why I'm advocating for this. That's why we need to go back to one plank, because one plank is you can get plenty of material in there without overwhelming the members of the SREC who are on the legislative committee.
Okay, so you bring up developments. Let me start here. First off, you acknowledge yourself there's over 250 planes, okay? And even when you just said, first off, Wayne Christensen, I love him. I've spoken with him many times. I've presented with him. And this originated with him, is my understanding. So I get where you're coming from. And legislative priorities is the boots in the ground for those planks, those 250. We have one of the most comprehensive platforms that exist in America, in Texas. We acknowledge this. And even yourself, you just said in your own speaking that the purpose of the LP is the planks with an S. So with that said, it's hard to narrow. We can talk about the grid and we can talk about the money, but that the money doesn't just apply in one area. There's a reason they're separate, and that's the reason it is comprehensive. So while you're saying yes, this is, and I absolutely agree, we need to be working with platforms. That's why we have so many great platforms and planks as it is. I absolutely agree with you. With that said, we're the boots on the ground. The LP is the boots on the ground for those planks, and they should be working together. 100% absolutely agree. But the reality is it's an ever evolving situation. So Sharia is a newer topic. The grid wasn't at one point. We could go through all the different things, but all of these areas cross in different ways. But that area may not be a critical top 5 in this area at this time, but it may be over here. Merging them onto one, unless we're wanting to take that 250 and bring that down, that is a discussion we could have, but over limiting yourself right now until we have that discussion might be too much, because again, it's a complicated subject, and LP is to be the boots on the ground for the banks, and we have a lot of things in and of itself, and narrow down to 8 on these subjects is very complicated in itself.
Thank you. We are, we're done with questions.
I just have a, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, it's been 12 minutes. Is it super important?
No.
I'm not going anywhere from my.
I appreciate your honesty. Okay. Thank you, Nancy.
I'll be here if y'all need me.
I appreciate it. I would, thank you guys. Okay, John, do you have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to move reconsideration of Rule 34. I voted on the prevailing side, and after the second, I'd like to speak to my decision to move reconsideration.
Second.
Motion for reconsideration is non-debatable, but
it's debatable to the extent that the rule was debatable that was being brought up.
Motion for reconsideration is
second.
I'm pretty sure where it's going. So.
Second.
You're second.
Running SD2.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So we are now in consideration of
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. We are now in reconsideration of the Rule 34 amendment to subsection C. So now we are back in debate on the amendment to subsection C.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
Mr. Chairman, before can I speak to this briefly?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to have John speaking for or against for the amendment.
For
Yeah, I've got the language.
Well, I don't know. Can you determine
the live amendment right now is Matt's amendment
against?
And
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead and speak against. Then I'm going to recognize Randy.
Okay. Yesterday I voted on the prevailing side because I believe that the amendment of the temporary rule is more faithfully reflects the intent of understanding
which the legislative priorities originally came about, and I continue to hold that view. However, no convention's bound to exactly those who came before it. We're a new convention every time. Each convention stands on its own, and that's evidenced by our passing the rules as soon as we get in here in the beginning of each convention. We're working with a living institution as it was and charged with preserving its principles and exercising our own judgment. As circumstances change and new generations of delegates, as we have seen, take their seats, it's natural that sincere differences of opinion will arise, and it'll be regarding the rules, and we should best serve what should best serve the party. Reconsideration isn't a rejection of the rule as amended, yesterday's decision basically, but it's an acknowledgement of the importance of the question before us. When an issue touches both our traditions and our future, it's appropriate to pause, reflect, and to ensure that our final decision represents the considered judgment of this convention. Whatever the conclusion the delegates ultimately reach, I'll gladly accept it. We will keep it the same. I'll accept that. We won't go back to the original language. I won't be happy, but I will accept that. However, before we close the matter, we should give ourselves a final opportunity to carefully decide what the deliberation should be. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, point of privilege. Could we
No,
get
you
the,
don't have a point of privilege.
could
you
we get the amendment language on the screen?
That's not a point of privilege. That's just a
Request for
Point of information thing.
three different versions of ROTS here.
Mr. Chairman. Respond with privilege.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Randy.
Okay, Randall Dunning, SD2. I would like to propose a substitutionary amendment for the previous amendment, which reads, each of which must be germane, but not limited to, at least one plank from the current or proposed platform. May I speak to the motion?
Hold on. Can we get it up?
Second that motion.
Okay. There's been a motion and a second. You should speak to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to walk a very fine line here between those who remember the original history of this legislative priorities, but yet also meet the needs of those who see the current realities of the legislative priorities. I believe our legislative priorities must always be tied to the platform adopted by this convention and future conventions. At the same point, I also believe the committee needs the flexibility. For example, with data centers, there are multiple issues. Power, which means we have to depend on the grid. Water, which means we have to depend to the planks on water use. Also, governance and issues revolving around public money used for private use. These are all things that we have in our platform that someone crafting this platform, crafting a position to take out of the legislature would want to draw from. And this wording has been created in order to allow that to occur. So we retain fidelity and a tie to the platform, but we do not handcuff the committee. We allow the committee to draw from the richness of our platform in order to craft the kind of measures that we need to see passed in the House. Because, folks, that's the point of all this. The reason we do the rules, the reason we do the platform, the reason we do legislative priorities is because we want to see the common good sense legislation of the Republicans of Texas make it into the law books.
Mr. Chairman, point of information. Please state your point of information. I'm trying to understand why Mr. Dunning has phrased it the way he has to say current or proposed platform. It's always been the tradition, I think, for legislative priorities to work from the concurrent platform at the convention. So why are we referring to the previous platform?
Because the platform hasn't been approved yet. We also know that, yes, there's a possibility that a plank might not make it. I can't remember the last one that didn't. The fact of the matter is, we are living in a thing where issues have a life expectancy and a shelf life of months, not necessarily bienniums. So therefore, I think it is reasonable to allow them to work with the current platform committee in order to come up with legislative priorities that will be relevant and fresh come the next legislative session. So that's the reason for it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, move to amend.
It's been a motion. Can you? Motion to amend the amendment to the amendment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I just want to strike the words current or. That
Jackson ST 18, I'll second.
It's been a motion and a second.
Yeah, I appreciate what Randy is saying, but I think our tradition has always been that they look to the existing platform as it's being developed. It does foster more communication between the two committees so that they're working hand in glove. And I understand that there may be some things that drop out, but I think this puts us back in line with what we always do. And it doesn't unduly restrict, or I don't think it really restricts at all the work that the LP committee does. So I think it should be simple, and just saying that we're going to be using the platform from the current convention is easy for everyone to work with.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Eller, SD 24.
Randy
Point of
Dunning,
information.
ST30, ST2.
Hold on. Andy Eller.
Okay. My point of information is, what was the exact amendment? I thought it was strike current or proposed, and it still just says proposed up there. Maybe I'm wrong.
Strike current or.
I believe proposed. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Randy.
So what this essentially does is it removes the current platform and leaves the proposed platform, which I thought was the issue of controversy. But either way, I do not accept this as a friendly amendment, so I believe we'll debate it.
Proposed is one, was it? Yeah. Anyone else to speak for or against the amendment?
David Westbrook, SD19. I'm not sure if this is a point of information or a point of parliamentary inquiry. How do the words "but not limited to" affect the broadness of what topics can be addressed?
Means it can be more than one.
That's him.
It can be one or more than one.
Because I read it and it sounds to me like it basically says it's not limited to the platform.
No, it's not limited to one plank of the platform.
Okay. The reason for that, the reason I inserted.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'm taking it. It says germane, not limit. It must be germane to at least one platform plank, but not limited to one platform plank.
Mr. Chair, Chris Bird, SD 25.
Yes.
I have a point of inquiry.
Go ahead.
Regarding the amendment to the amendment, and we have deleted as proposed the current platform, leaving only the proposed platform. I have served on.
We haven't deleted. That's what we're talking about.
That's, I'm speaking to the proposed deletion. How does current language, how is it workable when the?
So are you speaking against the?
I'm actually trying to ask a question. How is this workable when the current LP committee, as we have here, began their work at the beginning of the week and there is no proposed platform? I'm curious how that would work in practice.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, so according to our rules, every time we convene a convention and the platform committee begins its work, it is required to consider the current existing platform as its starting point
and then to make amendments to that platform plank by plank as we go forward. So by implication, having the proposed platform includes the existing platform, but it then is limited to consideration of the planks based on the amending work being done by the platform committee in this convention.
By deleting the word current, it can no longer be by implication. Let me ask if you might accept a friendly amendment, and that would be to strike both current and proposed, just leave it platform.
I think the implication, if you understand the rules of the proposed platform, it would include the current one. So I think this is correct.
All right. Anyone else on the semantical amendment?
Sorry.
Point of information, I hate to bring this up because I'm not the point of information guy, but I think by rule, let's say we don't pass a platform for some reason, we run out of time. There's no platform in the party if you don't pass it. If you don't pass rules, we go back to the prior rules. Is that your interpretation of our current rules? So in other words, if we fight all day long, we run out of time, we don't pass the platform, then there's no platform. Is that correct?
Yeah. We always pass platform. We always pass platform. Anyone else? Okay, we'll move to vote on the amendments. The amendment to the amendment, I think. Because the amendment is to strike current or from the proposed amendment. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No!
Nays have it, the motion fails. We're now on the main motion, which is the highlighted language, including current or. Is there any more discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chairman.
or ST 21?
Go ahead, Carmen. And who was over here? Someone else?
No.
I'm trying to just remember.
Dave Wilson, SD 11.
Got it. Okay.
Sorry, is it still
Then
the amendment to the amendment to?
Amendment to amendment, yeah.
It's not the whole language, it's just the current or proposed? Then no, I'm not. I'm
no, we're on the whole language right
whole text. Okay, yeah, I'd like to,
now.
the whole highlight text. I'm speaking against.
Okay.
I believe this, I'm all for compromise, and I think we do need to limit, but we also need to give flexibility. I think this doesn't really change much. It still opens the whole thing up if you just say germane. There was lots of examples during testimony and questions of jumping from water to data centers, everything else. You're taking one LP and creating 8 LPs out of one, and we end up with 64 legislative priorities. So the way this is currently written, I don't think it really changes anything much and doesn't limit it enough. So for that reason, I'm against this current language.
Thank you. Mr. Wilson?
Dave Wilson, SD 11. Point of information, and it has to do with the term germane. So the germaneness is dealing with the platform planks that deal with one legislative priority. How is a platform plank determined to be germane?
If it's relevant, appropriate, or fitting to the matter at hand.
Craig Licardi, SD1. I'd like to speak in favor of this amendment. The truth is, the process wasn't broken, and we're trying to fix something that wasn't broken. Legislative priorities historically has taken very complex issues that are covered in under multiple platform planks. Because there's a lot of nuances there, and legislators don't craft legislation and policy based on platform planks. They create policy based on policy issues, and those policy issues can be complex at times. And having the flexibility to do what we've been doing for a number of cycles, there's no reason to restrict that. And so I think the language that's in here is a very good way of codifying the purpose of keeping those legislative priorities, directly attached to the platform, but yet still giving the flexibility for them to be able to do things and craft those legislative priorities that are going to be comprehensive solutions, and then trusting the delegates to be able to understand the complexity of those legislative priorities and not be tied down to one specific plank. Because the the collateral damage or the unexpected consequences or whatever, what will happen is our platform will be shorter, but all the platform planks will then be 2 or 3 pages apiece, and that's contrary to what we need to be trying to accomplish.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Eller, S24.
There you go.
I'm going to speak for this amendment. I was opposed yesterday to the amendment when it talked about topics because that could be pretty broad. But when you look at the word germane and what it actually means, and that we're actually trying to say not, but not limited to at least one plank, I'm good with that. You know, my thought was to actually amend this, but I'm not going to do it. My thought was to amend it based on the testimony we heard that said not more than 5 planks, but I'm not going to do that amendment because I think this will take care of it. It's not perfect for me, but it is very workable. And I think it helps us to understand that everything does come from the platform and that it should be germane to what's in the platform. So I do speak in favor of this amendment.
Thank you. Anyone
Mr.
else?
Chair, Daniel Hunt, SD3,
Yes.
speaking for, so I don't know if you want to take an against before I speak.
Is there anyone speaking against?
Mr. Chairman, Brandon Moore, SD21. I'm not speaking against. I actually would like to amend the amendment.
Well, then hold on. I'd
Sorry.
already recognized Daniel. I was just asking about against.
Thank you,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chair. We need to remember, as everybody here knows, the committee, the LP committee members are appointed by the SREC who represent the Republicans in their district. The Republican Party is a ground up entity. If we're trying to tell the LP committee exactly micromanage how they have to create the LPs, I think we're defeating that whole ground up process. This allows the LP committee some wiggle room, and as we all know, there is often if one one statute being considered or one bill being considered by the legislature often impacts other issues and other related things. And I think the word germane is the big key in this. It keeps it to a limited scope, but allows some flexibility. So I think this is a very good amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Chair.
Chris Bird,
Sure.
SD25, when ready, I'd like to speak for.
Yeah, let me go to Brandon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Brandon Moore, SD21. I was going to do an amendment to limit it to 5 based on previous testimony and what I'm getting from my Senate district, but at this point, I don't think that's past the committee. So I would still like to strike, but not limited to at least 1 plank from, and insert the word to. And my reason for that, well, I guess I need a second before I can speak to it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My reason for this is when we say but not limited to at least 1 plank from, all we're doing is telling the LP they have to choose at least multiple planks. They could not do an LP that was solely based off of 1 plank. So we're giving them unlimited range, except that it has to be multiples, which I think is counterintuitive for what everyone is talking about. So that's why I'm proposing to strike that language.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Greg Parker, SD4. My question is this. I'm wondering if I can call for a motion to table become and since we reconsider and strike it to actually bring it back to the way it was, because we're trying to, in my mind,
Wait. Time out. What What are you talking about? The way
Okay.
it was prior to Brendan's amendment?
Prior to my colleague with 20 hats amendment
Okay.
and go back to the original as it was.
No, then if you are meaning to do, please, Rachel, come on. If you were going to do that, you would vote to reject the amendment proposed by Randy, and then we would be back on Matt's. Okay?
And that
You
would
don't,
be the
you don't,
original
you don't,
language as it
you
was.
can motion to table if you want, but I don't know if that's productive. We're doing the amendment to the amendment right now that Brandon just proposed. If you'd like to call for a vote on that, you could do a motion to call the question on the amendment,
No, I'm
to
no,
the
what,
amendment.
no, I'm not going to call because right now we're too deep, and he's
Yes.
got this, and so I want if I can, once we get to that, I'm going back to what is it, Randy, and then we'll call for it.
Trying to get to a vote on
And
this
go
one.
back to the original one in the beginning.
Mr. Chairman, speaking against.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I understand what Brandon's trying to do, but I mean, I may be wrong, but I don't think this does what he was wanting because this basically um, eliminates any sort of restrictions completely and basically just adds the word platform and says they have to refer to it, but it doesn't constrain them in any way, which is what my original motion that we passed yesterday does, and which I think we should continue to do. Um, so I'm against the amendment. I do have another amendment to propose after that I think will clean up the language a bit and maintain the spirit of what Randy was proposing. But for now, I think this is should vote against this.
Chairman, I'd like to speak in favor
Go ahead.
of this amendment, and I'd actually like to recommend that see if he would accept a friendly amendment to his current amendment, which would state that each of which must be germane and include at least one plank.
That's what I.
The current proposed.
No, that's the language we're going off of. So if you want that language in there, just vote against the amendment.
Mr. Chair, Chris Bird, SD 25, I have a inquiry. Is there not a current proposed amendment on the table?
There is.
And is that what we're arguing here? Is the current amendment to the amendment to the
All
amendment?
that we are arguing is striking but not limited to at least one plank from the highlighted language.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
So the amendment is to
Amendment
strike the
to the
highlighted.
amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman,
It is 3D.
I'd like to speak against.
That's amendments first.
Mr. Chairman.
And this is to amend
Randy Dunning, SD2, I'd like to speak against.
Yes.
What this does is this eliminates the idea of tying to a plank. When you say to the platform, part of the platform, you can say this is consistent with platform, but if I can't tie a plank, nobody can justify that, or nobody can go back and verify it. It's neither verifiable nor validatable. So therefore, I recommend we reject this.
Mr. Chairman.
I've
John.
heard a motion to call the
The
question,
question.
which is yes.
Second.
It's not debatable. We have a second. This is just on the amendment to the amendment to the amendment. Yes. And we have a second. All in favor of calling the question, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Motion passes. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment to the amendment, which is just striking but not limited to at least one plank from the proposed amendment to the amendment by Randy. Please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Yay.
Nays have it. The motion fails. We're back on the amendment to Matt's amendment. So we're back on the Randy Dunning amendment to Matt's amendment.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to move amend.
Mr. Chairman.
Moving to amend.
Mr. Chairman.
Same thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think what I want to do with Randy's amendment is remove the word germane.
I did two at least.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. All right, leave the word germane and say, and remove the words not limited to, which must be germane to one. No,
Trying to turn it back to zone.
must be germane to not more than 3 planks from the current proposed platform.
Two at least.
We have not. What would the proper place be to debate
To, into not more than 3 planks
Take out his
from the current or proposed platform.
I'm just gonna move the question. We already wrote it down. So I don't think we need debate.
We got Matt and we got Randy. We got
I have one addition to think. I think I want to take out be germane and say must reference not more than 3 planks the current platform. Each of which must reference not more than 3 planks.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please state your inquiry.
Where are we? Are we on an amendment to the amendment? Are we on a substitute amendment to the amendment?
So we're on an amendment.
The amendment to
Matt's is the amendment. Randy's the amendment to the amendment. I actually made a mistake before. You shouldn't have amendment to the amendment to the amendment. Should be a substitute.
So is this where we had a substitute?
We're at what has to be a substitute. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Each of which must be germane, but from the current. Okay. John, you want to be recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call the question on this. If it,
On,
second.
no second. On the substitute?
yes.
Okay. Here is second. All in favor, please say aye.
What's the question?
The question is the substitute amendment to the amendment, which Matt just proposed.
What's it?
Vote again.
question on Matt's language.
What's the motion? I'm sorry.
Point of
Call the
order.
question.
Point of order. Was that seconded?
Yes.
Okay.
No, we're voting on the motion to call the question. You guys want to vote on this? You heard enough. All right. This is a motion to call the question. This is not for the amendment. If you want to call the question, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Hey.
The ayes have it. The motion passes. We are now voting on the amendment to the amendment substitute for the amendment to the amendment. So that is Matt's proposed language as reflected up here, where it said it must reference not more than 3 planks from the current or proposed platform. That's what we are on now. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Nays have it. The motion fails. We are now on the amendment to the amendment from Randy. John, do you have the motion?
Chairman,
Yes. John,
I'd like to call the question.
there's a motion to call the question on the Randy Dunning amendment to the amendment.
Second.
And it's been seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
The nays have it. The motion fails. Any other discussion? We have a
Mis-
minute and a half.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
No, that was a motion to call the question.
Yeah, Mr.
We are
Chairman.
now on
Division.
debate.
Make an amendment
Division.
to the amendment.
Okay, heard a division. Everyone who's in favor of calling the question on Randy's amendment to the amendment, please stand. What's vote? Vote is to call the question. If you want to vote on Randy's, stand. If you want to debate for the 3 minutes. Oh. Okay, if you are a no, stand.
We're debating.
Out on the whole.
Another no down here.
No. Huh? Call the question.
I'm sorry. No.
Got it. 16 to 14, the motion fails. 2/3 required.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Rohit Joy, SD8. I have what I hope is a friendly amendment. I think you want to say each of which must be germane and include, but not limited to. Because I don't think you just say, but not limited to. Yeah. At least one plan. Include a reference to, I think, is what they want.
No, must be, that was what the original amendment said.
Yeah.
Didn't it?
That's a friendly amendment. That's fine. That's fine. That's a friendly amendment.
Yeah, but.
Let me
just
see if it
each of
makes
which
sense,
must
though.
be germane, but not
Each of
limited.
which must be
Oh, germane and not.
and include, but not limited to. at least
Germane
one
and not
blank in the
limited
current-
to.
I accept that as a friendly amendment.
I'm not.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to
Mr. Chair,
suggest a friendly amendment. Randy, I think where it says, but not limited to lead one plank, I think it leaves open to referencing an innumerable number of planks. And I think that's problematic. So if we could say, let's see, to only one plank instead of at least one plank.
Now,
Back to that.
then just vote against it because that's your original language. This is an amendment to the language that says one plank.
Mr. Chair, SD 25,
Yes, Chris, go ahead.
point of inquiry. Has the friendly amendment been accepted?
Yes, the friendly amendment has been accepted.
That says and include.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Right,
so,
not the current proposed friendly
Yeah,
amendment.
correct.
may I speak in favor?
It's too broad.
Yes,
As
you
amended.
got about a minute.
Okay, thank you. Chris Bird, SD 25. I served between 2022 and 2024 uniquely on both committees as being the Ledge Chair for Gun Rights as well as Vice Chair for Resolutions. So I feel like I have a good perspective on this. And while I do appreciate um, Matt's perspective on this, I've always told everyone that I know that LPs must be able to find a home somewhere in the platform. So I'm in favor of that, very much so. It also allows an SREC member to advocate for an LP, and so that's also value added. I'm not in favor of limiting or tying the hands to one plank or even three or whatever. I think that right here does bring necessary but yet value added refinement, allowing the germaneness and topics, if you will. And there's no real reason to just arbitrarily come up with a number. I have faith in the committee. I believe the committee will be able to find the supported planks and be able to refer to them, if not cite them. I vote in favor. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yeah, please, your point of information.
Dave Wilson, Steve Levin. The Legislative Priorities Committee came up with a legislative priority that stated they wanted to pass the entire RPT platform. Would that make all of the planks germane and fit under this rule as written or proposed?
Yeah, no, because then it could only make the one.
Mr. Chairman?
Possibly, but I don't see why they would do that.
Mr. Chairman, I think there's a reason they could not.
Okay, do you want to speak to it really?
Yeah,
If there's no objections, I'll give Randy 30 seconds to speak to it.
They have to
Carry
do
on.
15, they have to present 15 planks. If you made the whole platform plank number 1, what do you have left for the rest of the planks?
It's a resolution. Mr.
Makes
Chairman,
sense. Okay, anyone else
Carmen
against? We're out.
Calderon, SD 27.
Is it in order to make, I'm sorry, just a substitute amendment to this?
It would just be Matt Randy substitute amendment. Yeah, I mean it is.
I left the substitute and I sent language to the secretary just to strike it and put, and I think this encompasses what everyone was saying during public comment. Each of which must be limited to 5 germane planks that are contained in the same section of the platform.
That's from something we adopted earlier. Yeah, that should take that word planks.
Let's speak to your substitute amendment. The amendment.
I think we debated this enough and everyone can read what it says. And then after hearing what everyone was saying, I think these were the numbers we were hearing and a lot of the concerns. I believe it gives enough flexibility, but still restrains it enough that our legislative priorities don't become too big that they aren't priorities anymore. The whole point of priorities is to prioritize to make sure we can get stuff passed through. And we need some sort of limit so that the whole platform or, we're not pushing 40, 50 different topics codified under 8. So I think this is a good compromise for everybody.
Is that the language you wanted? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak against this
Okay, go ahead.
substitution.
Linda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like, oh, sorry.
This substitution also binds the hands of the Legislative Priorities Committee. When we have a particular priority, there may be multiple sections that are involved, where one blank out of one section, another blank out of another section, a third blank out of another section. Until you're actually involved in the process of putting these things together and trying to develop legislation from them, it seems like you've got to limit it to one particular area, but that's not the reality of it. So I oppose this substitution.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Eller, SD 24.
Go ahead, Andy.
I'd like to propose an amendment to strike the words "in the same section."
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, please state your point of order.
That would be out of order because we're on a substitute amendment. We're going 4 deep at that point.
Yeah. That's sustained.
And I'll vote it down.
Mr. Chairman, Randy Dunning, SD2, I'd like to speak against.
Go ahead, Randy.
Thank you. Okay, what we're doing is we're putting yet another set of handcuffs on the committee. This one maybe has more rhinestones on it and it's maybe more gold plated, but it's still handcuffs. And so I'm going to oppose this because the whole idea was to give the committee sufficient and necessary discretion to be able to construct from our platform the legislative priorities that are necessary to get genuine, powerful legislation passed.
Mr. Chairman, Josh Flynn, SD 15. A calling question. We've been debating this plenty.
Have a motion to call the question in a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. We're now voting on the substitute amendment to the amendment. This is not Randy's. This is Carmen's substitute, which limits each resolution to no more than 5 germane planks. All in favor of the substitute amendment to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
I think the nays have it, but I'm going to do a division. Stand up if you vote for the amendment. The substitute. And if you vote no, please stand. The motion fails. We're back on the amendment to the amendment, which is Randy's.
Mr. Chairman, I call the
Mr.
question.
Chairman.
That was Craig asked to call the question. Is there a second? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
No.
Chairman Crumpler inquiry.
Yes.
What are we calling the question on at the moment?
Calling in question Randy's amendment to Matt's amendment.
Thank you, Mr.
Of
Chairman.
which there is no other discussion except for against
Great.
left. So who wants to speak against?
The question's been called and seconded.
It wasn't a 2/3 vote, so it fails.
Can I speak against?
Yes.
Dan Pickens, SC 28. I think this is mathematically pretty easy to understand.
Do we have on this?
A while ago, you did not like basically representing the whole platform as a legislative priority. If you turn around and you do everything that is germane, you're going to end up very easily with 25% plus of the platform. I'm telling you, they'll have 4, 5, 6. The sections are all over the place of the planks they want to cover their idea. That's what's been going on. We're trying to limit and focus on what they're trying to get the state legislator to pass. So think about it that way. 4 or 5 times 8 is 40. That's almost 20% already.
It's time. Okay. We've elapsed discussion time for and against. So if there's nothing further. We will vote on Randy's that's the highlighted language. This is the amendment to the amendment, which is the highlighted language that Randy proposed.
Mr. Chairman, can we call the roll call vote for this particular one?
Um, we can do it. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Craig Liccardi,
Aye.
Randall Dunning,
Aye.
Neil Hunt,
Aye.
Parker,
Aye.
Susan Lucas,
Aye.
Robert Garrick,
Aye.
Dunleavy,
Aye.
Rohit Joy,
Aye.
Steve Atwell,
Aye.
Amy Super, Dave Bolton, Aye. Linda Morris,
Aye.
Sasha, Josh Flynn,
Hey.
Matt Patrick,
No.
Becky Green,
Aye.
Katie Jackson,
Aye.
David Westbrook,
Hey.
Chuck Burnett,
Yes.
Brandon Moore,
Aye.
Nate Eagle,
Aye.
Rick Hook,
Aye.
Yeller,
Aye.
Aye.
Justin Nichols,
Aye.
Carmen Calderon,
Nay.
Dan Pickens,
Nay.
Grant Clokey,
Nay.
Dean Martin,
Aye.
John Beckmeyer,
Abstain.
Smart one.
23-7. A vote of 23-7 with one abstention. The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would like to call the question on the man who crafted the Liberty Bells amendment.
The Paul Revere over there, his amendment. There's been a motion to call the question on which now is not the amendment. It's the well, yeah, it is the amendment. It's the amendment to the rule. Is there a second? Of order. There is a second. What's the point of order? Wait.
It's out of order. The rules require to be at least some debate before the question is called.
where have you been the last 2 days? We just debated for the last 2 hours. Point of order is overruled.
Mr. Chairman, point of information, Daniel Hunt,
Yes.
SD3. Exactly what are we voting on? Are we voting on the complete?
No. Right now,
34?
Right now, so we've already closed Rule 34. We opened it for the sole purpose of making that amendment. This amendment has been amended now to be the Paul Rear Amendment. And that's what's currently on the table. However, the current motion is the motion to call the question on the Randy Dunning amendment to the rule. So once we vote on Randy, the rule's amended, we're closed out of 34 and we're done with that. Okay. All in favor of calling question, please say aye. All opposed. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Now we'll now be voting on the amended language to Rule 34C. That's the subsection? Yes, to Rule 34C. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed. The ayes have it. The motion passes. We are closed out.
Break.
So now we're going to take we're going to take a 10-minute, or let's take a 5-minute break. Go to the bathroom, come back. Then we're going to do public testimony time for an hour. And then we're going to break for lunch. I will be stepping out during public testimony time. I apologize. I have another meeting I have to attend to. And Matt will be taking the chair during public testimony time. And we will see you back in 5 minutes.
Only 5 minutes.
It's a minute. We just.
It was up here.
I haven't been allowed. It was.
And I'll sort it out.
The opposite says you cannot have one based on first one.
That's why
It's
I'm
exact opposite.
5 minutes. No.
Rachel, can you help me understand? James.
Talk to Travis. You just knife is in his bag.
Okay, so,
They can't.
no, they just closed this and I was gonna offer testimony on something. Is it?
I don't think you do just as largely. It's just not leading.
We can still talk. We're not talking.
Okay,
But
Senior committee is not really good.
oh, the survey.
right, okay.
Since you said my question.
Okay. I probably should at least say it.
Sign up sheet is right here and over there.
Can I just try also?
No.
I think I'd like to do it now, and I understand. It sounds like I'm gonna just jot down, but I would like to.
I know. So come on.
Talk to you. Yeah, I don't like to waste people.
It's still, no, I just mean like, we can't tell. I'll give you one of these. I mean, Microsoft thing. Pretty good. Pretty good point.
Cross my list.
Yes.
I thought you'd say.
I want to let the process work.
It has to be some sugar. It's all good.
Yeah. So.
Oh, you're talking about what we've had.
Mhm.
Yes.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
What?
5 minutes of sure.
Gonna make a motion.
We sign up.
I want here for the.
Other days there was something before, but I didn't see it.
7.
Or is it right there? No. We're.
No, if I sign up now, it's too What's up?
You'll be able to speak in the morning. There's not going to be a lot of.
It's not that big.
Since this was taken care of, no. If this wasn't, all of LP would be.
Right.
But no, you're fine.
So I was thinking of either talking about if they raise.
I'll have. Did you see There was proposed language for that someone sent. Okay, so you have that already.
Are you?
You saw it.
I'm gonna refer to him. You don't have to.
Okay.
Mike Abood gave me like he appointed Andy as the first chair. He gave me this page and he got mad when I didn't.
Yeah, it's always hard. I don't.
You're sure it's not on the platform? Why is that?
What's funny? I've done more.
This or is
Doing that up here. That's and I'm trying to keep that.
my TV.
That's pointed always been so the ideas come from.
But I think,
we're gonna have.
but you know, they haven't voted.
Oh yeah. It all together.
Oh, they
Made a
very
weird, yeah, they really
Well, all of Wayne's
in
team
TVs.
has
Some of these.
5 or 6. It's really, I mean,
A lot of shit.
he's online. Thank you. Thank you, John.
Here, my friend.
Might be calling you at the run
No,
over.
Ryder still has the majority of Williams County.
Thank you.
I will say these.
Harry.
Gerrymander.
He's already.
You may have like wise, you may have a big push,
Right.
if not, at least twice.
So.
But right.
Yes. Because he's tied with
All.
That's the thing. We need the real version.
Oh.
Because the new version did the opposite. Yeah. That they got.
Codified next year in body. Clarifies. The other one was
That I like to was a guy that
So, did he change that? I don't know.
it had this
No, actually.
It's on the.
wow. Like
It's just priorities for class. Same committee.
Do you want are you trying to understand
these
what
both
was just
current?
passed? Well, I do want to.
Language.
It's not on the screen anymore, so I'm gonna take a screenshot. Because you do have like,
So it's like basically the workaround is at your county. You just make it all.
While we're going through the list.
Work together.
Resolutions to me is a lot of work and it's low reward.
Yeah.
Why not give person his team
They brought
that resolutions? Give them the authority to say, hey, this is these.
okay,
Is
and
that the list
it
also?
does. And this.
Yeah, that's 3 o'clock.
Yeah, but some
Oh,
signed
you're
up
saying
at 11.
everywhere.
It's not. Carter, that was page 1. That's page 3.
Reward lots of
We
work.
don't have.
This is page 1?
Huh?
A little bit of work. Lots of
I gotcha.
We don't have some.
the other things I.
When did we break?
They.
5 minutes ago? Done?
Yeah, just fine.
We're trying to call it back in?
We've already went through.
I just signed up.
If committee members taking seats, we get started with public testimony.
Oh, is that right?
This one.
What?
This person. Very Pop-Tarts. Very delicious.
So, sequence where I sign up?
No. Sure.
Yeah. Here, just sign up,
In the line.
sign up right, sign up right.
Include good housekeeping.
Yes. All right.
Pass. I am too.
Yeah, well, I mean, the people that are actually presenting, it has to be a limiting facts.
Someone goes over time when it's 37.
I believe that.
The members can take their seats. We'll get started with public testimony. First person to test.
This is 3 p.m.
Okay, but this one has got some 11s on it, so
No,
we're just gonna.
that's
Time 11, yeah. So we're gonna let these two people speak?
it may be listed twice.
Okay, well, don't worry about that. We'll get to that.
Shut. Yeah.
I think we already talked. Okay. Okay, the first speakers will be Dave Bennett with Nancy White on deck. Dave Bennett, are you present in the room? Okay, Dave Bennett is not here. We'll move to Nancy White.
Please spoke earlier, man.
No, that's okay. If Nancy's not here, We'll move to Eric Blake.
It's in your bag. I'm not worried. Oh.
Thank you, Mr.
Blake,
Chair.
you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric Blake, Ellis County SD 22 delegate. Earlier this week, the committee amended Rule 44 to completely replace Bullet E with substitution language. The substitution language was regarding to have the state maintain on the website a list of all candidates who have been censured. But the old Bullet E talked about every application to be on the primary shall have the following statement: I swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that I have not been censured under rule number 44. By completely striking that language, you have neutered what used to be a strong legal protection for the county chairs. The reason why we argued so hard, I was one of the delegates testified 2 years ago to get that language in there about having a checkbox in the application. The reason it is so powerful is because the TEC says that you have to have this many minimum items on your application, but the TEC is silent on whether the party can have additional items on whether an application is deemed complete. And to go by the rule of the party says, well, we require additional things for the application to be complete. Therefore, if you are saying your ballot from the TEC, your application that you printed off the TEC of the Secretary of State's site based on TC has all minimum items that the Secretary of State required, but is missing the additional item that RPT required, you can do that. The party is allowed to add items to what the Secretary of State requires. And additionally, the TEC says that if there's a missing item, you can say your application is deficient. You have 5 days to cure it. We are not rejecting you from office. We're giving you a chance to cure it. Now, the fact that they've been censured, they can't check the box. They can't cure it. Or they check the box, but they've been censured. Now your application is fraudulent. You asserted under perjury that you're not censured, but you are censured. Your application has fraudulent on it, and I can legally reject it because of that. By taking the checkbox off of the rule, you have weakened the teeth of the rule. I urge you to revisit Rule 44 today, reinstate the old Bullet E. I don't care if you keep the new Bullet E about the state maintaining a website. I think that's a good idea. But don't do it as a substitution, do it as an addition. So restore the language of the old Bullet E about having the checkbox. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, question, Amy Super
Thank you.
SD12. Sir, can you cite the specific Texas election code that you referenced?
At present, I can't. I can work with you off list to go read back through my notes, but I don't have that on front of me.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. Grant Dunwoody, SD7. Some of the concerns on the language that you were referencing was that the statement required someone to say, I've never been censured. But if they've been censured at a level 1 or level 2, they're still not
Hold on. We're still in the 3 minutes.
restricted from the ballot. Would you be in favor of language that said, I've not been censured with a level 3?
I absolutely would. You can, as long as a checkbox is there, reword what the checkbox has to say to be accurate to what your levels of penalties are.
All right, time has expired. Thank you, Mr. Blake. Next up is William Fusi. Mr. Fusi, are you present? Mr. Fusi? No? All right, next up is Deborah Diamond. Damien? Okay.
Matt.
Thank you. Mark Denton.
Thank you, Committee. Clark Denson, SD7 delegate. The Rule 44 was eloquently put in, and it's my assertion that Rule 44 is what helped bring a more successful legislation to the table, because a lot of our legislators, if you will, perhaps might not be acting in the interests of the grassroots. So my simple ask is to entertain opening up Rule 44, bring more strength to the Rule 44. There's a number of amendments that I think that were brought earlier that were codified in a giant amendment. I would ask that these come through your consideration as a one-by-one type thing with spirit and intent. If you go back to Ronald Reagan, he wanted a strong defense.
What do you have with a strong defense? You have a good military. You have a big stick. And so if you've got a Rule 44, what you've got is you've got a stick that you hopefully never have to use. But if you don't have it in the tool chest, folks, you can never use it. And so it works to help push priorities. And if you put a strong Rule 44, you still have an SREC that is a solid deliberative body that can take into consideration all of the things such as budget or other factors that you may choose at an SREC body perspective to say, we're not going to censure even though the county CEC decided to do so. So there are safeguards to not abuse Rule 44 through two bodies today. I believe we just need to make Rule 44 with more options to make sure that it is less difficult by an SREC body to say we're going to censure, and we've taken all of the other concerns into consideration. That's my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Deborah Fight. And after Deborah is Brian Fitzgerald.
Hi, for Fight SE7, Surrey C, and I chaired two of the legislative priorities. And I just want to testify on how powerful that rule is and how it helped us in getting our priorities passed. I literally got, I'm not going to name names, but we do have reps that I believe are pretty squishy and difficult to work with. But even those reps would call and say, what do we need to do to get this passed? Nobody wants a Rule 44 censure. And so in this last session, the bark was really worse than the bite. So I do believe that penalty 3 needs to be the death penalty and not be used lightly. But we need threat. We need that penalty. We need that death sentence to be able to get the language passed that the delegates has set forth. So I encourage everyone to keep Rule 44 very powerful and those tools that are helping us. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah.
Mr. Chairman, is there
Next up is Brian Fitzgerald. Mr. Fitzgerald's not here. Next up is Leslie Thomas. And after Leslie will be Kathy Olson.
Leslie Thomas. In the 1920s, the grassroots were very strong in the United States, and the elites tasked Ivy League professors to figure out how to break that strength. And what these Ivy League professors came up with is that the grassroots are like a fire triangle. They are, like heat, oxygen, and fuel for the firefighters. Well, that's the same thing with grassroots. It's action, activation, organization, and communication. You take any one of these, a grassroots fail. And the Republican Party of Texas is unique in the nation. We're the only ones that has an effective grassroots. That's because we have the rules, the organization, we have the platform, that's the communication, and we have the legislative priority, that's activation. Those are our legs. So that's what makes us a very strong unit. I just wanted to recommend that up to you. And I also like to I studied the rule. Okay, I'm not a delegate because my county was very upset that I voted for Rule 44. That's fine. They didn't come to my house to toilet paper it. They just did not let me be a delegate within the rules. Completely fair. We're grassroots. That's what we do. We take our stand and we're used to getting swatted. And that's the position. Put myself in and I'll take that. But of all the people that got of the representatives, there were over 40 that technically were could have been censured due with the terms of Rule 44. but only 10 were, and only 5 the SREC concurred with. And I want to tell you the 5 commonalities of those 5. They crossed the aisle to power share with the Democrats. All of them did that, those 5. They would not talk to their county chairs or the precinct chairs, and some of them, they threatened them with legal action and with prosecution, criminal prosecution, for doing something that was within their right to do as a grassroots or precinct chair or county chair or CEC. And they did not help in any meaningful way on any legislative priorities. So that's the commonality. I want you to know that Rule 44 also has a political aspect of it, and they have to go back to their district and they work it out. And any representative that has any goodwill with their people will not have a problem with it. If they help us with the LP, they will not have a problem with it. And if they do not share power with the Democrats, they will not have a problem with Rule 44. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Next up is Kathy Alson, and after that is Tom Glass and Laura Hand.
Did I hear you say Kathy Awesome? I love it. It's
Kathy
actually,
Awesome.
I'll take it. Good morning. It is Kathy Olson, SD 22 from Ellis County. I just want to share with you my experience this last primary, lessons learned, and my plan going forward. Last primary, I was in charge of the candidate forum. In that role, I remained neutral and help all candidates. In Ellis County, we had 2 newbies step up to run for representative. My Ellis County people are probably laughing right now. Neither have been involved in local GOP, and I like to see more people get involved. So this was exciting for me. As I'm preparing them for this candidate forum and their questions, I told them just be prepared to answer questions about our legislative priorities. They're both like, what's that? Think about it. The number of candidates throughout the state who step up to the plate that have no idea what our priorities are, the planks, or their purpose, then they win. So going forward, all Ellis County candidates will receive a pamphlet from me, from our GOP, explaining what the legislative priorities are and listed individually, along with Rule 44, like this, how it works and how we will implement it. I had the honor of being committee woman. We'll see how that goes. Each representative in the C22 will receive the same, especially going before the 9th legislative session, as well as future candidates. Like my children, they always knew the rules. They always knew the consequences when they made their choices. I think it's only fair our candidates and representatives know the same. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, Miss Awesome. Next up is Tom Glass. Tom, don't see him. Laura Hand from Montgomery County. You in the room?
Good morning, Lana Horde from Montgomery County, SD4. I come to speak to you in support of Rule 44 as one of a number of precinct chairs who had $625,000 of dark money deployed against us in the March primary. And we have paid the ultimate price. I lost by 23 votes after block walking every single house in my district, over 2,000. We have handouts with an article with all the details. We are deploying a statewide evidence gathering tool. We're filing multiple suits. We need to get enough suits to make this big enough for the Office of Attorney General's Election Integrity Unit to pick it up. And the common denominator in all of these races, and I've interviewed almost everybody who's submitted evidence, is that they were vocal and they spoke about censuring one of their House district or Senate district reps using Rule 44. We have paid the ultimate price. Please make sure that this rule is still usable and enforceable, because there are several of us who have already paid the price. We might as well use it. We paid for it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Next is Paul Hale. After that is Debbie Wogemuth, and then Amy Teal.
Thank you, Chairman. Paul Anthony Hale, SD1. Rule 44, although we didn't get any penalty threes assessed, but it still had an effect. Some dropped out and said, we're not running anymore. A senator personally asked me after the task force was made, because it shone light in places that was negative. That senator said, I don't want my name in this negative light. That just proves how it works. But I want to speak to the ones that think Rule 44 is something extreme. I was an employer for 33 years, and I had a whole lot of them. I seen people that disciplined their houses, and they had well-behaved kids. And I seen people that spared the rod, and they spoilt the child. Spoilt equal rotten. We seen some rotten stuff down there. And at the end, we went to cure it. And I think things will be a little bit better as we move forward on account of what happened October 11th. You spare the rod, you spoil the child. But back to my employing, I seen people that spared that rod to spoil the child. Now the results of the spoiled child, they had a house full of hooligans. And this is not fiction. You see them and you see them raise them up, and it's bad results. But I want to make penalty number 3 sound like something good to those people that thinks it's so harsh and bad. I want to propose penalty number 4. I come from the timber business. I know all about rails, and I'd like to donate enough rails so that we have plenty. And up there, part of the tree that has the ring knots on it, we can leave some handles for them to hold on to. And I think I can find some people in the tar and chicken business where we can get plenty of tar and feathers. Penalty number 4, we laugh about this, but this was a practice. It was very effective. Nobody wanted to be tarred and feathered and ran out on a rail. So we put penalty 4 in there. Maybe penalty 3 will be a little bit more attractive to them, and they try to stay away from all of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and I appreciate the visual. Debbie Wogomoth, and after that will be Amy Teal, and then Terry Hall.
Hi, I'm Debbie Wogamuth from SD 22. I would like to suggest looking at Rule 11, convention officials. I think you guys work your tails off as SREC and vice chair, and she doesn't know I'm even doing this, but I think it's atrocious that my SREC was denied credentials to convention because she did her job. I would like to change Rule 11 to say the executive team of the RPT shall receive automatic credentials in light of their exemplary service in the legislature and planning of convention, including the chair, vice chair, secretary, and SREC reps. Unfortunately, the person that she helped censure was in her own county. And the county chair is the husband of that person, which is a huge conflict of interest. And per Rule 3, it's interesting that both of our reps in SD 22 voted for Rule 44 censure of Angela Orr, but they only attacked the woman against Rule 3. Participation in a Republican convention should not be a bridge for reason of sex. We have sexual discrimination happening, and Leslie Ellis should apologize for this discrimination, should be awarded credentials to this convention so she can join us in SD 22 and vote. She went down 3 to 4 times a week to Austin for legislative priorities. She worked alongside of you. I watched the SREC meetings. I see y'all how hard you work. I know I'm a nerd. I watch the meetings. But come on, fix Rule 11 so you all have credentials. You deserve it. You worked so hard for us for 2 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're here.
Next is Amy Teal, and then it'll be Terry Hall and Janera Lewis on deck.
Guys, lives, fortunes, and sacred honors. This year we are celebrating America to 50, a Declaration of Independence. A lot of lives were lost, a lot of blood shed. When we're talking about delegate information, video availability, about things that are open to the public, I think you do a huge disservice to the delegates and members of the party and the general public when you adopt rules that do not reflect reality. The reality of the situation that we live in now is that most people's addresses are public. They are public on the voter list. They are public in the county appraisal district. They are public. And the ones that are legally restricted still show up as where their jurisdiction is. When I look at a voter list and I see that an address is redacted, I can still tell which precinct they're in. Okay, that's the reality. So we don't need to have access to anybody's address to verify their voter information as far as districts go and jurisdictions. But everybody else, your address is public. When you're worried about someone that might not want to be known as voting Republican, they need to understand that their name is going to show up the next day on the voter participation early roster list as having voted in a Republican Party primary. We have to teach people to defend themselves and to understand what is and is not publicly available information. They need to know that when they step into a public venue, they lose their expectation of privacy. And if you don't teach them that, you put them in a very dangerous position. False pretenses of how to defend themselves. Lead by example. Make sure that public information is public information. The ironic part about the delegate list and the rule is it's emails and it's emails and phone numbers that are legally redactable under Texas under the Public Information Act. Addresses are not. I did want to jump to Rule 44 and reinforce that checkbox idea. The Supreme Court has repeatedly talked about the party's right to identify the people who constitute the association and to select a standard bearer who best represents the party's ideologies and preferences. And when the state doesn't let you do that on your internal documents for your primary, you win in court. So I would like to see you guys exercise these rights.
Thank you, Amy.
Mr. Chairman, I've got a couple questions for.
It's time. We don't have time for questions. I'm sorry. Next up is Terry Hall.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for serving. My name is Terry Hall. I'm with ST24. I'm also with Texas Turf and Texans for Toll-Free Highways and a little group called We the People, Liberty and Action as well. And I know that you've already dispensed with the issue of Rule 34, but I wanted to get a few thoughts off my chest about that. Legislative priorities has been one of the singular most important ways that the base communicates with our lawmakers and party leaders on the top priorities that they want addressed. I go to DC a fair bit and I work with other states as well and their representatives. And I can say that this goes without saying that this is a model for the nation on how to get results. And it actually goes hand in hand with Rule 44. So let's go back a decade or two before LP became its own committee. The grassroots had to fight to get their plank into the platform. Legislators didn't read and then watch it get ignored session after session. Once legislative priorities rose out of that frustration, out of that process, we didn't feel like we were spinning a wheel anymore and doing the same thing over and over, expecting different results. We did something about it. So once legislative priorities came on the scene, we had that mechanism to move the needle on those critical issues. Reps now come to me asking if they can carry my priority bills because it guides what bills they choose to file. We have lawmakers go back home after session and brag about passing various legislative priorities. They build entire campaigns around it. So we don't want to blow a hole in one of the single most successful things that Texas has done right. So take election integrity. If you only fix voting machines, but not the mail-in ballots or illegals voting in our elections or chain of custody issues or countywide voting, have you really fixed elections? No. Take my issues like tolls and transportation issues. If you simply fix a payment card issue, but don't address the excessive fines and fees, the double billing problems, and the criminal penalties that are putting people in jail, you haven't fixed the problem. Most of these issues are very complex and dictating to the base that you're only able to prioritize one aspect of basically a multi-headed hydra is asking them to not address the totality of the problem and basically accept crumbs. So if you don't want the priority to become Christmas trees, then let's clear up a logjam of perpetually unaddressed issues. Then the base wouldn't feel like they have to make everything a priority to get them addressed. And I've been doing this for 20 years. Our most critical legislation hasn't even gotten a hearing, even when it's been a legislative priority. So the base is pretty fed up. And that's what you saw here today. And this is how we communicate our priorities to the leadership. And I just want you to just remember that. We don't want a demoralized or even worse, angry base that doesn't show up in November. So Rule 44 is really our only grassroots enforcement mechanism to this when Republicans fail to uphold our values and principles. Messing with that rule will also demoralize the base and hurt Republicans at the ballot box, in my view. And we sacrifice so much to be here, just like you will do. We work our guts out for these candidates, only to be betrayed all too often. There must be consequences, and this is the best tool we've got to do it. So thank you.
Thanks, Terry. Janera Lewis, and after Janera is Bill Eastland, and then Jeffrey Williams.
Hello. My name's Janera Lewis. I'm an SD 27. I'm an SREC, and I sit on the Legislative Priorities Committee, and I'm a subcommittee chair for banning taxpayer-funded lobbying. So first off, thank you all so much for changing that rule for LP. I just have one more ask, and I couldn't testify until now, so I'm sorry I couldn't get to you earlier. So your amendment says we have our 15 resolutions, each of which must be germane and include, but not limited to, at least one plank from the current or proposed platform. So that's great. The only thing I'm asking you to amend at some point, please, is we also need to be able to include the ballot propositions that the RPT puts out, because those are more time responsive and more current. For example, right now, one of the hottest topics on legislative priorities is banning Sharia law. And that is not in the platform. Now, it is in the perhaps proposed current platform, but there may be some other topics that are not. So if there's any way to amend this to say, or from the current or proposed platform, or any successful ballot proposition from the RPT. Also, I have one more ask. So we have subject matter experts such as Senator Bob Hall come in and give us guidance on what priorities to, how to phrase our priorities, such as secure Texas elections. So we go through and we find every plank in the platform that is associated. But he brings up always one that is very germane to the plank, but is not exactly spelled out. In this instance, he recommends that the SOS update the voter rolls quarterly. Every single point we have for the platform, for the priority, is in the platform, except what Senator Bob Hall asked for. So, but it is germane to the planks. So could we have, could it say limited to, or wait a minute, at least one plank, so which must be germane to, and include, but not limited to, at least one plank from the current or, I'm sorry, I need to stick the word germane in there. To at least one plank or germane to one plank. They have massive lists. Your planks are this long in
Thank
the
you,
platform.
Janera. That's your time has expired. I do want to mention, though, one of the great things about Bob Hall 6 years ago, when I was on platform committee, he came to me with something that he needed to add
Yes.
for protecting the grid, and we actually put it in the platform so that it was then referenced.
No, that's
So
wonderful.
that's really the correct way to do it, is to work with the platform committee and get the things you need into the platform, and then you can address them in LPs.
Thank
So
you.
thank you very much. Next up is Bill Eastland.
Limited to one. She repeated what you said. Hello, members. It's good to be here. I have several. I have a number of proposals So, pardon me, I'm Bill Eastland. I'm from Senate District 22, Tarrant County. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Um, I have several proposals for rules changes, as I usually do. I've written several of them up already, and I've got some to pass out today. I'll pass them out later after I'm finished. And I'll have some more, especially based on my review work that's been done and suggestions I may have that I'll get them to you. Um, there's some rules in there's some areas in Rule 8 that I think need to be corrected. There's a situation that's arisen in Dallas County where the county chair there quit, and then they held a meeting, filled the vacancy. But now they have a problem because the chair was the only person on the ballot. Therefore, he takes office again on June 15th. Isn't being quite cooperative. I think we got a plan to get him to be a little cooperative, but this creates a conundrum because you have language in the law about filling a vacancy in a county chair, but we have no language in the law that helps us when you start a term. You have no county chair, you have no secretary, you have no organization yet because you haven't had an organization meeting. Well, you need to have an organizational meeting. So I propose that we put some language in Rule 8 that allows a county executive committee that can wind up in the situation that Dallas is in today to be able to actually get their organizational meeting called. It sort of tracks state law on filling a vacancy, but it's for the purpose of calling the organizational meeting. And I have the language that I will pass out to you all. I don't need to read it to you right now. You'll see what I'm talking about. But the idea is you track state law by having any member of the executive committee request from the state party chair, because we don't have any local offices that are tasked to do this, to actually call the organizational meeting for that county. Another rule that that I want to change in Rule 8 is to add a new Rule 8G right after Rule 8F. 8F has to do with the organizational meeting stuff. And of course, we also have a rule that's a permanent city executive committee rule regarding filling vacancies on an executive committee, and this is a rule that's related to that. And the rule I'm proposing is any rule for filling precinct chair vacancies on a county executive committee shall allow for nominations from the floor. No vacancy in the office of precinct chair shall be filled until the bylaws or rules have been adopted. I think you all have already adopted something similar, but I just wanted to throw that into the mix. I think it's
Thank you, Mr. Eastland. Your time's expired.
through.
I appreciate you.
So I'll pass that.
Okay, Jeffrey Williams is up next, and then Paula Hilliard and John Andersek after that. So Jeffrey Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Jeffrey Williams, SD 22, Precinct 94 Chair in McLennan County. I rise to ask that there be consideration given to members bringing back some Rule 44 discussion. I was very impressed with what was laid out with the amendments that were recommended. I think, though, that we were a little overwhelmed with the number and quantity of changes that were brought together with the rewrite. And I want to recommend to you that you look at the parts and particles of those and revisit them. Just simple. What we are looking at here are consequences. Negative consequences and positive consequences. I want to work off of the positive, because the carrot really is what we're more comfortable with, not the stick. You have to have the stick. We need a Rule 3 or a 3A or 3B or a 4. But we need to also hold people accountable. And the only way to do that is to say, if you do this, you're going to get that. That's how I got elected, because I did some things that my constituents wanted. They said, we're going to put you up there because you're talking where we are. I'm a grassroots conservative, and I went to my people. I door walked and knocked and sent out my little info cards and got an idea for what they were interested in. I think we need to do the same thing with these folks with Rule 44. We need to characterize limits, and we need to bring forth from them an understanding of what's acceptable and not acceptable. We're not going to tell anybody what to do. That's top down. But we need to also let them know that they're accountable to us. carrot approach needs to be where we're going. Let's back away from being afraid that we're going to ruin somebody's life or their career or, fill in the blank. Those people are all adults that we're talking about. All of us know that we take on a responsibility when we run for office, when we ask for our constituents to support us so that we can bring forward the things that they're interested in. We've already got that. We need to do some carrot approach, but they'll have the stick. President Reagan had it right. Strength. It's all about strength. And I would ask that we look at these portions, extract them, and bring them back for discussion in front of committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Next up is Paula Hilliard. Paula, are you here? If not, we'll go to John Andersiak from Travis. John, how do you pronounce your last name?
Sorry?
How do you pronounce your last name?
John Andrusiak, SD14.
Okay, thank you.
Wanted to cover a couple of different issues. Some general, just balance on the committee. Enforceable rules are good, and I've told lots of people that, well, okay, you got a rule, but what does it mean? It doesn't mean anything until you say what the consequence of it is. But you have to realize there is exceptions to that. Prescriptive rules are still useful, saying, this is what we aspire to, and maybe there's not an immediate consequence, but this is what we're really aiming for. And keep in mind, it's balancing and it's solid. A little bit of prescriptiveness in the rules helps. Too much will spoil it. Another issue is just listening, and I commend the debate on Rule 34 here. It finally got it worked out. But in this room, it's easy to get sort of caught up in the bubble, especially you guys sitting at the table, because there's so much going on, trying to follow. I can't follow half time, over the amendment, and you guys are doing amazing work there. But you do have to make sure you reach out to the party and the other committees. And this is not the first time I've seen, an issue where the rules was sort of digging into a committee's business. You can argue back and forth how much they should do that. But when that happens, you need to stop and maybe even split the rule, make sure that there's a testimony in between and that the members of the committee are notified that that's an issue there. One other issue, convention size. I think the 9,000 person convention is part of what makes Texas special. It lets regular people get in. It's a great way of getting people first involved in the party. It really helps. It's important. So I really encourage not to do the lower rule, but there's an exception. We're kind of stuck sometimes where we go. People are going, are we in Houston again? I encourage a rule to say, give the option to the SREC for like doing 5K on non-presidential years. And if you're worried about it, put it in as a one-time thing. This goes away after the first attempt. And because I think that would be useful to get us more geographical flexibility. So please consider that. And I don't have too much to say on specific on Rule 44, but I do support it. We know that something's gone wrong in the country. Not only politicians are not listening, that started to happen in Texas. And the kind of rate was said, just like prior to the tariff, Rule 44 is the stick. We need both to effectively drive the politicians that represent us. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Next up is JJ Brookshire. After that will be Fran Rhodes and then Mike Sanderly from Williamson. Sanders. So JJ Brookshire, are you here?
Try not to run so I won't be out of breath. Okay. So I'm speaking, I would like to see an addition to Rule 8, Rule 8 goes right into the subsection, so it goes right into A, B, and so on. Above A, I would like to add this language. Unless the contested primary endorsement is formally approved by a 2/3 vote of the relevant executive committee, any Republican Party officer, including precinct chairs, county chairs, or SREC members, who make a public endorsement in a contested Republican primary must clearly state, quote, "This is a personal endorsement. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Republican Party of Texas or any of its committees," unquote. So I asked for this disclaimer to help prevent some of the fratricide we saw in this last primary election. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Fran Rhodes. I did say Fran.
Good morning. I'm Fran Rhodes, Delegate SD9. I'm also president of True Texas Project, which is a statewide grassroots organization that emphasizes educating and motivating citizens to engage in government. So engage is what we try to teach, not specific this issue or that issue, but whatever your issue is, get out and talk to your governments about it. I came here to talk about the change to Rule 34, which as I came into the room, I saw it was being resolved. But I just want to say thank you for basically leaving it as it was. Using the broad headings for legislative priorities with bullet pointed specific issues is the very best way for grassroots activists to take that and run with it at the Capitol during legislative sessions. To Texas Project as teams of people weekly at the Capitol in every session. We're, pushing the good bills and trying to stop bad ones. So I think that proposed change would have basically tied our hands behind our back. So thank you for leaving it, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. Next is Mike Sanders. After that will be James Panado, and then Clint Stutz, excuse me. So Mike Sanders.
Mike Sanders, Williamson County, SD 24. Good morning, RPT Rules Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'd like to say a few words about Rule 46 and Rule 20. And I just got here this morning, so I don't know how much you folks have already discussed and voted on. So forgive me for my lack of being up to date. But I'd like to, first of all, read the most recent Rule 46. Says the Texas Republican primary elections and Texas Republican primary runoff elections. Only a United States citizen eligible to vote in Texas who is registered to vote with the Texas Secretary of State as a Republican may cast a ballot in these elections. As of this date, there is nobody in this room is registered with the Texas Secretary of State to vote in these elections. So with the current rule, none of us are eligible to vote in the Republican primary as it's written right now. And of course, there's a lawsuit that's in motion to try to change the effect, but that's the way it reads right now. If we look at rule number 20, rule number 20 says that we can't even participate in a precinct convention unless we comply with rule 46. So in other words, according to rule 20, it says the only qualifications for participation in a precinct convention, being an author of such convention or being elected delegate to the county, senatorial district, or state conventions shall be that the person must be a registered voter of that precinct or resident of that precinct who is eligible to vote a limited ballot and shall have established party affiliation. Party affiliation is established by Rule 46. So in other words, none of us can even participate in this state convention according to Rule 20 here because none of us are registered with the Secretary of State as a Republican. So this presents a dilemma, and I don't really have a solution for that dilemma, but I just want to make everyone think about. I'd like to ask everyone to think about this. That either we need to somehow fix this, or if we're just going to ignore it, I guess we're going to ignore it. but it's an issue in my mind. I also want to mention Rule 44 is very important. Rule 44 made all the difference in the world last year in the 89th legislative session because during the session, I don't think any of the Republican legislative priorities were passed. The only ones that got passed were during the special sessions that were called by Governor Abbott, and the only reason that any of those got passed was because of the threat of censure from Rule 44. And so the House Republicans basically, we call the 89th legislature the Democrat-controlled legislature, and Rule 44 made a huge amount of difference in that legislature. So thank you and God bless you. Thank you for your service. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you, Mike. Next is James Panado, and after that will be Clint Stutz.
Morning, y'all. James Peinado, SD 29. Thank you all for serving on the Rules Committee. I had the pleasure with serving with a few of you guys, and I know it's a lot of work, very dry material sometimes, but like arguably the most powerful committee at convention. And so thank you guys for putting in the time. I've got a list of rules that I just wanted to give comment on and ask you to please consider some of the solutions that I have and others. I don't know if I have solutions, I just have things I think we should think about to run better and be more effective. Uh, Rule 29, I'm going off of rules from 2 years ago, so I don't know what numbering system you have now, but Rule 29 regarding county SD conventions, I think that we should combine, and it should say in the rules that the resolutions committee and the LP committees are the same committee. Why would you give the people doing resolutions committee a ton of work to process hundreds of resolutions? God forbid it's more than that, but that's a lot of stuff to go through and work and get ready for a resolutions report. And resolutions are very important. They define what is a Republican and what is not. But why would you give them that much work and not let them also be able to use that insight into what has the best standing to be a legislative priority? Legislative priority has, I would say, relatively much less work and much more high reward. So I just think those two committees should just be combined. Rule 23A2 and 3, it's about delegate strength of the state convention, and kind of backing up what somebody said a few testimonies ago. I do think that we should consider a haircut. Right now, it's Rule 23A is a delegate at state convention for every 300 gubernatorial voters from the last gubernatorial election. I would consider making it one delegate for every 400 or 350 or 500 delegates, just to see about if we would expand the list of cities that we could go in. Rule 23A3 talks about the window being 7,500 to 9,000. I'd say 6,000 to 7,000. I like what the other guy said. Try it in a gubernatorial year and see how it works. And if it didn't work well, you can change the rule again. But I do think the idea of being able to go to more cities, because you don't need to have, plus it costs a lot and we struggle with finances sometimes. And this is a very costly convention. I think it's worth considering. Rule 46, primaries. Should they be open? Should they be closed? Why not just let CECs decide? What I was on rules committee in 2022, and I definitely saw that the solutions needed by the more urban districts were not good solutions for what works for people in rural districts. And so I think you're never going to find a one solution fits all solution. And it should be something that is relegated to like a lower level to decide. Or come up with a rule
Thank you,
that's.
Mr. Stutz. Your time has expired.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Rachel Horton.
Um,
Oh, Clint Stutz, I'm sorry.
Clint Stutz, SD3. I'm once again asking you to use some of the language from Dan Hunt's rewrite of Rule 44 to strengthen and clarify the current rule. I think the definitions section of that rewrite is critical to add. It helps clarify to elected officials and the SREC what a violation of the rule actually is. If you read through that section, you'll see it takes into account every action that Republicans took against us when they stabbed us in the back with that House Rules debacle at the beginning of the last session. That was a deliberate conspiracy against our no Democrat chairs priority. As soon as they passed the rule package, their social media all boasted of banning Democrat chairs. That was all completely false. So not only did they stab us in the back, they lied about it too. Then the SREC didn't want to count every action they took against us on the House rules as separate actions against our priority. They wanted to count it as one. I think each violation they made from the beginning of moving those House rules all the way to the end at final passage and even the lies to their constituents should have been counted as separate actions against our priorities and or our principles. That means each of the Republicans involved in that process were easily censurable. Please add the language from the definitions section of the rewrite to Rule 44. And before I forget it, I'd like to also echo what Eric Dick said about the checkbox and ballot application. Please fix that. Thanks.
Hey, Clint. Next is Rachel Horton. After that will be Doug Messer and then Caleb Palado. Um, yeah. Okay. Hey, Rachel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Rachel Horton, have the honor and privilege of representing what I believe to be the best Senate district in the state of Texas, Senate District 30. I serve as the state Republican Executive Committee woman for that district, and it has been my honor and privilege to serve on the Legislative Priorities Committee for the last 2 convention cycles, as well as the Partnerships and Coalitions Committee in my first term and the Resolutions Committee in my second term. The commonality in each of those committees has been and remains the concept of marketing and advocacy. When we have Republicans who stand up and say, today I am a Republican and I want to advocate for the principles, the values, and the legislative intent of these delegates, these are the principles and the values that I sign on to. That becomes a marketing platform that they stand on to represent our values as the Republican Party of Texas, whether they are running at the local level or at the state level, from dog catcher to governor. We have that principle, that kind of founding tradition that we follow as Republicans. And so one of the things that I have taken away from my service during the last couple of or the last 4 years, has been the concept that we must have clearly defined expectations for this, for the principles, for the values, for the things that we want our candidates to take away from. And the things that we wish for them to campaign on. And so, with that being said, I am so, so thrilled that we do have the carrot and stick now of the censure under Rule 44, the stick, and we have the carrot of a closed primary concept. And so I would encourage this committee to do everything possible to keep and maintain those 2 principles in our rules, because without those, we don't have the ability to hold our elected officials accountable to the things that they have promised us in their campaigns. And so, with that being said, I thank you all for your service on this committee, and I really, truly appreciate the brain power that's gone into all of this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rachel. Next is Doug Messer.
Not sure if it's still good morning or good afternoon, but we're right on noontime. I am Doug Messer. I'm a county chair of the great county of Randall up in the Amarillo area. I'm a brand new county chair and I'm still trying to figure this out, but coming from 50 years connected with government and having clinches, what have you, I know a little bit about rule in general. And I just see, I see we have issues, and I'm joined with colleagues with the same ideas. And I'm not sure. I want to provide an amendment. I'm not sure where it should go, but I want to read that to you for clarity. The intent is to remove the conflict of interest for our state party employee serving in a county executive committee at this time. I have
reworked this to eliminate any legal challenge and to remove any possible biases on my side. um, I see a lot of loosey goosey things that go on with the different organizations within the community and committee members being a part of those organizations. I myself am a member of some of those organizations, but money had nothing to do with it. In fact, I personally don't even believe that I, as a county chair, should be chasing money, if you know what that means. I have a master's degree in business development and marketing, and I know what that means. And but I don't, in my rightest, virtuous way of looking at this, do not believe I should be doing that. Developing committees to do that, maybe so, but anyway. So the amendment I want to put towards you, and I have support on this with people that have been around this business longer than I have. For what it's worth, technically only 3 months for so far. I was elected to this position and will start the new cycle on Monday. But no person serving as a county chair, precinct chair, county executive committee member, convention committee member, elected public official, appointed public official, registered lobbyist, or compensated employee or contractor of a political action committee shall be eligible for compensated employment, comma, consulting, comma, or contractual services with the Republican
Mr.
Party
Messer,
of Texas or
Mr. Messer, your time's
county
expired.
in the party.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Next up is Caleb Pilato, please. And then we have one more speaker, Mary Bone. Committee members, if I could have your attention, we have Michelle over here, and she has your credentials. So we have, if you don't have them, you can go and see her and get them. I just don't want everybody to rush over there and not listen to our speakers, but just know that they're over here. So as soon as we finish the next two speakers, we'll rest until 1:30 for lunch. So make sure you get your credentials before you leave. Caleb? No? Mary Bone.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Mary Bone. I'm from SD5 in Williamson County, former Round Rock ISD trustee. Today, we stand at a crossroads for the future of the Republican Party of Texas. Our strength has always come from the grassroots. Volunteers, precinct chairs, and county leaders who answer to the people, not to any paycheck or special interest. This amendment is simple and powerful. No county chair, precinct chair, executive committee member, convention committee member, elected or appointed official, registered lobbyist, or paid PAC operative may receive compensated employment, consulting fees, or contracts from the Republican Party of Texas or any county party. Why does this matter? Because when local leaders depend on RPT dollars, true independence disappears. Counties must remain free to choose their own paths, speak their own truths, and hold the state party accountable without fear of losing their livelihood. This role protects the sacred independence. Passing this amendment keeps our party grassroots driven, not top down. You've heard from a lot of other folks, this is starting to be a concern in the RPT. It prevents conflicts of interest and ensures loyalty flows upward from the people to the party, not the other way around. I urge you to vote yes. Let us safeguard the heart and soul of the Republican Party of Texas. And this is happening in my county. So you might ask why we're asking for this. We are starting to see this. It is a possibility that the Republican Party of Texas could hire every single GOP chair in the state at some point if they wanted to and pay them off. And we could all be sitting under GOP chairs in your county that report to the RPT and not to the people. So we need your help to fix this. It's a simple fix. It's logical. It's good for the party. And above that, it's good for the people. It's good for people like me who served as a trustee. We need our party to back we the people and I don't need to be answering to the RPT and not to my county executive committee and my GOP chair at the county level. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be willing to answer those.
Thank you, Mary. That concludes the speakers, and that concludes our time for public testimony. The the committee will rest until 1:30, and we'll take a lunch break. Members, if you will please get your credentials before you leave so that the credential team can sort of wrap up in this room. We'll see you back here at 1:30.
That's a wrap on the testimony.
Chairman?
No more public testimony? You don't have a 3 o'clock one today or something like that? Weird. Yeah. This public. And then you scrolled up down. Well, I was showing you that. I wasn't even touching. Yeah, and then it just started. It may be done by me. Me had something to do with it. I'm off and I'm going to bed. I'm off the.
He's 31, 29.
Well, one thing I was going to say is, Mark, we're talking. I'll get some dirty cross. Before I get to trail, back. Just walking, but it's a lot. The concept. I'm gonna find lunch. Make a bunch of certified. Let me show you. Just want to make sure.
But I can't guarantee that plane. I mean, that was.
Is it?
And the funny thing too is the aircraft, right? And we had mechanical problems. That's a great.
Because
yes, unlock. After that, I love it. Have a big honors and very convenient. Here's up by regular. And you say SOS, I stand.
Well, that's true.
Yeah. That's RET, right?
I mean, be happy.
Have
You
deal.
have no. I think you need to be there.
Like this.
We need you.
I tried it.
Yeah.
I did a block as an excellent student. Tempered 4 hours. But it's illegal. I did lay that out saying, this is a. I can see was fun.
I was thinking.
Lower level. So. The second part was, you have this statement that you have to basically include. It's not.
Do you know where the 3 p.m. sign off sheet is?
We don't have a 3 p.m. at this point. We may adjourn.
Right on to there.
We may be done.
Okay.
Maybe done by 3.
Why? I have never been.
They're not. So I don't need to testify or.
See if I could dig up.
There'll be an opportunity to testify in permit.
I don't. I'll talk to.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
right now, I mean, if you want to put your name on, that's fine. We've actually got, like, this was 3, but then they crossed it out. And there's a couple of folks that wanted to go at 3. But they crossed theirs out. Oh, there's a 3 p.m. right there. They may want to come. But just right there.
Happy to sit there. Very happy. And yes, it's permitted by Texas.
Plastic thing. Yeah,
we don't want to say that. It kind of goes back and forth.
Somebody punching inside the profile. It's in there. It took me a while to dig it back on. Yeah, but it should be in there somewhere.
Still no.
We'll
still no.
This
That
is a zip
it's all
lock.
reasons
Zip lock part. Just slide. Oh, and then there's the whole thing.
I'll see you later.
I type up. I did fix it. Because we're also putting good books back.
Move your brain.
That's a
Yeah, these are some sweet pictures.
All right.
Yeah.
You're not even. This is.
They belong to our Lone Star.
I wouldn't expect our candidates to be a noise expert. Especially on later files, where it's all counties, track. How about language? Less prohibited. I'm just what he's saying is, this is creating, abide by this. Well, the question is, the SOS, I think the problem is that you can't, you don't have the authority to direct the SOS. Add it to the purpose. Right. So the problem, assuming that we're in, I don't think it's I don't think it's the same. If we can't, if we. One of my favorite things. From we have to. Why I say this. Yes, one is idiot and it's one. It's not propagated. Where we can propagate a subsection party or something like that, but we're not. It's a. Should throw food. I know that. Yes. You don't have.
Put you in on mine, but I can put a big one in.
Oh, yeah.
You know. Not giving you a choice, just letting you know. $10 million. I'd ask you for a DD 214, but I already have one.
Oh, no, he has been.
And I have a.
Yeah, no, I think that you got everybody on the committee.
But
The city was something.
yeah. You know where registration is? This go. I believe right now I don't know where it is right now. It doesn't open until what the passing oh yeah, I know. Herpes son. What? Gives them nothing's arbitration access. It gives them
Going forward to get approval to make primaries close. Well, I'm sure there's a intro.
They have to sign it.
I'm gonna go over there and get my credentials. I know. That's the people from and then I'm not sure what I'm gonna do. Anyway, really, good meeting you. That I see it.
I just always check that stuff.
Ready?
It's more game like chocolate.
That's a brewery.
Hey, brother.
All right, man. Okay.
It's good. Yeah. My guess is that it might be 4-inch tall. Right. I know. It's kind of fun. I know. Yeah. No preconceiving notion. They can feel. Well, that's that Josh. And I don't know. They come to us and say, absolutely. They can say, oh, what's this? Whatever else.
That's the way I've been coming in out.
This guy to take it place. They went to London. You aren't there? No.
I didn't get one.
Were y'all worried about the fact that we're not going to have it published? Okay, this column right here. That we weren't going to get this published right, our agenda. Okay, do you not see that is the actual, not voting for delegates? National delegates, the national committee man, national committee woman. Yeah, we were really worried about changing it from Thursday to Friday because they weren't going to get their thing right. Yeah, I buy that now.
Hey, I'll look at your
Okay.
having fun, John. I'll look
Right,
at your
yeah, sorry.
Okay, yeah, and
Yes.
there's some discussion about whether or not mandated. Haven't seen one.
Well, I just think that's the thing.
That's a check off.
Can't make changes to
That's a check off list.
Put it right there. Democrats are the same.
Check off first. There's a blank at the top.
Yeah. The only way we're gonna do this.
I'm not happy with it.
I'm cool with doing both. The substitute that we got in there. About posting it on their party websites. Those consent shirts.
The form that we, that can provide. And what I think is, it's a one size fits all statute. But see if that's reason for having that requiring a candidate party.
So he has wise.
It's okay.
Placed on the ballot, artist.
I know.
Yeah.
See what could be.
Sure.
This
So, it's need to look that up, so.
My honest.
Back here. Around. Well, yeah, they come.
18-year-old kid, all that. She didn't even know that she's leaving. Vote and register. He gets there and say, no, you can't vote here.
Okay, there's a,
What have we just done? We just
I would never work for the Republican Party of Texas.
never
Is it, what threat to the party?
They have a close I want to vote. They're kind of way out there.
Okay.
It's
I'm interested in thinking about it, but I just want for elected public official. There's no person who's a precinct chair shall be eligible for a.
yeah.
What's that?
I don't think that's gonna happen statewide.
Right.
I don't think there's a statewide public. But I do understand a district chair because they that it is what it is. We don't know what the consequences are until we
Full-time.
hit them. If we win, we all win.
So what is the harm?
Good.
Because what this was,
Sorry, you didn't make it in.
Right. Yeah. Right.
yeah,
I know that's
even this well, there's
You're good. Put that there. No, you're all right.
there's situations with it.
compensated for other people or other
Well, person that they're representing is no, very general.
right. If you're
No one.
you have any other group,
So, all right, so let's say that. It was,
He lives at my best.
that's really about, it's basically anyone in politics elsewhere.
Political or if somebody is okay. Yeah, she can.
What are you? See ya. We miss ya. There's only a few of us idiots left. God bless you. Appreciate you listening.
Yeah. It takes 20 years. Well,
There's a lot of mix.
All around that. I did too. I started it up when I was 12, sitting in the audience.
it's
I want to get, but I want to.
so it's good to see you. So to your I always kind of
Leadership.
so you're concerned
Listen.
beef jerky here and
This is
finish
only a
work.
2 years.
First of all,
I may go
I
down
just
there
I'll
in a little bit.
Think about it.
well no I'm thinking about it. If someone is already seeking chair, well, first in a political and party office, and then becomes an employee, right? So that's the direction that you're preventing. What if that rule you would not prevent, or would it prevent an employee from
Already, you know, who are serving in certain areas are not eligible employees. Okay, and this happens just in.
But you know, if you just say employed full time, they'll say, "Oh, they're just or up for pay."
Well, I guess it is
That,
in there.
but there's ranges that I'm not seeing how that would be. The RPT would be lucky. I mean, they don't.
But they just need to, if, for instance, you're extended employment, okay, I am going to surrender my this. That's all.
So let's say they do that. How are things better? Because a county.
Then we can get somebody else representing their voters at the local level. There is a conflict because now you cannot really, if for instance, the RPT supports this, your local party saying no.
So let's get, I serve as the precinct chair and the lawyer that are volunteer.
If you're a volunteer, you're not being.
But a lawyer has no greater or less duty to their client based on whether they're doing it free or for a fee, right? My loyalty is to Bear County Republican Party ethically as a lawyer, but I also am a member of the CEC that makes first of the party as a whole. That be, I mean, like for example, Rachel, can she be a precinct chair and the party's general counsel? She doesn't. She's not paid.
He is.
On all of them. And the whole.
This. That makes. Your pay is on tax pay.
That is.
Since we got her pine chairs.
So you got my Senate
Lobbyists,
so
being consultant for lobbyists.
I
They're serving county fair, they're serving the state party. So where is their loyalty going to lie?
with whoever's writing the check, I'd imagine.
Hello, man, let me.
I'll get some.
It's 4 hours. Follow one go was.
was like, I've never heard this. I thought you were having this. Oh man.
So I want to. Very is. The dean, nursing service,
Yeah, she was here last night. And should have. What's her? Troy. Please. See there last night? Okay, that's what I thought. I see him in the thread. Yeah. The back. You're a relationship.
Yes.
But no, I mean,
Maybe. Well, but that's like literally. Travel 4 hours. That's the way I would do it. Ah.
you were there.
But it's funny. No. I can't we're keeping we're just busy. Grassroots person. Yeah. I don't care about term.
I'm okay with people being. I don't. Hey, I know. Yes. Sorry. Yes. Huh? Like she messed up all these. That's right. making sure we're still on the same page. What is this?
You're sitting.
No, that's it. Wait.
So you're staying.
No.
This is the largest.
No.
Yeah, but still.
No, hold on. Little buddy, right? No. Back up. What are you? They have a credit card? How do they pay them? How do they? I'm just asking. Like, how do they go into like? Okay. This one is.
Huh? Yeah. Right. Oh. Sign.
It is back. Honey, here's your little brother. Do you know George? Those. Equipment.
What is that? It's really. What
It's
you're
just
saying.
so far. Yes. Right, I think that is something. She's playing. You're not gonna get the photos. You keep getting them. Two books for all.
Nice.
It's about them.
The Army.
Here's the thing, if that doesn't
General
matter to
only
them.
knows what he
No,
knows.
then no. Well, that's the thing.
Down there with the
Out.
price of
Yeah, well, that's what
finding out the
that's what
truth.
you're gonna either get. If
Well,
you're the LP,
well,
they are. They are. They are. Yes.
all two of them.
That's their LP. Right.
how'd you get a plastic?
It's in your bag.
Oh, is it?
Should be in your bag.
Oh, you're right. It is. Okay. All right. Sorry. I was like, this is gonna come off. All right. You can volunteers. Yeah. What did they go doing? Must have missed.
My Senate caucus guy wants me. He was in sort of barn.
Oh.
Weird.
But I know people there. The Sparks.
Yeah.
Oh, that was all of that, right? That was all of that.
Yeah, no, I knew what you mean.
I was gonna say, was that all of it? That was, I mean, you can't switch all at once.
Or don't get your phone.
No. I'm just saying. I'm saying actually this. It's not. It's not.
I also know the Duns. Our ranch is farming ranches. I know the good side of it. I'll
go with anybody to do anything.
I'm not for that. Yeah.
No, no. When I
Well,
That was right after the lady got up and wanted to talk to the delegates to the state convention on and I think it must be seconded because he always something entirely and I thought I would just be doing.
that's the reverse of that.
but you should be facing much
For the party, but
not.
everybody should be. We've lost.
And it's important to me because my our voting colleagues number 21.
They're going on a cruise. You know, I'm a retired army.
We got about percentage. So 21.
But this is expensive.
I want to
Here's my days. Sunday at 2.
Oh, and that's pocket check. Relations the way it is.
Most of those
Simple things.
drive,
For
driving.
average,
1 to 90 or something.
just to get here, you know, that's
Well, and then you have to look at it.
$600
No, it
pickup.
is. But you also have to look at it from.
I'm electrical. So that's my free.
No, one of them. Yeah, please.
Control systems.
I'm one of them.
With my notes, pace my.
Well, when I say control systems, it has to do with simulating Russian radar.
You don't. I'm just kidding. You call me and I'll meet you, I guess, and give you a key. And yeah, you know what? Maybe I'll go get an extra key right now. Yeah, I'm not sure. Everything goes according to plan. I think not. Oh no, other way around. I'm sorry. I think I will be. All right. All right, man. I'll see you soon. All right. Bye.
We are recessed.
I believe that's correct. Y'all have someone sponsoring them. Someone that's an email it to that. A member needs to know.
I don't know. I've seen it.
So if, someone's gotta make a motion, which means they've got to get it on the screen. A member needs to email it to them. So when they make their motion, it's on the screen. So you need to get a member, because I'm about to go to lunch. What's gonna be getting back to work? Okay, I'm about to grab a quick meal, but then, but you need to find the first two. Yes, make your DNA back on it without it. It's Rachel to screen. That becomes the motion. Otherwise, and a lot of these folks, and we could do a better job of explaining it. People say we want to do a rule explain. People need to have language. Find a member who's interested in sponsoring it. Otherwise, from the perspective, just like, oh, but one of 44, like it's not unless there's we had writing, okay, like we tweaked it a little bit, but someone needs to have that in their hand to them. And I know we've got tons of emails that look like this. We'll just list all these changes. But procedurally, what we're doing when we're going through it is someone says, does anyone have anything on rule 42. And so someone says, I have something on rule 42. Great. You want to make a motion? Email it to Rachel. She puts it up there. And everyone goes, this is now the motion. The proposed language is now the motion. Let's debate it. So if you don't have anyone to do that, it just becomes sort of topical. Let us talk about this issue versus making because we can't just talk about an issue. Something on the screen being proposed that we can then talk about, and we could do a better job at the public because what people do is they really just start emailing everyone with proposed, list of proposals. You really need to find one person or two people that as a backup who, when it comes, because we've gone through these the last 3 or 4 times, mentioned sequential or reverse sequential order, that they know when this rule comes up, this is when I need to propose it. This is because right now we've already considered rule 8. 8 is over. So in order to
Agenda.
what is?
Right, it's on today's agenda. Yeah, it's on the door.
Okay. News to me.
Yeah, it's going.
We finished rule 8.
No, it specifically identifies the rules that you're addressing today.
Okay, I think what you're looking, so our supplemental rules establish the order in which we consider the rules.
And it's
With today's date? Because we did 8 was one of the big hot buttons because we did hot buttons first.
It's long enough so instead
I was like,
no, you're not absolutely thinking, I wonder what happens when it gets to Z. Do you go like
AA.
ZAs?
Yeah.
It's almost like that one might eventually be parsed out. Have different
Probably does.
headline.
The reason mine original one was 3A, but because of our time, I tacked it on to 8. But I just wanted to make sure it got considered because the longer you go, obviously the less people are interested in fighting and making issue. So if you're doing reverse order and I'm 3, that's people are gonna be real bored about that.
Just a little bit because this, and I wasn't the only one that proposed this. Melinda originally had a proposal for this, so it got considered. It was in. Daniel moved it to 42 because it had the word SIC in there. So then when it got to 42, well, then they took the county executive committeeman because it was only dealing with the state Republican. So now we're playing this ping pong.
It's a difficult process. Just because that's part of it.
Instead of just like stripping off a state executive at that level, they were playing games. That's what happened. So but it did get into Rule 42. So now we just need to add it into Rule 8 to apply the county executive. Anyway, I will go make the proposals. Yeah. Taxpayer funded lobbyists right there. Whatever you have to do, just strip things out just to cover the county executive committee level. Would be ideal. Because what we're trying to do is, even serving on the committees, we want to make sure that the people's voice is being represented and heard and not, somebody else's agenda.
So let's, but for the sake of argument, let's say that's happening. Let's say that there are 3 corrupt people, 12 corrupt people throughout the state. There's a county chair, 4 precinct chairs. There is a county clerk in Duval County and a tax assessor in a bigger Brazoria County, and all of them are being paid by the Republican Party of Texas to enact whatever their goal, right? Let's say it's 25. How does that tip the scales so far that the people are no longer able to?
Well, that's easy to see. definitely outweigh, can definitely outweigh the what people, and I'm saying for you, even if design should happen, cannot. You get infiltrators, you get enough infiltrators, and usually going to squeeze out the Republican form and full representation. Yeah, but that's, I mean, I'm answering his question. That's,
So you're saying this isn't a problem now? I just don't sense it's a problem. I've been involved in the Republican
there's
Party for
conflicts now.
sure, but so much that it's tipping the scale. What's happened because of that? What harm has happened because of that? Like what policy, what law, what expenditure has
So
occurred?
wait until get to such a point, it's critical to address this.
I wait for a problem to solve. I do not look for a solution to a problem. So that's so unless you can
To me, this is screaming. This is screaming the wall door that it's not the heat of the tree. Yeah.
I mean, if those people keep electing somebody who also works for RPT, how do I mean those people can't work for RPT and hold an elective office forever. If their voters disagree with it, if think, hey, you're corrupt or hey, I don't believe this. Why not just
But I'm saying even at, like I said earlier, even at the local level though, when you are holding an office, you cannot serve as a precinct chair or a county secretary. You can't in a political office. Even at the local government, yeah. It's supposed to be neutral, right? So that's basis to non-office. Price taking on the things. You have to make it to the government. Okay, all right.
If you want to see a bunch of errors, it's all screwed up.
oh, I know. Aren't we elected national committeemen?
Yeah, that's another problem. The allocation of delegate strength is all messed up. There isn't, it's, I just talked to them. I said, the next time you do this, one guy who can verify, send it to me first and I'll proof it. It is. I know what they did and they apologized and they had a bunch of people proof it. Nobody caught it. That's what's even more surprising. I was hoping we'd go ahead and run through the national and do a congressional caucus. Might as well get ready. 2 years at a time. Andy, why did you not buy smart water? Still don't understand what smart water is.
It's just water, but smarter. They just put a few drops of salt in it.
I mean, come on. I mean, when you're buying the cheapest water bottles at Walmart, you're still paying as much as $5 gallon gas. So why are you doing it?
Because I don't like the flavor of water.
Well, you need to come. My house is double filtered.
Double filtered, reverse osmosis.
That's what's outside. I did the whole house on it. Then inside it's filtered again. The water tastes like you're up in the mountains in snow mountain. There's nothing to it. It's a weird taste because there's no chemicals in it.
Right.
At least in the mountains, you take a chance to your house parasites.
Yeah.
And I have no heavy anything. The water is just totally. All those shower heads, I had to clean them once a year. Not anymore.
I have to soak my shower heads about every 6 months and what's that stuff with CLR or get a new shower head because it's so thin it hurts.
You can get to the main
It is a shoot.
main line in your house. I put a whole filtration in 500, and then it requires about $30 worth of salt a year.
A year?
A year, because it keeps depleting the salt as it uses it in reverse.
Does it just use? Does it make the? This is stupid. I don't know why they add salt. How does it not make your water salty?
Because that's not what it's used. That's the reverse osmosis electrolysis side. It's like my pool. I converted it over to salt this year, and it's not salty. It's great, man. The chlorine level stays perfect. Don't have to worry about it.
I've heard that or those saltwater pools are pretty good.
I was spending so much on my pool. I finally had a professional guy come out and he looked at it and said, "Man, you got problems." He drained it. And they go, "Well, there's $1,400 to refill it."
Yeah.
It is just something.
Oh. Okay, I was going to say
It's an agenda for it.
Yeah.
Well, salt, like in your pool, right? What it does, it takes the chlorine out of the sodium chloride, separates it, and then as it, you know, chemically keeps the algae and everything else out of your pool, as it cools, it recombines back together and goes to salt again. So it separates it using titanium plates, and then it comes back together. So it's a continuous system that is fixed. All you need is electricity and two metal plates to separate the.
Oh, and it just.
And you need electricity for the pumps anyways.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, that was my problem. I was spending about 350 give or take for electricity every month. Now I spend $25 to $35 a month. I went ahead and put in 15 kilowatts of solar myself last year. It took 6 months with a 4.5 year payout. Do it all yourself. Oh man, everything's great. And when you're out in the country, you have power interruptions all the time. Not a problem.
We have a cabinet now.
The solar.
Well, we don't have solar. We have a 4,000 kilowatt hour batteries bank.
Yeah.
For the refrigerator. They're like
That is truly my biggest fear is if like the grid goes down, it's air conditioning in the refrigerator. Well, I mean, those are two big. The refrigerator is your ability to keep eating and preserve food, but
I got 800 amp hours of batteries, which will run a house with a 5-ton unit, 3 refrigerators, and the pools for 2.5 days without electricity.
and the pool. Might turn the pool off and squeeze an extra.
I got 2 pools. I got a 2 horsepower pump on the koi. The koi pond is massive. I got koi floating around, man, having a fun day out there.
That's part of his survival food supply.
Oh, yeah.
The koi.
Yeah, eat a koi. There went $5,000.
Yeah, I was
Just
gonna
ate of
say.
that bone infested.
Yeah. So it was a good thing.
Yes.
It's awesome. I get a lot of water snakes out there.
Oh, do you?
This year so far, we haven't seen anything of the viperous variety.
This year, we have a place out in the hill country. This year, the snakes have not been as bad. But I think that's because they're not having to travel from the water sources as much to go
Well,
find water.
we don't technically.
Your voice is projecting all over this, right? Oh, yeah. I think it's just bouncing down in. I don't hear it now, but I'm also standing here in front of you. I just thought I don't know what y'all are talking about. I quit thinking out loud, just in case.
I was talking.
Don't let me interrupt, sorry. What I'm saying is, if you got your 8 of 5, columns under each one, that becomes I would, and so that's what I was thinking with everybody. Why don't you just say
that like as
number of LP?
you're not good now.
It's like somebody said the propositions.
Yeah,
They're not it. Just thought I'd run that by you. I know y'all work on it. I didn't want everybody from LP to read down to them trying to get 185 LP set up. When you look at all the details, how many bills could be created out of that? Because each bill, each LP turns into 85 bills. I didn't want to look at.
I understand what you're doing to try 500. My gosh. And now service. Oh,
I haven't looked at the
spaghetti.
platform. No. 2 years ago at a county convention, I wrote a resolution to do away with automatic voter registration renewal. Talk about keeping the rolls clear. Have to go and actually register. Is it? I need to read the platform, I guess.
Yeah, put that in to actually pick everybody to re-register in 5 years.
Maybe I told somebody about that and they,
I don't know.
maybe that's where I got it from. I don't know.
You may have told me and I put it in there. Because I did a couple of years ago.
Okay.
It's like I think it says every 5 years you're going to register. So that keeps it clean. Yeah, it's a driver's license.
And the resolution I presented to them said every 2 years, just, instead of getting a new voter registration card, still haven't got, you have to actually go and do it. And it nearly passed, I think 23 to 21. Everybody came to me afterwards. You know, if it said every 4 years, I could have done it like that. Why didn't you try to amend it?
Well, see, that's why like we're right.
Let legislators talk about and figure out what they want to do.
Well, yeah, that's what we call it. I just say, okay, we'll figure it out. Then figure it.
I'll let you get back to work.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, no. We stay on about $100 credit. That's a very good deal. I'll see you with that. Yeah, I want to go to the hospital. You want me to pull some of the song? What? Yeah, and then I Yeah, because you're leaving now. And I that one very first. I don't think really. Yeah. Oh. Chris, can we get down to 3 today? Yeah. What is that? I doubt it.
Darling. Yeah. I'm going to.
Nice.
Oh, this, where is you? Yeah. That's so cute. Somebody, this is you.
Here.
This is the big.
We're spreading out here.
Is it mine? Okay, I'll let you like. Okay.
Which I'm not sure that's the case. Yeah.
No matter that. For you. And then you're trying to stay, you're trying to stay reps. Now we have an 80. You go pay rest 80. Thank you.
You're welcome. I made these, y'all. They're so neat.
But if I go to you,
Somebody sitting at this chair?
Yeah, I think all chairs are.
Okay, I thought so, but they have a spare chair over there for their, like, you're welcome. I made those. They are safety deeds. I don't eat stuff, but I don't know what to put. I mean, I don't eat these.
well, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks for thinking of us.
You're welcome.
No, thank you.
You're welcome. Did anybody ask if you like this cookie? SD17.
Oh.
I'm legit. The cookie don't say.
Oh, thank you.
Like,
Good.
you're welcome. And then there's a bunch of girls.
Yeah, we did. Yeah. But I think that'll work.
Yeah, it's largely just what I'm saying. I know he introduced it whole big thing, and I introduced some stuff to make it.
Yeah.
And they end up
Yeah.
striking mine down, so piece of that. I think.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
So, yeah, mine
Right.
actually piggybacked off his. See what I did when I first, when they came over here, trying to kind of get to see how they were, just updated some stuff and shut us down. So I got a piecemeal this. I told him, you know, they're like, oh, sort of what we're at.
No.
Well, they're good. They will.
No.
4 hours later.
Um. Oh.
Who is that? That's the Democrat. Okay. Instructions to employer. Well, all we have to. There you go. West. This adoption. Helps me by the process. I don't get how much. Heck. I thought it was a little local. What I think. Well, could be used as such.
Those are proposed motions about each million ton negligence.
It's a great.
That's a great piece. You could maybe write it under another name and sort of as a tool, what we can use, what to watch out for.
Okay, let me see what maybe I'm not me. Maybe it's not me.
No, you did your whole job.
Now, question is there anything useful in here?
Something like, I talked to you about it yesterday, didn't I? Didn't we talk yesterday? Or maybe the day before.
Was it Dave?
I don't know.
Daniel's got quite a bit on Rule 44. Is it Rule 44?
It was Rule 44.
Yeah, that's Daniel then. Yeah, that's Daniel. Yeah, and I know Chris may be involved in that, but he's got a lot that he actually did with Rule 44.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Daniel.
Is the meeting gonna be?
At 1:30.
That is hidden as the general session. Part of what the
I said we all look
days
alike.
before. That
Daniel really
background session.
Yeah.
One.
Oh,
Yeah, like I think they look like well, any work. Possibly the other thing here. The next entry is disclaimer. That's a good one. And it's the same color as this one. Same room, right? Probably. Yeah, same one. Yeah, I don't see how they would be interested. Yeah. Union work. We're right. Yeah, well, they look through a little window. It looks like a lot. You can see well, I don't think that's something they can wait for until Thursday morning. I guess these guys. Yeah. I don't know right now how many other events are quite the Imagine there's something else. Can't think offhand what.
This end of it. I wouldn't compete with you on calling. The chemical. I was just heard the same things over and over again. Wandered up there, said, oh, fuck, wrong place. Yeah. I wouldn't get mad about it. Saying to my boss, a little piece, and I don't really agree with it. It's that warm feeling of I concern about it is what it. Well, think about it. Being insurance. But I don't think it's still that's an alternative. It is. Yeah. And that's, I think, when I read the not that the founder, I thought would be. Go to. But that's what I don't see how. Once you know.
All of the pieces of the fudge that do not create nice straight lines are going. End up on this. All the pieces of stuff that don't. Yeah, these are unfinished edges.
Limits and but.
Are those available?
Yes, these are the pieces that did not create the perfect square.
Failed.
Down there. Again, you can just see that plastic, but why you're responsible for that.
Oh, that's so.
Welcome.
You were doing. Old trying to live.
They read it. Not to go into big celebrations.
There we go.
It was so hard not to.
Yeah.
I was glad to get their.
Because y'all have gone through all the rest of the stuff. Just gonna be cute or anything. There's a roll call vote.
Yeah, I had to put some people on the record.
That's right. Well, they on the wall. They may actually. That's supposed to be put you back there.
Yeah, well, we'll have to make sure the secretary posts it.
Oh.
It was too late. Went over too deep. Yeah. And do like we tried summer, we tried to fix that. Like I said.
Yeah, I imagine you can. I have never actually tried to do a, or anything.
As long as a ton of wires under. All tangled up around my feet.
Oh, well.
You're really looking at the bag.
I'm,
Wait, man. It's not at 1:30. He isn't here. You're the vice. Is that the minutes or is that promising? Where are the work? Well, first question. We go.
Rubber mallet. Rubber gavel.
Yeah, check out your name on it over now.
Yeah.
That was cool at first.
Well, a little gold paint, take care of that, no problem. Mask it off, put a little, throw over a little gold paint.
That's thing into a for that.
I don't have a dog. It's not big on dogs.
Here's a document about Texas Penal Code official oppression and how to use it. My name's on the back. Unofficial oppression. My name's on the back. I had a friend of mine draft this. It's a scholar Sunday morning for me. So it's just the basics about official oppression, how to use it on a corrupt official scheme.
Cool.
He will file anonymously. I mean, he will file for anyone who wants to run. His name's Randy Kelson.
I would have, I could have really used this about 2000,
Yes, sir.
8. When,
That's just my name. I'm just a precinct chair. I'm just advocating.
Okay.
I'm just.
You're in Travis County?
I am in downtown Austin.
yeah, when State Representative Butts and two of her staff went to my employer and banged on the desk and said, if you don't want to ever get another dollar of if you never want to get another dime of Texas enterprise funds, you'll fire my opponent in the election, Randall Dunning. And then I couldn't receive I couldn't find a job for the longest time.
Yes, sir.
Until someone called me up and said, yeah, there's two people that show up. They got here somehow have here Texas Workforce Commission vacancies. And they show up and they say, oh, they're Randall Dunning doesn't exist. That's actually a dangerous fellow we the state are tracking. Who's trying to infiltrate businesses.
Oh my
And I only had one guy that actually called me up and said, who are these two people? And I said, describe us. So imagine Chen Button's staff for sure.
Oh my.
That's valid, yeah.
Oh, you got to tell me more later.
Yeah. That violated the blackballing statute and everything, but nobody wanted to testify. Everybody's afraid of the state rep.
Everyone, please start making your way to your seats. We'll get started in a moment.
Okay.
No.
Oops. No, Wilson, or in the thing. Oh, I think we. Oh. Yeah.
We'll do the first Miniman? Yeah.
Don't we delegate? What is this? The whole thing. We're not, this is
Oh, this is
in 2024.
the programs.
Retired senior chief. I hear everything.
It's gonna have things to do with that.
Well, I got bombarded saying about,
Then if you want to say, I do want to.
Just
that educational.
changing it.
Thank you. If you could leave them there, then purchase them all to John. It's your way.
Oh, that's fun.
Changing it from Thursday to Friday. If they were.
Think we're only missing Chris Bird and Susan Lucas and Brenda. Brenda's here. Anyone seen Susan or Chris? Who?
Brandon?
All right. 1:36. We'll give them 4 more minutes. Going to say it to
There's the.
everyone applaud when they come in late. Chris. Woohoo!
Oh my God. I was actually fun. Computer's locked.
Mark, sorry I didn't make it down there, man.
We talked about you.
Yeah.
Did you get the email?
Hey, yeah.
I'll tell you, yeah.
Careful.
Take out the speaker.
All repeater's gone down.
We're not gonna do that one.
Okay.
Because one of the other amendments was going to address that and then take that out.
What?
We're not doing that. So I'll leave that. We're not gonna do that one now.
Okay.
Yeah, we're leaving that in.
Yeah.
It was on something.
What a set.
34 seats. That's the vote on 34. Oh, was that the record vote?
That's the record vote. Yeah, once we can get a printer.
That's why.
Yeah. Everybody, the roll call votes posted up on the board right now. We want to get a picture. We're working with printer logistics for the printed version.
You want to do the second one? This changes the vote to a 3-piece at the county level and it does the 2, 4, and 6 year. I just tried it. Try here.
I tried it.
There is change. Just change the county rules 2/3 to 3/5, which 67 to 60%. So it lowers it a little bit, make it a little bit easier to that's for these things. They're going to try to shoot this down. So if they want to, they think that's okay. You still get the 3/5 vote. Also, it changes the action at the county level to a resolution or request for censure instead of a resolution of censure. So they're requesting SREC to make the censure. That makes it.
Okay, we got. Do we have everybody?
Official that the action.
Everyone except Chuck. Almost 140.
First Amendment guaranteed right. And
So there's county censure. Now, 1 minute. The county
requests SREC to SREC is it's easier. That official actually sued for violation of constitutional right. But if we get these 3 in the longer term.
There's some noise coming from the back of the room.
We'd like it, but if they want to throw it out, that's fine.
Somebody turn that off or thank you. Can you just turn off the speaker? Yeah. Is that your phone? Yeah. Yep. Yeah, we can hear it. Super loud. If you take a call, please take it outside the door or use headphones if you have them. Thank you. Okay, it's 1:41. Um, so we will call the meeting to order. We are now off of Rule 1, and we've gone through every single rule.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Armin Calderon, SD 27. I make a motion to move our committee's work product to the permanent committee and adjourn.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second. Discussion. Carmen, do you want to speak?
Adjourn.
Huh? It would be a motion, yeah, it would be a motion to, the motion on the floor is to give the work product of the committee to the permanent committee and adjourn. That would mean the work of the temporary committee would be closed. He's going to speak to it, and it is a debatable motion. So,
We went through all of the rules. I think we've had a lot of time and we made a good product that now we can go and think about it and come back tomorrow and do the tweaks and the edits that we may need.
thank you. Anyone try to present for and against?
Mr. Chairman, Brandon Moore, SE 21. Is the motion amendable?
No.
Okay.
Or are you speaking for or against?
Against.
Against. Okay, go ahead.
As much as I would love to be done and be able to go back to my room, take a nap, etc., I think we have more and more delegates arriving this afternoon, and I would just say that perhaps we stand at ease until the time that we had previously said, I think 3 o'clock maybe, or perhaps so that we can take another hour of delegate testimony. That would be the reason that I would speak against this.
Okay.
Mr.
Anyone
Chairman,
else?
Daniel Hunt, SD3.
For or against?
Against.
Everyone else for? If I can alternate. I received criticism, and I realized I wasn't doing well last time. So,
Mr. Chair, Chris Bird, SD 25. I have a point of inquiry.
yes, please state your
I
inquiry.
don't know about the timing, but my question is, you may recall, Mr. Chairman, that I did introduce a motion to slightly amend at the very end of Rule 44 with the language that recognized that a vote by any member be the exercise of constitutional rights. You may remember that. I don't know if now would be a good time to make a motion to revisit that, so I agree. There's been a number of people ask if I could do that.
It would
be better to do it later.
So we would have to dispose of this motion before and making any further motions.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on.
John.
Hold on.
Or.
You didn't finish it.
No, this is just a.
Hold on. Just let him do what he's doing.
Yeah, right. Anyone else want to speak? Daniel?
Mr. Chairman, for.
Okay, then we'll do John and then Daniel. Okay.
Having been to a lot of these rules committees over the past several years, we have covered a lot of ground in a really good amount of time with substantive changes to a lot of rules. Everybody in here should be more than proud of themselves for doing this, and the good kind of pride, right? But at the same time, there's not a reason to prolong when we have exhausted these changes. We have heard the same arguments on some things. We've had good arguments made on most everything here. And why not take the win and bring it to a close?
Thank you, Daniel.
Mr. Chairman, the people sent us here with instructions for a lot of things to do, and we've not exhausted this thing. There are several people that want to make amendments. Ms. Burr's one of them. I think there are several others that might still want to make amendments to various rules, and that we need to keep working. In past conventions, we've been here till midnight, all 3 nights, and we haven't been doing that, which is fine. But I think we can go quite a bit longer and get all of the work done. There's no point in doing part of the work and not all of the work.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, point of yeah, you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
Okay.
Fancy words.
Yeah, I'm wondering if it's possible to table this motion.
Uh,
I'm just asking.
Just to piece it, just.
And take it up later to adjourn.
We didn't get to debate.
Hmm?
I mean, they can remake the motion after. Just vote.
Yeah.
I think postpone to a time certain is the only available motion, but it says. Okay. I think a motion to postpone to a time certain is in order. However, voting down the motion would have the effect of postponing to a non-time certain.
Okay, I see where you're going. All right. Well, I was also
So if the motion's voted down, then we would proceed and anybody else can make motions on the floor, and then it can be brought up again at a later time.
Can we make a vote?
Are you calling a question?
Can we make a vote if we want to
Are you calling a question?
have information? Can we make a vote now to say if we want to continue on or?
This is a vote. Voting down is to continue. Voting yes is to pass the report as is to the permanent committee.
Want to vote down?
Adjourn. Okay. Anyone else? We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
All in favor, please stand.
Chris wanted another amendment.
Yeah, Josh. Yes. Yeah. Sorry. We go till we have to go to our SRC meeting.
Okay, hold on, stay up.
Say,
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I gotta stand.
Hey, stand up.
oh,
we're. Sorry.
we didn't do this room.
15.
Okay, please be seated.
We'll be back at the permanent committee.
Everyone who is against the motion, please stand.
Can you give it 15, Mr. Chair?
15 to 15. So it dies.
So we can keep working. 15 to 15 dies.
15 so it's a tie. We
And abstentions, please stand. One abstention.
So it does.
The vote is 15 to 15. The motion fails.
Move to. Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair? Greg
Yes.
Parker, SD4. I'd like to reconsider Rule 44. A motion to reconsider Rule 44.
To reconsider or to, is it a vote to reconsider or is it a vote to motion to reopen?
Motion to amend
Consideration of.
Rule 44. Reopen, is it reopen? Reopen Rule 44.
Is it a motion to reopen consideration of Rule 44?
There you go.
Once consideration would be reopened on a rule, then the rule again will be open for amendment. Or you can move to reopen for a particular purpose, such as a motion to reopen in order to introduce a particular amendment.
My PhD ain't in law.
So,
Okay, so
on the reopen Rule 44, any amendment or for a particular
yes, for
amendment
any
that you're
amendment,
proposing?
for any amendment,
For any
any
amendment.
amendment.
There's a motion to reopen Rule 44 for consideration.
I second that motion.
Second by Brenda.
Mr. Chairman, a point of inquiry.
Yeah.
Rule 44 is laid on the table and we declined to take it off the table yesterday. I don't think under Parliament or under Roberts that we can take it up again since it has expired while it was on the table.
Rule 44 in its entirety, we are voting to reopen consideration of amendments to the rule. There is no motion that's been tabled. This motion has not been tabled. We tabled motions pertaining to Rule 44.
Right.
However, this is just a motion to reopen consideration of the rule.
Consideration? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay. So now I have an amendment.
It's just a regular motion. Yeah. Do you want to speak to your motion, Greg?
And this is the one to open.
I think so.
Okay, let's open it up
No,
so we
it's
can
the
talk
motion.
about it.
It's
Let's
the
open it up.
motion to reopen Rule 44 for consideration.
All right, let's open it up so we can talk about it again.
Anyone else for or against?
That brings her.
Seeing no other discussion, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of reopening Rule 44, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Hey.
The nays have it. The motion fails. Division. Everyone stand up who's in favor of the motion. Greg, what was that look?
Carmen, did you want to change?
Just do a certain section on the whole thing.
We still got. Yeah, it failed. 15 to 15. Fails. It fails.
Motion fails. The only reason I was confused.
And abstentions? One abstention. Vote is 15 to 15 with one abstention. The motion fails. Any other motions?
Can I make a motion for a specific? Reopen for a specific?
Okay. The only way to do it is you can make a motion open for a specific purpose because it's a more specific motion than the general motion that just failed. So it's covered by that. The only way to reconsider is to make a motion to reconsider the reopening of Rule 44. So you'd have to get, which requires, which requires somebody who, which requires somebody who voted in the negative to make the motion for reconsideration.
Mr. Chairman, Dave Wilson, SD11, point of information.
Yes.
Does reopening a rule require a 2/3 vote?
It does not. It requires a majority vote.
Mr. Chairman.
Hold on.
Oh, no, there's a motion to reconsider, which is a majority vote, but needs to be made by the person who.
Okay, so the motion to reconsider is not available to me. Is that what you're telling me?
To you.
To me, but has to be roll call vote on the previous motion. No.
Point of order.
We already told it.
Yeah. Something that's already discussed on it. Have it for consideration. We haven't. We haven't done anything.
Which is what we just had a roll call. Okay.
All right. Well, I'm
I want the roll call for that.
The last thing on the table.
Which would be fine because now I have a record.
That's still available.
My motion was the last thing on the table.
You call for, yeah, roll call vote would
Yes.
be fine. Please call the roll, Secretary.
Can you help?
This is on the motion that we just had a standing vote for, which is, it is the motion to reopen Rule 44, which we just had a standing vote for.
That's for any purpose, correct?
For any purpose, yes.
Sorry to interrupt.
Carla Carty. Randall Dunning.
Aye.
Daniel Hunt.
Aye.
Greg
Of course.
Kristen Lucas. Aye. Robert Gary.
Aye.
Grant Dunwoody.
Aye.
Rohit Joy.
Aye.
Steve Atwell. Amy Super. Dave Wilson.
Aye.
Brenda Platt.
Aye.
Melinda Morris. Aye. Chris Sasha. Josh Flynn.
Nope.
Matt Patrick.
No.
Becky Green. No. Katie Jackson.
Yes.
David Westbrook.
Nope.
Chuck Burnett.
Yes.
Brandon Moore.
Madam Secretary, as this is a vote on process, not on the rule itself, I am voting aye.
What is your vote?
Aye.
Dave Eagle. Rick Cook.
Not a vote on the rule itself.
Andy Eller.
No.
Chris Bird.
No.
Justin Nichols.
No.
Herman Calderon.
No.
Dan Pickens.
No.
Grant Cloak.
Aye.
Gene Martin.
No.
John Beckmeyer.
Oh.
John 13.
Guy who still couldn't change this vote. So that makes it 16 to 15. That makes it 16 to 15.
Ask the question. Got the wrong
Mr. Chair, my count says, okay.
Just let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Parker count's not official.
Gotta love Parker. Yep. That's 16 to 15.
By a count of, by a vote of 16 to 15, the motion passes.
Thank you.
We are now on Rule 44. Does anyone have a motion?
Now,
Mr. Chairman,
I have an amendment.
Carmen, you beat
I have a motion to amend Rule 44, Section E, to unstrike what we struck yesterday.
then you next.
And I sent it to the secretary a few minutes ago.
We're gonna get it up on the screen.
Okay.
Chris Bird? Yeah. He's with us.
Is the motion you're gonna do already submitted to the secretary?
It should be.
Okay.
Do you see it? It's a new one. It came in from Daniel.
So this is a reconsideration.
Is it?
Do you need help? Yes.
This is a reconsideration.
She's got mine now. She replied to me.
What is it?
It keeps changing.
So what are we doing?
So this is it. So good, but.
Wackadoodles. Got a lot of wackadoodles in here.
Okay, but do you know what resolution number that is or anything like that?
was a resolution in an SREC meeting last year. Yeah. It said basically the same thing. Yeah.
Josh.
In the motion. This has to be reconsidered. The open option, and then he's offer. Those were adopted. We struck at the place. Yeah, then he has the second vote. We rejected that penalty 3. Yeah. We also reject. Yeah, so it's an untimely, dilatory amendment that we already rejected.
It should be.
We're going in the event, like for the sake of practicality, if we don't worry about what with it. That's what it's titled. I think the practical thing to do here need to have a motion to reconsider this entire amendment. And then just simply allow him to, if it opens up again, allow him to offer this way. Just as a minute, don't do two.
I do not have Josh Friend in my vote.
And I'd say that not because just get. Well, yeah, so we need to.
All right, Mr. Chairman.
I'm gonna.
Yes, please.
John, just a parliamentary inquiry. If a motion that has the same effect as an amendment that has the same effect as an amendment that failed yesterday is offered, is that okay?
It is not in order. It would have to be done as a motion to reconsider.
Okay.
So,
Offered this amendment yesterday.
Carmen, do you have a motion to reconsider?
Motion to reconsider Rule 44E, the strikeout language, and put it back in.
Okay. So, no.
Right.
The motion to
Sorry.
reconsider
Just to reconsider strike.
Chris Seixas amendment,
Yes.
striking that language and adding that language. Once, if the motion to reconsider passes, we are back on that amendment, and then you can be recognized for an amendment to the amendment.
Okay.
Yes.
Josh Flynn, SC15, were you on the prevailing side of this motion?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Justin. Okay. It's not, motion to reconsider is not debatable. All in favor of the motion to reconsider, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The motion passes. Carmen, do you have an amendment to the amendment?
Yes. The amendment to the amendment is to add the word penalty 3 after rule number 44. And make the, would this be in order to also add the next section as section F?
Yes.
Okay. And add the language section F.
What's the amendment?
Are you offering that as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
And if not,
And that would be also to, so the friendly amendment would be to add penalty 3 and uncross out the, okay. Okay, so let me explain. Here's where we are. Chris Seixas' amendment crossed out subsection E and added subsection F. We are now in reconsideration of Cressaceous amendment. There's been a friendly amendment by Carmen Calderon to strike subsection E and add penalty 3 language in Rule 44 to deal with the issue of any censure effectively removes a candidate from the ballot, regardless of whether or not they actually got penalty 3. Accept friendly on that.
I do consider the amendment friendly. And I reserve a moment to explain why.
Okay. You could,
Mr. Chairman,
you could just,
make
you
that
could
point
just
of
talk.
order.
Hold on. Hold on.
Hostile amendment.
You could speak to it, but we're going to go to debate on the amendment. I'm going to let Carmen speak to it first. Do you want to speak or do you have a motion?
Mr. Chairman, point of order. Dave Wilson,
Yes,
SD11.
Dave, go ahead.
On a motion to reconsider, don't we have to dispose of that motion through a vote prior to doing it?
We do, and we're currently on the motion that's being reconsidered. So Chris's amendment passed. That language got stricken. Rule subsection E was stricken. Subsection F got added. Now we are on an amendment to Chris Seixas' motion, which we're going to be able to vote on, and then we will be able to vote on Chris Seixas' motion again and amend it further. It's basically, it's reopened for debate now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, Chris, would you like to speak? Do you want to speak for or against?
We get this guys so that we can read what it is that they're speaking to.
Well, yeah, it's unstrike. The amendment to the amendment proposed by Carmen is to unstrike subsection E and to add the term penalty 3 to address the issue that we debated yesterday with it being a de facto penalty 3 for all censures. Go ahead. Carmen, do you want to speak?
Yes. I think having
Let me, oh yeah, we did have a second.
speaking in favor, obviously, I meant the purpose of this is to put the checkbox back on the application. I think that's a very important part of Rule 44, and I kept the substitute language that was added yesterday. That way, everybody kind of gets what they need. Adding the word penalty 3 is to ensure that only candidates, only members that are censured and get the penalty 3 also with it would have to do this, would have to check this box, not anyone who got any type of censure.
All right, Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry, or I'm sorry, request for information.
Your inquiry or
What
information.
entity creates the filing form?
The Secretary of State of Texas.
Request for information.
Please state your request.
Does the Republican Party of Texas have the authority to direct the Secretary of State as to what is on the filing form?
No.
Thank you. I'm wishing to speak against this, and because this language is flawed. I agree. I'm not passionately defending an amendment that I put up here. The problem with this is that you are, as it sits right now, we are requiring an extra piece of paper that says this statement be submitted with every single application. We do not have the ability to put it on the form that these people would actually have. It is not a checkbox. It is an actual statement you must submit separately from your paperwork. This will potentially have people who have not even, they've never read the party rules. None of these discussions that have happened today, we've had rules debates about restricting them to having to read the platform and knowing our priorities. Those are reasonable concepts. We are not asking filing candidates to be experts in rules. I don't think anybody in here actually is an expert in rules. I'm not. Therefore, this is not a prudent idea because one, it's not a checkbox. It's a separate piece of paper they have to submit themselves, or we as the party have to get them directed to a set of paperwork and expect every county chair to know that if every applicant does not submit this exact worded statement, that you are to reject their ballot and try and notify them. Or I'm sorry, reject their application and not notify them. That's why I'm speaking against this amendment.
Chair, I'd like to speak in favor. SD19, David Westbrook.
Excuse me, say that one more time.
I'd like to speak in favor.
Go ahead.
Um, while the concern the gentleman just expressed is valid to a point, these applications are all turned in at party offices of one sort or another, either county or state. And if the party can't have the extra piece of paper available, something's wrong. So I don't think that's really a concern at the end of the day. Yes, we can't control the ballot application. I've discussed this ad nauseum with a couple people and understand this now. But the party office is where this is done, and those forms should be available, assuming they're required.
Mr. Chairman,
Request for information.
Please state your request for information.
are candidates for office required to go in person to their office, or can they submit their applications via mail or electronic?
They can submit their applications via mail or
Thank you.
electronic. Sorry, not electronic, via mail.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to offer a friendly amendment.
Please state your amendment.
This is Parker SD 4. I'd like to, my friendly amendment is to take out penalty 3 up there right after. I know that's the point.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
That's the point.
Yeah. That's literally.
I'm affirmed. I'll censor them.
Can he amend it again? After we vote this down or vote this down if it's a separate amendment that's. I don't know, what do you?
Then what's the point of having that vote?
It's exact amendment but without penalty.
I withdraw my motion.
Mr. Chairman,
So do you want-
point of information.
Yes.
Grant Dunwoody,
Go
SD7.
ahead, Grant.
What statute, if any, prohibits a candidate from including that statement with his application or her application?
It depends on, rather than give you a citation to a specific section number, because it may be different depending on the office. It's the section of the election code that requires the candidate to submit the prescribed form from the Texas Secretary of State.
But there's nothing on that statute, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that prohibits a candidate from adding that language to the form. As I read it.
It prohibits a candidate from writing that language on the form.
Correct. Which is what the rule requires, or the proposed rule requires.
So you're talking about the candidate.
The proposed rule says a
Putting
candidate wishing to
handwriting.
file shall write the following statement. I don't see anything in the statute that you reference that prohibits a candidate from doing that.
Okay.
Then you get to.
So Section 141031 of the Texas Election Code requires candidates to file an application for place on the ballot using the official form prescribed by the Texas Secretary of State under that section of code. If the party changes that form, there's a twofold problem, which is number one, you cannot compel the Secretary of State to include it on the official form prescribed by the Secretary of State. The second issue is the use of primary funds to defend any challenge by a candidate in court due to any omission of that. So in other words, we have primary funds that are being used from candidate filing fees. there's a theory of doubt that this could be used if we do not follow the official form prescribed by the Texas Secretary of State.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
Craig Licardi, SD1. Is the chair advised, uh, this rule as it's written without the words penalty 3 is what was passed in 2024. So that was the guiding rule for the last 2 years. This most recent election cycle, there were a number of state reps who have been censured. Is the chair advised how this rule was implemented in any of those censured office holders refiling?
The chair is not advised.
Mr. Chairman, Matt Patrick, SD16, speaking against.
Speaking.
I think this is an example of the unintended consequences that we get into. I think what we're seeking to do is alert voters to censure for some of the state reps if they are filing for reelection by attaching this statement. But what we're really doing is punishing county chairs. We're putting them in an untenable box because they are required to accept an application on the form that's prescribed by the Secretary of State and forward that with or without the statement. So if they deny that, let's take the example of somebody who was censured under penalty 3, comes in and files their application and refuses to provide the form, which they could do, then the county chair has two choices. They can reject it, in which case they have obstructed ballot access and opened themselves up to a lawsuit, or they can accept the application, send it in which case they are now in violation of our rules. So the people we're actually punishing is not the censured representative, it's the county chairs whose responsibility it is to process applications for office. So for that reason, I think this is ill-advised, even though it was adopted last cycle, and I think we should vote this down.
Mr. Chairman, Craig Licardi, SD1 with a motion to amend.
Okay, please. Well,
This is an amendment.
This is an amendment to an amendment to an amendment. No. Yep.
We're on the amendment to the amendment right now. So if we could dispose of this and then take another amendment as long as it's different.
Okay.
Mr.
Can I
Chairman,
make a friendly amendment to it?
You can ask that.
The friendly amendment would be
Call what?
the
He's making a friendly amendment to his amendment to the amendment.
shall include the following signed statement and then strike on and make it with. That way we wouldn't have to well, I can't speak to it, but yeah. Signed statement with the application. And then it's not printed on the application itself. The SOS doesn't have to be involved. It's just an extra sheet of paper with it.
I would, that's not germane because it doesn't have anything to do with penalty 3. What I would do is dispose of the First Amendment and then submit it separately.
Mr. Chairman, I want to speak against this amendment.
I'm going to
Okay. Are you for or against, Justin? You're for? Hold on. You're for the amendment.
I am.
Okay. You're for
I am for
amendment to the amendment, which is Carmen's.
That's correct.
Okay. And Melinda, you're against? Okay, we're going to go to Justin and then Melinda.
All right.
Go ahead.
A lot of the concerns that have been raised are the same that were raised 2 years ago about promulgation of the form, and I think we see sort of the light at the end of the tunnel that on will be with, but our conclusion at the time, which the law has not changed, is that writing it on the back, applying a sticker or something to the form, would still allow people to attest whether or not they had been censured. And then it also creates a matter of fact test about whether someone is willing to sign a statement, irrespective of any rule or law that is manifestly untrue, and whether or not that would inform the voters as to the character of someone who might do that. As to whether or not they're mailing it or delivering it in person, every single application for a place on the ballot, there is a precinct chair, United States Senator, or Governor, requires contact information of the candidate be included sufficient that they can be reached by email, phone, or mail. Um, this is, I will say, having sat through the testimony in 2 days, we have heard almost, I would say, 3/4 of it have included items touching on Rule 44 and encouraging us to strengthen it, not weaken it. If we take this out, we better get ready for a long night tomorrow because you're going to hear a lot about putting this back in. I do not see the harm, particularly if we're going to change on the application to with the application, for asking candidates to make this affirmative statement. To the gentleman's concern about putting county chairs at risk, that was also addressed. Later on in this rule, there is an identification clause that requires the Republican Party of Texas to identify county chairs who elect to enforce this. And look, all of this was under the guise of, along with the open primary, that we have a right as a party to govern who associates with us and with whom we associate. So we have gone through an election cycle and an entire censure process, including last October, that it appears to have worked, and we universally tend to agree that it yielded a more conservative legislative session than not. On the whole, not everyone got everything they wanted, and so I think this worked. I don't know that worrying about all of the what ifs are worth the proof in the pudding is that we got a better product with this in than without it. So I would support the amendment.
Thank
Just for
you.
information,
Melinda,
Mr. Chairman.
oh, request for information, yes.
Mr. Chairman, were multiple candidates rejected during the filing period this time? Were multiple candidates rejected for improper paperwork that was not able to be corrected in time? They were not able to be informed to be corrected in time?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I'll speak against this amendment. I think reinstating E and everything in yellow is, we need that. The whole point of this is voters want to know if someone running for office has been censured. Censure 1, censure 2, or censure 3. And right now, censure 3 is a moot point because until we close primaries, we can't even accomplish penalty 3. But, you know, I wouldn't vote for someone that was censured for penalty 1. I wouldn't vote for anyone censured for penalty 2. So that needs to be included in this, not just the focus on penalty 3, which we can't even enact right now. But leave everything in yellow and add, I mean, you'd say all 3 penalties need to be included, but not just focusing on penalty 3.
Mr. Chairman,
Or against?
I'm going to say for the amendment, but more on the lines of a question. So I'm not sure if the intent is to communicate to the voters, right, through the filing that a candidate's been censured. I mean, I would agree with striking out penalty 3, but the way that it reads now, it directs the state or county chairman to refuse to accept the application if they haven't essentially haven't made the statement, which goes beyond. I mean, that's almost saying that you have to swear you haven't been censured at all, whether it's penalty 3, and refuse. So I think the problem's still going to be with the refusing to accept, as opposed to asking the candidates to disclose, and then if they fail to disclose, telling the voters that they wouldn't sign the statement.
Mr. Chairman, Andy Eller, SD24.
I got Chris speaking against. Are you for or against?
Well, no, I'm going to be point of information.
Okay, I'll go to Chris. Go to point of information first and then Chris.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to understand it. The original amendment was to strike section E, add language is now section F, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so more information. So if we do bring back section E, we put that back in, section F will disappear. Is that correct?
That is not correct.
So section F would still be there as well.
Correct. The amendment to the amendment is to keep section F and unstrike section E with the penalty 3 language next to Rule 44 to address the issue of rejected filings.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was trying to understand.
Thank you. Chris, go ahead.
All right, I'm speaking again, using my last time to speak in opposition on this. We are not penalizing individuals who have been penalty threed. That's the best way I could put that. We are putting an affirmative burden on every single candidate in the state who has not been penalized to send in a statement affirming that they did not do something in a process they may or may not even know exists. That on the official form from the state will not include this information, that they need to include this form. The reason I introduced this amendment as it exists is so that we would actually inform the public who has been bad. The state party has the burden of tracking candidates and making sure that we know who individually has been censured and putting that out publicly. All this is doing, because a person who has been censured under penalty 3 will not be submitting paperwork. So you are only putting this on people who have not been penalized. This is an affirmative burden on people who have not done anything wrong. Please vote this down and let's accept the fact this has not been watered down. This is strengthening public information while making it a practical, workable rule.
Time.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Time's elapsed on against. Okay, we'll proceed to a vote. We are voting on the amendment to the amendment. Okay, so the original amendment strikes subsection E and adds subsection F. The amendment to the amendment unstrikes subsection E and adds penalty 3 after Rule 44.
And
We're voting on
all in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All in favor, please stand.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry, what exactly is the effect of this vote?
We're in the middle.
Which
We're in the
vote?
middle of a vote right now.
add the word
No, I don't know.
agree to the
We're in the
proposed
middle.
amendment.
It's a vote on the amendment to the amendment, not on the original amendment. It's a vote on Carmen Calderon's amendment to the amendment, not Chris Scioscia's amendment.
Got it.
After this, we will proceed to vote on Chris Scioscia's amendment, as amended or not.
as of
This.
this,
This is adding. What is penalty?
No,
You
not
just
this
told me
vote.
two different things.
This vote, you're adding the words penalty 3 to get proposed.
I never tried. I'm
That's
trying to
me.
understand why we're here.
You're saying
But not the final vote on the whole
And I
thing.
still kind of listen to
Bringing you back and adding the words penalty 3 for
confused on
consideration.
what we're
Yes, there, hold on. Sit down for a second. All right, let's talk. This is a vote on the amendment to the amendment. Okay? The amendment to the amendment is to take Chris Scioscia's original amendment, which struck subsection E and added subsection F,
Penalty
and unstrike subsection E
3 to what's
and
on
add the term penalty 3 after Rule 44. Yes. If the amendment passes, this is what it will look like. It restores the language in subsection E and adds penalty 3 after Rule 44 and leaves subsection F. Then we will proceed to vote on the original amendment either as amended up here or, if it fails, with subsection E stricken.
Mr. Chairman, would it be a parliamentary inquiry?
Yes, please state your inquiry.
Would it be, Craig Licari, SD1, would it be out of order to request a division of the question?
That's what we're doing. Well, now it will be because we're in the middle of a vote.
To separate the unstriking and then.
Yes, that would be out of order right now.
Okay.
Please stand if you are in favor of the amendment to the amendment. Please stand if you are opposed to the amendment to the amendment. Okay, please be seated. Any abstentions? Okay, the vote is 15 to 14. The amendment to the amendment passes. Now we are on the original amendment, which is as amended, which is the
Mr.
language
Chairman,
up on the
I got a
board.
motion to amend.
Please state your motion to amend.
Under that, where it says second line, Republican primary ballot shall include the following signed statement, and then with, and the word on struck. Signed statement with, strike the word on.
Strike the word on.
Can we put with in front of that penalty 3? Make it read right.
You're awesome.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, does that accurately state your amendment?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Second by Susan Lucas.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
just a friendly reminder, in 30 minutes, the SREC meeting starts.
I got it. We'll go to 250 and then take a break and then go to testimony. You want to speak in favor of your motion or your amendment to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, I understand the argument that the form that's promulgated by the SOS is statutory form. We can't modify it. I get that. So changing it from on to with is going to make it a lot easier. Instead of us massaging the SOS form, it's just a statement that's signed by the candidate saying, I have been censured. Add that to the application, and then it should take care of the issue.
Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. The amendment to the amendment passes. Now we're on the amendment. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chair, Daniel S3. As much as I like the idea of what we're trying to do with this, I think it was mentioned earlier, you're placing, as a former county chair, I can tell you would be placing county chairs and the state chair in a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. The current election code says that all a candidate has to do is fill out the form promulgated by Secretary of State, correctly and fully, pay the appropriate fee, and that the party must put them on their primary ballot. We don't have a choice. Adding a condition, then if we kick somebody off the ballot because they didn't file this form or extra piece of paper or whatever, we would be violating state law. If we don't kick the person off the ballot, you're violating Republican rule. As much as I would like this to happen, I will have to vote no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, point of information.
Yes.
If a county chair just doesn't do this, what happens? Nothing.
Well,
Nothing.
Yeah. So actually, another point of information. So actually, F has more impact than E because it informs anyone out there in the public that this is what this person has been censured for.
You're talking about subsection F?
Yes. Just information.
That's the added subsection F language informs.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, request for information.
Please state your request for information.
If I
if I am a candidate for office and I turned in my sworn statement and my opponent did not, and after the filing deadline, would it be a possibly successful suit for me to sue and say that this person shouldn't be on the ballot because the party's not following its rules on handling filings?
Chair's not advised as to the interpretation of the rules as it pertains to the Texas Election Code in this particular instance.
Mr. Chair, Daniel Hunt, SD3. May I add to my previous comment very shortly?
You speaking for or against? Sorry.
This again is against. I appreciate Mr. Beckmeyer's statement. It's accurate, but we are the party following the law, following the rules, and my ethics would put me in an untenable situation if I was the county chair and somebody did not do what is required by the rule, or if they did and I kept them off the ballot, and now I'm facing, a potential lawsuit because I violated state law. So I've got real problems with this, and I think we need to really seriously consider whether or not we do this and not be voting no.
Point of information.
Hold on one second. Are you for or against? Because
I am against
confused
E,
as if
the
because
whole E.
All voted for E.
I'm confused as to the germaneness of it, because if the motion fails, rule E, subsection E is still in, but without the underlying language.
So we already adopted all of E
Would
as
you like
it
to make,
exists.
would
as
you
it
like to
exists
make
now.
a motion to you can do it.
Yeah. Josh Flynn, SD15, move to reconsider. I voted on the amendment to the amendment.
Okay. I think that, do you second?
I will second that.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of the motion to reconsider the amendment to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Hey.
All in favor of reconsideration, please stand. And so that everyone knows what we're reconsidering. Yeah, we're talking about striking E. We voted against striking E. So if you voted again, if you now vote against the amendment, which is on the table, you would be voting to get rid of F and keep E, but without the underlying language. There is now a motion to reconsider the amendment to the amendment that struck E in the first place.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary.
That we,
Very confused here now.
And now it's gonna want to read.
okay, sit down for a second.
All right.
We definitely want to keep that.
This is why we should have been, but oh no, y'all wanted to
Let me explain what we're voting on. Dan brought up an issue with subsection E that I don't think was fully understood at the time, because Josh, who voted in favor of the amendment to the amendment, now made a motion to reconsider, which is in order because of his vote on the previous motion. The previous amendment to the amendment reinstated the language in subsection E, which Dan had just spoken on and said was problematic. Therefore, Josh made a motion to reconsider the amendment to the amendment, which unstruck E. If the motion to reconsider is granted, we would be back on the amendment to the amendment, which no, we'd be back on the amendment to the amendment, which asks that E be unstruck. If you then vote against the amendment to the amendment, then you would restrike E. So it would undo the reinstatement of subsection E.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Would it, if you vote in favor of the reconsideration, would the paperwork no longer exist? Substance.
Or we'd be at least debating what that paperwork would be at.
Let me make it simpler. If you are in favor of the paperwork which you describe, okay, you would vote against the motion for reconsideration because the language is currently in there. If you do not want to submit the additional paperwork, as Dan was just saying, you would vote in favor of the motion to reconsideration and against the amendment that's being reconsidered. Susan.
Susan Lucas, SD5. My question is, would removing E again also remove F at the same time?
No.
Okay.
All in favor of the motion to reconsider, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No.
Please stand up if you're in favor of the motion to reconsider, and that means striking E. The first step in striking E.
Oh, you lose.
Matt, you're losing one.
Okay. I didn't count them. The ayes have it. The motion passed. So, don't say anything yet. Put up. No, we're back, but it's out. We're just minutes. I've got 15 seconds left on 4.
Wasn't that a 2/3?
Okay. Now, we are on the original amendment, which, yes, we're in the original amendment, the Seisha amendment. This is the effect of the amendment. It strikes E and it makes the new E the underlying language. Okay, so it strikes the paperwork and leaves the party website reporting on censures. Okay. We are 5 minutes and 5 minutes on debate on this, so we will proceed to a vote.
Well, point
If-
of information.
Yeah.
I thought if the motion to reconsider was to reconsider the language that was passed, which was my amendment.
Oh, yeah. Wait a second. Correct. Hold on.
You are.
Hold on. You're correct. Can you put up Carmen's original amendment? You are correct.
That's
Take out the signed.
There you go.
Take out the
Or
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
could I make a motion for us to go to stand at these for 5 to 10 minutes and get this line together so everybody can say, taking a while.
No,
I
'cause
think we have a lot of SREC members that have a meeting at 3.
yeah.
I would like to talk to Carmen and Dan. So we can.
Take out these for 2 minutes while the secretary is working on it.
Yeah, I mean,
This standard last 12 minutes. I don't think there's centers and responsibilities. Y'all go to the committee.
I do agree. Texas have a congressional candidate. One of them rested outside.
I could have I brought a flat. Oh, I mean, I've got a full machine outside the. I learned that at my. Adjourned and this all on 44. Everybody soon this in line to can. Imagine that. So we'll look at the person checking.
You know, that's back Monday.
Would have been, we were 1 vote away. Yeah.
I don't. It's a dinosaur. That's what we said. Dinosaur. Dinosaur. Dinosaur.
Demosaur.
Oh, Demosaurus.
Demosaur.
Yes, a Demosaurus. we don't really know. It's the Demosaur.
That's the thing. I mean,
I have never fallen in and out of anyone's graces so frequently in 3 days. Every minute of
I didn't even know it was that responsive. They fixed it, that for change it. Wait, this whole thing we're talking about. Well, what we're talking about, that's what's well, you have to.
it has. Well,
Actually, I guess the question would be, really,
this has been a good.
well, we followed the rules last time. I ran for office. I didn't fill out
This isn't mine. This is Cameron's. I don't.
It is funny how it's sort of formulated.
So all it's doing.
Because I shared. Obviously, I was a minister. But in 2 days,
Like I said, we could have gone to those. If we hadn't gone to this first. And
we're sitting in close quarters.
I mean, it was
Yellow. Yeah.
then we voted again.
We did.
Okay. I'm not the collective effort.
This is good. It is fun to.
Entitled. I am not. Maybe it's on the black.
And all that.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
In my label in the minutes it said Mark Flynn.
That was our.
Right now.
It wasn't. You know how we have.
We'll make sure one.
So, yeah, it was very hard hitting. What?
Let's get on the wax. Right. It's required. That's not already. Hey, how are you? It's good to see you. I don't need to do a statement because if you have penalty free, you're already gone. I don't have any other plan.
We're also
You can't file in. Right, but presumably we're doing.
There's a penalty for you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so kind of got a blind spot.
Okay, everyone sit down. Let's get order and sit down. Chris, John, come on. Everyone in the crowd, please sit down.
Chuckle second you. Yeah. Chuckle second. Oh, I should have said that.
Okay.
Was this? There's a bag here. I don't have
This one? Oh, we're red.
red bag. Is it yours?
No, I took mine up.
Okay, then that was
Somewhere, but we'll go do it.
because I didn't have one.
Okay. Now we are on and by the way, the time's already elapsed on this as well. We are now on the amendment to the amendment, which is Carmen's amendment. The amendment to the amendment unstrikes subsection E and adds penalty 3. So now a yes vote on the amendment to the amendment leaves in subsection E. A no vote strikes subsection E with the language that Dan was saying was problematic.
Voting yes now.
A yes vote leaves in subsection E. A no vote strikes subsection E.
It's up to you.
All in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? No. The nays have the motion failed. Now we're on the main motion.
Oh.
Yes. Really?
No.
I wasn't even close.
But no.
Yeah. Trust me on that one. No, you're good. Everyone around you is the Josh effect over there.
This is already in here.
Mr.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak in favor of my amendment now that we're back to the original amendment.
No. Time on the.
Yeah, we've hit 5 and 5 on all of them. Okay. Now this is in favor of this change. So a yes vote strikes E and adds the underlying language as subsection E. A no vote brings back the language that's stricken up there and eliminates the language that is underlined. So a yes, so you're voting either for this, a yes vote is in favor of the below language that's underlined and striking the above language. A no vote is to restore the above language and to eliminate the below language. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No,
The ayes have it. The motion passes.
Mr. Chairman,
We're back on, yeah.
I would move, Justin SD 26, I move adjournment of the temporary rules committee and forward our body of work to the permanent committee.
Second.
There's been a motion to adjourn in a second. That was the motion that's on the floor.
That was my motion.
Do you want to speak in favor of your motion?
Oh, I'm kind of tired and want to do something else for a while. Oh, and the SREC is apparently meeting, so I'd like to do that.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, Brandon Moore, SD21, speaking against.
go ahead.
I'm not on the SREC. I don't have to go to the meeting. We're right at the time that we announced we were going to take delegate testimony for another hour from 3 to 4. That's why I'm against. I'm happy to stay here and hear people out.
Said 3 to 4 yesterday.
You told me to leave.
I like this.
Hey, by the way, let me just say something. We're almost at 3 o'clock. Okay, the permanent committee is very likely to be the same composition as the temporary committee. I'm going to stay here and listen to testimony. If anyone else who's not on SRIC would like to stay here with me and do so that we can take up their considerations in the permanent committee, I would welcome them to do so, whether or not we vote yes on the motion.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, speaking in favor of the motion.
Go ahead, Carl.
One, we have a lot of SREC members that need to get to their meeting. Two, like you said, this is going to be the same most likely the same composition tomorrow. And it after what just went on, it shows that we need to put a lot more thought into some of these revisions. We did most of the work. All the tweaking we can think about overnight, get it all organized, talk to each other offline, and come up with solutions so we're ready to go tomorrow and we're not here till midnight like other committees were in the past.
Mr. Chair, Dan, SD3.
Go ahead, Dan.
Speaking against the motion to adjourn.
Okay.
We have many amendments still to go. We have lots of work people sent us here to do. The time tomorrow limited because we have to end a deadline to get it to print. There's no guarantee what the makeup of the permanent committee is going to be. It's not even 3 o'clock. We can go much longer. If we were back at home working, we would go at least 2 hours longer. There's no reason to stop now. We need to do work that people sent us to do. I'm against adjourning.
Anyone else?
Chairman, point of inquiry, Brandon Moore, SD21.
Please state your point of inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry. Would it be in order to make a motion to postpone this motion to a time certain?
It's an unqualified. That's hardly a no.
Yeah. So again, as before, I think
we done with debate? Yes or no?
we're not done with debate on the motion.
And if we're done with debate, we're gonna vote.
We're not done with debate on the motion to pass the temporary rules onto the work product onto the permanent committee and the motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
I would vote no if you've effective. I mean, I would vote no if you want to suspend to a time certain. That's the effect rather than opening up another motion. That would be my advice. If you're in favor of adjourning, vote yes. If you want to suspend the motion, I think it's easier to stay on the main motion.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'd like to speak in favor.
Please go.
Members, we spent the last hour and a half reconsidering something that went right back to the language where it was at and was agreeable. We need, I understand the idea of wanting to keep going, but I know, and I know there are several ideas floating around there, but I'm going to be honest, nobody has talked to anybody outside of some few adjacent members to try and do that. We could sit there and use this time in between. I'm going to be staying here. I'm going to listen to the testimony with the chair. I want, if you have ideas that we can sit there and work on collaboratively during this period, you don't have to walk away. But we do have several SREC members who are going to disappear. It is going to slant the vote. I have no idea how it's going to slant votes. But we could sit there, get ready for the permanent committee, get some more complicated stuff discussed, and make motions.
Yeah, they gotta go.
Call a question. Well, this is the vote.
Okay. Seeing no other further debate, all that are all in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Oh,
All in favor of the motion, please stand.
Is this the motion? Is this the motion to adjourn or the motion to postpone? Motion to adjourn. 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 For a committee.
Yeah, I want to adjourn.
All opposed?
At least 15, I don't know.
The vote is 15 to 15. Motion failed.
Fails.
Take your motion. Now we can take it off again.
They're gonna.
Well, they're gonna show.
We all are still here. I'll be back.
It failed anyway. All the, yeah.
why not?
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Daniel Hunt, SD3. Is it my understanding that we're going to go to delegate testimony at this time?
We're going to go to delegate testimony for an hour, then we're going to recess for lunch or for dinner.
Is it possible we have some further action for maybe an hour or so before dinner?
No, because everyone's going to be gone at the SREC meeting.
Do we have any idea how long that may last?
You need a majority vote of the committee in order to reopen anything. And no, I don't know. It's going to be till 4:30.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. We're going to take a break. We're going to take a break for, say, 10 minutes to go to the bathroom and everything else, and then come back for testimony.
SREC.
They're going to SREC.
They have an SREC meeting.
Yeah. Oh, I know.
No, you don't.
Well, no, because a lot of them are ones we're voting against.
Right,
us.
I understand, but the
It's
point, the
okay.
point is,
We
the
still
chairman
do.
is not going to allow us to without the full committee.
He's going to make sure that they get. That's fine.
Did nothing.
No, well, not really.
It's-
Not really.
No, it's just that, for example, there are Easter, you have things, some things that you're gonna have, oh yeah, to reconsider, you have to have the full body. So to reconsider any of these pieces, you have to have the full body.
We've got several.
So rather than
cases of.
Oh,
We're going to
so
make
that's what we're at.
those amendments. To the
You didn't
existing
adjourn, the
code.
adjournment vote passed.
It's in your email.
And that's why
Ridiculous,
I'm
Brandon.
trying to stay
Fucking
calm.
Yeah.
Let me
Right,
call you
but-
back.
but-
Put your name on the list.
Now I understand.
SRIC now.
They'll come back and they'll go to
Down on the minutes, so we can work on this map tonight.
What?
Which wrote down my own.
Day. What a day.
And then we can.
I said, what a day.
Same things with every single thing that's brought up. We need a little bit more compromise on come back.
Compromise on what?
On any other
You know, 11.
or stuff. I'm sure you saw the list of stuff.
Well, there's a large number of us. Yeah.
And most of them,
And without,
Oh, no, 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 none of them are anything that's been brought up already other than the parts. The 4-page thing.
right.
We've broken it into small parts for men. It's gonna be small.
Well, I want to know what happens.
Very small bite-sized pieces. He literally is. That's his last name. Where's your nuts? Oh, you don't have your. You don't have your virtual. There's Skinny. Virtual right now. Yeah. I wish. I'll tell you, I like what we had as E.
Yes.
But it unfortunately, like the children had suspicious attack. We work some of this. You're a private entity. The election code can't tell you how to run your external business. That's what if we could get that, then we need to get a system. Now, it is, depending on who the governor appoints at the next Secretary of State, we may have a lot more luck getting what we wanted. And then we might have to get the right person, and then we may be able to get what we want, and then we can get them to add that. Democrats have to do too.
Right.
Because that's the thing, under the current law.
Well, they're gonna vote on the, who can be a.
Not have to do that again. I didn't, I thought there was just like.
And they'll vote on it.
Doesn't have to be the
If
exact.
they're-
My understanding of the law is, as long as they fill out the form.
I thought we could have a piece of paper. We could do our
Register for voice.
application as long as it meets certain requirements that they put it as.
That's not my understanding.
So what happened to?
And you, and ask Rachel or whoever, Matt's an attorney, Rachel's an attorney, so here are answers. So much water. I don't like it. It just is. You know, I'm just happy to.
Just want to shake your hand.
How you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Hey, man.
Having
You're
fun
down,
yet?
you're down in Knack now, right?
Sure.
Yeah. How you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a neat sound. It's a neat town. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell people it's like living in the hill country, but not in.
But not, but with trees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tree.
Yeah.
So I
Hill
live in hill
country has trees.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I don't have
they do with little suburbs.
have all politics now.
There you go.
That's why I'm not gonna open it.
Yeah. Also permanent?
Because he's not familiar with
What SD are you?
14.
Chris works. What is that? What area is that? Oh, that's right.
the blueberry.
The People's Republic of Travis County. That's right.
No, we're not Travis. We're Austin.
Because
You're actually in
the
Austin.
center.
Yeah, yeah, but that's that whole
But we're
county
gonna
is
be
kind of screwy.
I'm gonna be running this right?
No, well, they do
Right.
it. We're gonna close it.
You're seeing how reluctant at a 15-15 split, someone's
That's why
going to
you're
give up.
saying if you could stop running it.
We're close.
Somebody leading them up to the team or so give up. So,
Well, that's it. I mean,
So who would you play?
pushing, that might be enough to push it and go.
well, and then
That's why I've considered it.
the right
I don't know
the right to file a minority report.
Rinaldi's at the end of his rope here. I think Rinaldi's at the end of his rope. He did talk for about an hour. Didn't
File a
he?
minority report that's dependent on just notifying the chairman. You've really lost that right twice.
No, we got it ready. If they never done this, you could adjourn. I'll email it to you.
Entire house of cards.
Is that?
You gotta listen now.
You
We're
gotta
gonna
come back. Time to.
Yeah, those- if we come back tomorrow, I mean,
Here's our
The
recording.
good news is that when you're
It's got a time day on it, so you can't say anything about it.
yeah, it would be I was delegates here that you made the request for.
Had like.
Oh, I'll,
Yeah, if you can think of that, they've really shut you up twice.
well,
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be something like that.
I'm in with my SRC person offered.
It was time uncertain, we'll replace it. SRC was good. You won't get.
No, I will, but she be arguing back. This is, she thought this was her last year. Her husband
Post
offered.
SREC meeting before dinner. No, the way he worded it was post SREC post dinner.
She's a better rules
He
person.
didn't give a time, so.
So.
You offer, you are offering to take Steve's spot.
I offered, yeah, I offered it to her, but she said no, but we'll see, I'll be talking. But it's her last year on the SRC. She feels like.
I'm gonna ask.
In the future, will.
There he is right there.
And so she's been a good friend and we've been working together for a long time. And everything that we agree pretty much on everything. We've been in communication. And so she's rolling in with her kid. Yeah, her husband's IT with Lowe's, and they laid off half their IT department.
It's on the antenna. One of us, they promised that they would.
It's like, well, they gave me 3 months notice. They worked for sure, and they did it, and so he went ahead and filed for unemployment. So, and he's in his 50s, and it's gonna be harder for him to find something. Yeah.
They already have like this day.
They were in the middle of major house.
So we restructured
Yeah.
and reopened immediately. So
like I said, anything I could do for her.
No, we haven't done anything
But,
over 44.
But anyway, it is what it is, you know. Just see, I think the one that's going to upset the people the most.
I know. That was my testimony,
Mess
so
over
I
there.
appreciate that people tried. And I also appreciate your point of view.
That's the one everybody came in and took.
And the burdens of
But the thing is,
I mean, I want that language on the thing.
they're looking for something.
on the SOS form.
It's that.
on everything.
It's that bubbling anger. They're ready to lash out.
Basically, we need to redirect their anger.
Yes.
Redirect their anger to
Other point.
And it's a shame, but I've noticed that it's kind of the mentality. You go from fire to fire to fire. You don't work. But there's also legitimate concerns and differences of opinion.
Doesn't realize it's incomplete.
And Brandon got it. And Rinaldi
Who are they going to sue? They're going to sue the county sheriff. They're not going to sue.
I don't know if we're accepting being complete or for rejected.
Or either way. Well, I mean, they could sue for violating our rules.
Pretty much everybody's left.
Or they could sue for violating state laws, for violating the ethics codes.
Yeah.
And I don't want to volunteer in that position. I don't have enough money. I'm an attorney. I don't have enough money to defend the law.
I think
We have 30 precincts in our county, and the most precincts we've ever had were about 2 months. We have, right now, we have 8, and that's almost the most we've ever had.
We don't have enough elections.
We don't either. We don't either.
You're special. You're special in every kind of way.
In every category. We have 1,150 precinct chairs, maybe 500.
Why is it that they consolidate precincts?
Because the liberal county creates what we call squirrel precincts that we don't have anybody in them. And the reason for that is part of the algorithm of the bits for how things are calculated.
That's delusional.
I know it. Yeah, that's exactly what. Yeah, that's what we call them squirrel precinct. They do the. Yeah.
Down some block.
Yeah.
There's
reason to do it, other than they have a bunch of, I don't know what the percentage is, but I would say there's probably 50 squirrel districts out of 1,150. Why do you call it squirrel districts? So these are all zero. Well,
we've gone through several of those. Part of the people who are just minds. Did you say that Harris County was special? You were right. Washington special needs. Yes. Special. The good thing is always well, Harris, I doubt that this Taylor and Tom's got up the ticket. Probably. They were not like that one governor, because that it was not an hour. It was an hour. We're going to the SRE. And if we find out how, there's unfortunately vote is that, why the true was. Whiplash? Whiplash? That's exact. Well, I mean, what's your dealing with the checkbox stuff. You know, I spend my entire lunchtime statutes to see whether or not it's their class was prohibited under the statute. The only statute I found was the one that the chairman eventually raised, which didn't say anything about the candidate writing something on the application with that. Like, honestly, all the notice parties list. I sent a list. And the party, the section 172 supersedes 141. If the party doesn't, even if it didn't supersede it, there's nothing that says that it can't. It was all the rule itself is candidate focused. The candidate must do this. Let's say anything about what the Secretary of State can do. Unfortunately, it's all this line. This is different party. If it meets the party politics, our party will say this, that, the policy. But they one, it doesn't matter. It was key of that would be 44. Well, I got in 2 years ago. Got it nicely goes down. And it backs and then back up. Yeah. So
All right, please take your seats.
Way to do it.
I have a 3 p.m. testimony list. I don't know how many of you guys are here, but I'll call the names on the list, and then if anyone else is here to testify, you can raise your hand. First name, Kristen Bentley. I don't think she's here. Can you bring it?
No, she's not.
She's at the SREC meeting. Let me see. I'm gonna read the testimony list that was up there because I think the people are more likely to be here right now. Eric Blake.
Eric Blake, SD22 from Ellis County. Thank you for letting me testify multiple times. I've had multiple topics on my mind, so I've tried to give one topic for testimony over the course of the days. I know it's a smaller group right now. My concern is delegate accessibility. I had the luxury of taking the week off work and coming here to see everything you do. A lot of the delegates don't. We depend on the live stream and on being able to watch what you're doing. There are grassroots who love to know what's going on, even though they couldn't be here till tomorrow or Friday. It severely hampers delegate accessibility to not have access to a live document where we can see what changes have you already approved in your 2 days of work, 2.5 now. What changes are you still considering when the camera is focusing on the screen, but its contrast is washed out? That's technical. It may not be your fault directly, but it's something we can fix in the rules that says going forward, we commit to transparency. We promise that in the future conventions, It shall be a requirement that all committees at state convention have live stream with access to the live document available for delegates to browse online at their leisure, not have to watch back through YouTube recording and scroll to the 2-hour mark. To be able to open the document and control F, find that word that I'm looking for and see have they edited it yet. We need better transparency. We can fix the rules on what goes on instant committees. I don't know which rule would be best for that. Maybe 24, maybe 34. You guys are the experts. You could stick something in it. We can't fix this convention. It's not your fault, but please fix future conventions. Put in a rule that says the work product of a state convention committee shall be accessible online for delegates to follow along with. It's great that we can see your faces debating it, but we also want to see the words. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Frazier. Amy, you're on deck.
Good afternoon, Jeff Frazier from ST14. I wanted to address one of the issues around the Legislative Priorities Committee and how that vote is taken. One of the most important things about, there's been a lot of Rule 44 discussion and about people don't want to weaken it. I think one of the most important things when we talk about the ethos, the credibility that we have about something, is how strongly we approve it as a group. As a member of the Legislative Priorities Committee in 24 for ST14, we saw multiple instances where a LP was going up and passed, but had maybe 55% support on the committee to get on the list. The key thing is that the level of the amount, as we saw, we just had the increase on the amount of text that can really be acceptable going into an LP. What we'll end up with is 8 legislative priorities that have numerous bullet points in them, all of which are then Rule 44 central items. So a state rep or a senator is expected to adhere to every point on that list. But even the committee that passed that list did not completely approve of that list. There will be members of the LP committee this time who were on the losing side of more than 3 votes, which means that if they were legislators voting on those same issues, they would be eligible for censure and removal from the party. I'm not proposing a change to Rule 44. That's a very heavy discussion. Y'all have already opened it up. What I'm asking is that for the Legislative Priorities Committee to adopt a priority into the list of 15, it should require unanimous approval. If we are going to say to the people of a district, you are not allowed to vote for this candidate in the next primary because they didn't support this item, it is not credible to have said that an item that the committee that passed it did so with a simple majority, with 15 of the 31 people voting no. I think if we move that up to a unanimous approval, we'll get better LPs, ones that have more broad support, and it greatly strengthens the credibility of the argument on a Rule 44 censure when we had to get to a point of full agreement to say this is who we are as Republicans, and if you don't agree with this point, we're willing to remove you from the party. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Nope, we only have 7 seconds. Amy? And
Teal.
Adam Huggins on deck.
Amy Teal, SD22, Hill County. I did want to address Chris's earlier point about affirmative burden on every candidate. Yes, this is absolutely an affirmative burden, and it should be. Every single candidate who fills out an application to become a Republican office holder has to be well versed in Rule 44, from the precinct chair level all the way up to judicial levels, because it's a rule that originates at the precinct chair level. you absolutely better understand what this is because it's not just a social club. That is a legally binding decision that precinct chairs will have to take up at some point, whether they choose to do it or whether they choose to not do it. They need to have a very clear understanding of what this rule is. So, checking that box, yes. If you want to be a Republican, get your act together and understand the rules of the party. Um, I do think that having the checkbox on the application itself is critical. And the party should probably try to figure out some sort of trigger rule that demands that the party pursue legislation or pursue a court order to control its primary ballot and add that content. And when that happens, that the checkbox be added. Because that does, once it's on the application itself, becomes an easy way for your county chairs to accept or reject an application. So some sort of trigger rule would be good, but it would need to add that it's not just about waiting for the thing to happen. You need to demand that the party take action on that. So that's where I am. Thanks.
We have Adam Huggins.
All right. Adam Huggins, SD1, Bowie County. I'm going to ask you, does the current Rule 44 clearly lay out the timeline of what day is the last possible time or day for a CEC to pass a resolution of censure? No, it does not. Does the current Rule 44 clearly define what should be included in a resolution of censure to make it strong and unquestionable? No, it does not. I could send you my language, which does that and much more, but I think honestly, the Hunt rewrite, which you've got laying on the table, does most of what I want to see done. There are some questionable parts of it. I would encourage you to take that up from the table and consider it, maybe as a substitute that you can place a final vote on after much deliberation in the next, 3 hours or something. I'm asking you to take it up and consider it. Thank you.
Kim Weber.
Mr. Chairman and members of this committee, thank you all for working tirelessly to update our rules to reflect the will and the best interest of the Republican Party. My name is Kim Weber, and I serve as Precinct Chair 97 from Montgomery County in SD7. I'm here today to speak in favor of strengthening Rule 44 in any way that makes elected officials more accountable to Republican voters. When a candidate runs as a Republican, they are making a commitment to voters that their values align with the principles, priority, platform of the Republican Party. Once elected, constituents expect voters and actions of Republican office holders to support and advance our legislative priorities, platform, and principles. But what happens when they don't? As you work on this wording, please consider these facts to help you decide if the language you propose needs to be stronger and more clear than it is now. Fact number one, the Republican brand needs defending because of the same elected officials who scream the loudest about Rule 44, they get elected as Republicans and act like Democrats once they get in office. Newsflash, we don't care what they think anymore, and their proxy should be ignored in this debate. Fact number two, having an R behind your name is a privilege, not a right. Voters have every right to disassociate with any Republican who breaks rank with the platform. You're being most gracious by giving them 3 strikes. Most grassroots voters lose patience with just 1 strike. Fact number 3, a lock keeps an honest man out. Be assured that ambiguity you leave in Rule 44 will be exploited by the least ethical members of our delegation. Please make it airtight. And fact number 4, any dilution of our brand helps Democrats win. We must defend it and be bold because we are the only ones who can. Thank you.
Thank you. David Stein?
Thank you. David Stein, Senate District 1, and also TRCCA, Republican Party Chairman's Association President. So, first off, guys, thank you. I'm not saying that disingenuously. I have the attention span of a gnat, and how you guys keep focused on all of this is remarkable. So, I really do appreciate your support in doing what y'all are doing here. Here's a request from me. Please consider in what you're doing, please don't make our jobs any harder than they need to be. A lot of the things that are asked and the ripple effect of some of these decisions affect how we as county chairs have to operate. As I say often, it's a great job. It's part-time. It only takes 40 to 50 hours a week. Everybody gripes at you and you don't get paid. This last primary season, we had 30 counties that did not have a Republican chair on the ballot. If we don't fix that, that means the next time this rolls around, there won't be any locally elected Republican officials on that. So please, when we're talking about Rule 44 and what you're requiring of us, please keep that in mind as you do it. This last discussion that we had, the biggest point of all, I thought, came from John Beckmeyer when he said, if a county chair refuses to do this or doesn't do it, what happens? And the answer being nothing. So we've really been arguing back and forth for the last hour about something that really doesn't affect anything. And there's a number of my colleagues that are sitting here on this area. The last thing I would just do and just ask as a caution is I think that Rule 44 has become a stumbling block for many of us. It's got its place and it's necessary. And when rightfully applied, it works. But what bothers me as a chair and as a longtime Republican is we spend more time and we hear more testimony about Rule 44. And I realize that's what these committees are for. But I don't hear as much conversation going on as how are we going to get Ken Paxton elected as our next senator? How are we going to get Don Huffines across the board as comptroller? How are we going to make sure that Governor Abbott wins? That's my focus for now until November. And I think any time that we spend on anything else is misused time. We've got to make sure that we get these guys elected. We've got a ground game that we have to put together very quickly because there really isn't an organized one right now. And the county chairs are the resources that we need to make sure that will make this happen in conjunction with our SREC members. So again, thank you all for what you do. Thank you for your time. I think you've gotten to a lot of good results, and I'm happy to talk to y'all. I know we're not taking questions. I don't think we're taking questions, but if you'd like to talk offline, I'm happy to do it. So thank you.
Thank you, David. I have Rhonda Ward and Paul Hale on the list, but I don't think they're here. Is there anyone else wishing to testify? Seeing none. Okay. Is anyone on the, I don't think there's any committee members that are SD caucus chairs, are there?
I just sent them to you. Oh, in a chair.
So we have 3. Okay, let's let me stand at ease for 2 minutes.
So,
one, less than a few.
Agree with this whole thing. Look at right there. They don't agree with this. I don't mean the population. So that's but it feels I'm going to share this top. You hand that to me. Oh, by playing a piece of paper, it says have the century. You do the recess. Have the century. That brings done. How hard is that?
Okay, call the committee to order. There's the SREC meetings now. There's SD and caucus chair training from 6:30 to 7:30, and we have members of the committee who are in SD caucus chairs. So we're going to recess and reconvene at 7:30. Please be back at 7:30 and let your committee members who are at the SREC meeting know to be here at 7:30 sharp. Thank you.
Figure out if I can just take a nap.
We can clear up the table. Actually, the carpet might be
And it looks like you better find a pool table then.
I'm gonna get in and bring sticks.
I'm no longer. Don't do anything. Go. Yeah, we can try and. I don't know about dinner tonight. I'm trying to figure out. I'm actually trying right now. If I haven't.
Yeah, but then it was the non-exhaustive, not everybody. Basically,
Do the little. There we go. Yeah, I'll look it up. I don't know.
The one about.
Yeah.
You know, if you really think
Start to
about it,
slow down here.
we really strengthened this thing, this 44 a lot.
Sounds good.
You can go 4 deep on the amendments on that one. It changes. See, the thing you were saying a while ago is the SREC upholds the county's central. Yeah. And so I don't like the change of the phrase of the
request to censure, and then the resolution censure. I was first. I mean, what meeting?
In the SRC meeting.
Where is there?
Hey, 370 all the way at the other end.
In executive session. They're in executive session.
He's on his way.
So they're expecting this to be clear. It is. We're expecting this to be very critical days.
We Oscars. First in line, yeah, that's very following. Chris McCoy. Oh, that's the one about the planks on it. There's one of these little things that's all in it. There's a one of those. That's why this guy can develop Washington.
Okay. Sounds. I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
You're supposed to sit there.
Well, then we go to dinner at about 6. I don't think you want that. Good. But I don't think it's for the things that they go there. And it's well, let me on so I like where it's bridging. Yeah, just yes, you see a lot, but that's still the same thing. You're going to like something else. Revolutions, you follow revolution, you have a stuff here. You guys are
Those are
No, I haven't tried the fancy seminars. See if it'll let me do this. Same one, I mean, you got it. Well, I had moved to. No, I mean. Yeah, but I was all why you said that. Well, this time, this is like stop. The fact that it's not. Because that makes operation. That's, I think that taxes. But when I. Sure. But it nothing. Yeah, I know. Rates here, products. Got for account, got for accounting. I love it. One grand. That's it. And then. That room ended up going on. Yeah. Figured out what falls in it. And I say, stitcher. I told my kids, I can't lie, you, that's 7.
look there, that's, you're not like Max, now, big, I think the kind of is the way, because we had serious, these are not forgot. Well, I hope you didn't, I hope you didn't have to. People rest. And father has. And simple rash. That is all simple should happen. You can actually get one of them. Take free time and see everyone says, well, that's not fast. Fast you can't do things. There's a freezer, but there is a two different fast. I said, well, was there anything over each day? Yes. It's just looking to you. It's a little back and one first go to guys who I think is monitoring. Let's live in yours. Oh, most talent. And their eyes met the lights. It's one runs into the gas station. Back at the center on it, I feel it's something while around it. It's not like it's commercial. And if that had the big trees back in Texas. Well, I sent them off to grad school and for that, and I said, it's not grad school. Down at San Antonio, I feel like that's pretty good way to go. It was $1 million plus of college fees. Yeah, well. Sunday start out to no care. Legislative priorities after they put that up. I probably won't be in here. Why? Let's see, understand legislative priorities because you're not what they're doing now. That's the truth. It's got to be food. This is wild for us because they start side by side these diameter. How does it track? And if somebody was trying good diameter, let this 80 for this. That's right there. Because they were legislative priority stuff.
They're on hiatus. Dinner break and you're in the CB. Oh, that's way down. Yes, that's almost done. But it's on my house right now. No, talk about cool stuff that we've already heard. What about that? They haven't said that yet. No. They talk about candidates, two delegates that were considered not getting credentials. They discussed pros and cons of that. I think I got it right from that. I think it's crazy if they would give make Leslie Johnson delegates right. First, so that's for every years now. Yeah. Why? The person of really. Yeah, interesting. And censure and show where I'm going to unsure. Yeah. She said, which she also did, and they both voted to censure me, but they targeted her. So it's wrong. Oh, is that you? This is what I'm talking about. I was looking at this. It's not like discrimination. I don't know. That has that kind of sending out those dark mailers. We don't know who they're from. They're pushing the mail and both of them. Where's your parents? They're We might have one that's you know, 60.
But they could have made it all. The only thing I'm thinking they may it is that I tried to do the exact same thing.
And he almost.
My amendment to move forward was to stop the violations. And that's what I was getting at now. And she the one that did it last time?
Yeah.
And I'm thinking, she got to say, hey, she got killed.
Usually, SDVD.
Be ready to go.
He tried to go.
Oh, yeah.
From Alice, well, she did Alice County. She got married and now she's lost.
That's what it's easy right now. Well, it's packed. Standing room only and packed. So, yeah.
You're good. That was the big thing. We're gonna go down into that. When my friends come back. I'm watching all their stuff.
I went down there at 2 o'clock. And that's what they said, stand in line, there was nobody in line, it's like it's line. I'm thinking, it's a whole hour. I went walking around, that was different.
Or people set up already.
By then, I was in law.
So Don,
I walked away this year.
need to hear it.
I had to really veg my legs cramped up so bad last night. I've been eating bananas and then I went and had a salad. The first salad I've had in years.
That's a nice, that's a nice little pouch, you don't forget.
Oh, that?
Yeah.
I put a couple hundred of them in. It's an old mag carry, but it's
an old looks like those are awful nice.
and it's perfect for little cards or my little lysine and stuff that like when you're out for 12 hours and you need certain things.
Remarkable condition. Did you recondition them with you got any?
And I went and opened the door and there was a whole bin of them in all kinds of conditions. Some of them look brand new, but in Fort Worth, there's a place called Omaha.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh yeah, because it takes you 6 hours to walk to that place. So I found them in there, and then I found nicer ones, and I found nicer ones, and so yeah, no, they had.
Let me see what carrying the weight of it. You know, that's I'm not whining and crying and things.
Well, I was gonna try to get a leather desk sheet where my for conservative leader of the year trooper scorecard sort of my back, but I figured that might be a little too much.
Was very
665.081.
I'm in Houston, and I want you to understand, I'm probably not the guy to go ask for a cigarette.
An officer
Right,
shall be removed from office for
we're
action.
not removing anybody's money. That's very nice. That's
7:30 we reached.
Well, I have a kukri
Well,
that
it is
I've
important
left,
action for.
but I cut through the sheath on it. You can't get a sheath or a kukri without a bunch of paint. Especially like your EDC.
They could still run that all libertarian or independent or whatever.
Yeah.
Moving them from office. I don't think this.
Yeah, because
That was carried for about 11 years by.
You'll need to be
yeah,
able
so
to
this is
legally.
my simple one for picking stuff out. This is my, and that's my stay away from me one.
Yeah, that's the only way you
We-
do that. Somebody in office would be like the house. Right. The nice thing I like about
Well,
Tano
it's,
is
you can do all kinds of things with that one thing. Yeah, it's a tool.
Right.
Where most people don't understand that you can actually do
Execute
stuff
major
with a
issues
knife
during
other than just.
Ken Paxton.
Yeah.
No, they make nice blades.
Okay.
My bag's in the car.
It's not
So
unlimited.
I've got everything in a bag.
Hamlet can carry on because when you need it, you can not have time to get to your car.
But the Navy told me how to make a tourniquet out of damn near anything. I like to play with Navy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Aware of misconduct.
really.
Where they,
I don't think that
Well,
applies, to be honest.
But I know I'm gonna need it.
See, this is
Okay, so you, yeah.
I'm gonna run up to my room.
that's a rhino rescue. They're not expensive. You can get them. They test out okay, they're
Well,
cheaper than cat, but they still.
those are like the ones that have, that are.
Yeah, so you're right. It really doesn't. It says for state office holders, governor, lieutenant governor, all the way down to legislators, and judges,
This has a bunch of features that.
if they're reelected or elected,
A whole lot quicker and
misconduct that
easier
occurred
and
before it
most
will not
likely.
be the basis for a removal proceeding.
Right.
We're not removing. We're just letting it run again. Hey,
Yeah, it's again.
okay. So, if Ronnie wanted to do a little bit of amendment for you,
Mr.
Officers or impeachment.
Well, I think that Omaha, you can find really great stuff well selected.
I
I mean, a lot of it just pre-bought, a lot of the stuff in that. Really? They don't put out.
He's an SLC, so
They don't know what they have.
After the election.
okay. Rush hour and almost.
I don't think it applies, but I still think we.
I've had all kinds of things. There were some.
Yeah.
Did I include that?
The one near the main gate.
No, I said it even.
Like outside the gate?
I think.
So like, hey, before you go in there and try to get in the commissary, we have all the safe stuff except for the food.
It's always just full of salt.
Sorry?
Usually what they are, is they're hawking their stuff and then they're buying it back and.
Well, yes, happy anniversary.
And I went to boot camp in Great Lakes. There was nothing but pawn shops and lingerie shops, and, you know.
Resolution requesting.
I don't miss that town.
These criteria shall be subject to change. These criteria up here.
Under the vehicle inspection, you're hit with the light and and everything. That whole sentence. We do. I think if we have a situation where we're trying to secure it's still sure way less. But, oh yeah, I found, I put together an entire combat benefit. Every service and send it out to fire truck. Sometimes really don't keep it. They have. Back in session.
You wanna go get something to eat or something, Craig, or you good just puffing? Alright, you need something, let me know. Everything's in a weird stasis right now across this building. Everything's kind of.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was just down there. It's standing room only. It's packed, so I'd have some people watching that, and they came down here.
What's going on with it?
Well, when I walked in, it was a whole lot of excuses about why this committee did the things and didn't have a choice. And so he was in there basically soft selling everything that he tried to pull off. So you see, and it was just one. And then Rinaldi's down there. So,
All these down there explaining why we're still keeping solid rules.
why certain actions that people didn't like, it's like y'all done a bunch of shit, or he's done a bunch of shit. So he's explaining, he's basically trying to media himself out of being talked bad to. Does that make sense?
Sort of.
He's kind of like, well, you see, and it was only one vote, and it was this, and it was so close, and I wasn't my idea to mess with priorities, and it wasn't this, and you see, I'm just there, I'm just running the meeting, so that's kind of what it is.
The whole thing with priority, there were a couple of fallacious tweets went out and everybody's all spun up over there saying they were not there. And the thing that was done was, by a very narrow margin, the body passed over my objection and over my which got defeated by like one vote.
Hey, so that's probably what he was talking about.
A lot worse. A lot of stuff every day is better.
So am I just kind of going anything over the number 15 I need to try to replace and get lucky other than Chris Bird? I mean, how is that? Because I'm about to go out and start looking.
You need to replace.
Give me names and give me SD numbers, and that's what I'm going to go do. Write them down on a piece of paper. I will go out and do that.
Well, here,
Throw this away.
give them this. The problem, this piece of information, right? This piece of information tells you everything you need to know about what's going on, because
Except the vote.
We forced them into a record vote. When we corrected the problem. It was my amendment that corrected it. I got killed on my amendment.
Hey, I have some time now.
Soundingly, but this has the names of everybody who voted no on that.
Yes. Yeah. Shortly after you called me,
Yes, please. Is that what I just got? Okay, I'm get busy right now. I'm gonna start talking to some of our mutual friends. And see if they have any ideas. That's why I stay away, so that association is always sort of tenuous. They can't blame me off of what because I'm a loose cannon, right? Isn't it? That's Daniel Hunt. I'm a wrecking ball. There's nobody can control me. Y'all are not at fault.
I would agree with that.
So we just provide the information they got.
Kate, are you just gonna leave me hang for an hour and I don't know what emergency is?
What did we ultimately approve?
Well, it's fine as long as he's the gatekeeper.
Let's put on a bigger screen here.
Okay, let's go to
All right. All right.
County. Sorry. He said the registration is. You know what he did? He had
And include. Okay, so it does have an include. Okay, I thought the include was not. Okay.
And then there was an attempt to take it out and it failed.
Okay, I thought it succeeded for some reason. Okay, all right.
So this is the binary And I know people, there's wording. I mean, the wording tells you exactly what it is. You have to have at least one.
Got to tie something.
Gotta be tied to at least one plank in the platform. What should come tied to once? See, some people don't need that. No, I wanted to be explicit. I didn't want anybody to read this fast and say, "Oh, it's only one." So, you know, that was purely a defensive measure to protect the committee against slander.
Well, the bottom line is anything looser would have not passed. Which, I mean.
Well, and you know, it's better wording than I had last night.
I think using the word germane made sense.
Makes sense.
It has a common understanding.
And our secretary offered that wording. She made up. What do you think about this? And I guess
Hey, Dan, it's Chris.
I like it.
Fine. Do you have my name in your phone?
Drop down motion.
Okay.
With a few edits.
So, do you? I've got a few minutes that are free. So, I thought I'd reach out to you. And did you happen to figure out what the password is?
I thought it was a pretty creative, setting selection. I guess probably the best way of putting it.
What it did was
it's functional.
I understand that this is cut out for reasons. Say part is wrong. So rather than trying to crush that up, we just need to make sure, we need to guide it, make sure it's still clear the class.
It's evolving in a way that's beneficial to conservative,
Right, but they did,
You did write it down. Is it capital B or no?
Body creates a platform. That platform is supposed to reflect the losing public text, and then that platform.
So, if you ever happen to learn it, I need it.
All crafted purposely. It's hard for it.
Well, I mean, I can call it myself. I prove a little that I've been asking, no, that's why I asked about it. Call it. Anything that we need to kick around?
Lobbies. And what I do is I take it and I wrap it up and throw it up in a ball. Bad about it. And it's just like a naughty dog. Like a naughty dog. That's my wife was a huge fan for herself. It's like a naughty dog.
Well, I did it the other day, but I had to change that card, fraud. So I end up messes me up with the Secretary of State.
Because
You want me to?
That's right. Naughty dogs.
It's really weird. Still at the office. Okay, she gonna be at the office. Okay. I had done an e-filing for her with her the other day. I'm glad you got to show her again. For you up at the office. All right, so what do I need to do to help you out? What are we supposed to talk? Well, I'm not gonna be able to have a fluid chat with him without you on the phone. It'd be far to work. All right, so the number is 4907-6612-0011-8839. Uh, 0428. I don't know, but it's 624. Yeah. Um, I need for you to think about what other bills need to go out. She prepared one, and I'm trying to get in to look at it.
Wandering back and forth.
We got lots of work that needs to be filled out. No, I don't have a phone. Right, at least need eyes on files to fill out.
Well, I'm gonna go back to the.
All righty, I'll get a hold of Andy.
38 million.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, they're the conservative owners of everything, right? Like here.
Well, better time to talk to me is right now.
This is.
Okay.
Hey.
Nothing to. Well, so you got 5 days to get in whatever it is about power. Well, that's on Monday. I don't know how you're coming along. Is it under control?
I thought.
Okay. Well, and then Rollins is going to need help. Wanted to run by an idea where not send in Chris Stewart's supposed to finalize some kind of report. Pretty hard hitting on WP.
Sergeant at Arms.
And so my wondering was to send a advisory into the court.
Yeah.
Advising the court that he had not designated his birthdays.
He just ran into him.
And accordingly, there's time that respondent is set aside. She the respondent in this. And those days are X, but that's by courtesy because he never designated 12 days. So, I'm just wondering how to handle it really. He's all wound up. There's only one she, and it would be April.
We'll see.
It's good. What do you think we ought to do? Where would I find it at? Did you file it in our notes or anything? Okay, let's see if I can. And did you let me know that you filed that or sent that? Just keep in mind, I'm on limited, you want me to look at something, text work really good, right? Well, yeah, but I can't, as much free right. Let me see here.
You a chair? Anything I can do to help you? I'm not sucking up or anything.
It does, but I don't know how that's responsive to the issue about Father's Day. I understand the argument. Well, the other thing he could have done was not designate a time period to solve it. Right. He didn't designate 12 days at all. He did 15. So, but we have not yet seen this thing from Chris Stewart. So you saved. Are you putting your time in on Roland? Okay, so it's in attorney notes. So here's something called Hoffman lawsuit, memo in the case.
There's a delegation from.
Okay, but you're referring me to this in the context of the visitation.
Jeff, did you get Patty's credentials?
No, I can't pick up another person's credentials. I just texted her and told her.
Bummer.
She's here. I said I diverted her. I haven't seen her yet.
Well, why don't you, we need the evidence of the CPS, investigating reason. and you need to be bugging the hound out of her for hard evidence on stuff when she says something happened. I doubt that she sent anything to you about the CPS doing this investigation. I would have no idea how we would even show the court that the investigation. That kind of thing could be put on.
I don't know,
Mr. Could
do you have your
after
packet yet?
and
You know where VIP would be?
advisory board
And there's no pages.
report that
Where's yours? I would check down in the,
into
in,
the
yeah, or the office.
fact didn't designate as 12 days
A little bit.
combined with
And it-
President.
I'm not sure.
And you?
Yeah, check downstairs and I think they'll probably guide you.
His visitation, we set aside X days.
My Dex. Remember her name.
What it is.
She got mad at me about 8 years ago because I said the word hell in front of her. Just. I had to be careful.
Whatever works.
Out of town.
Spit a little.
Part of that time, but I don't.
When I talked to her yesterday, she wanted to pick them up. I think she said on the 15th and on the 15th.
She even got a lot. Yes.
WT wants to take
Yes.
to the dentist.
Every day.
A lot of money.
And,
Now we're gonna go be a
on.
I just wanted to go down and see.
Do they have this conflict with this trip? The
Really, you think, are they doing it? They changing?
she confuses me when she talks about it
Down here.
because thinks about this trip coming up, but I don't know if it's this month or next month or what. But seemed like she said that unless she keeps them until the 18th, he would just keep it the whole 15 days. He wouldn't return them. I think that's what the deal is. You know what?
That's my understanding.
So, I think we can, tell you what I think I'd do is work up an advisory to the court, back it up with, affidavits. We have anything on these CPS investigations? But we've both been hearing about CPS investigations and should ask her to give you something to show it.
Right. I asked her for the. I also asked her for.
I remember Sarah Legbo. I remember Sarah was Legbo. It was a guy that was half Lebanese and. And he was.
Well, maybe you need to both of those lawyers.
Or ministerial. It was.
Yes.
Former YCT, you know, his charter credentials and everything. He basically
And ask him how.
referred to him as the terrorist.
Got a bird dog this stuff. People aren't gonna roll over first. I have.
It was their son. All right, let me go back to the line. Yeah.
This is, it's SRC meeting.
Good luck. Are they still going?
Oh, all right. So, okay, well, we need to dog her about the CPS record. I cannot put it in.
The interesting thing was,
Well, Your Honor, I think there was a aspect. They point you to that. I can't handle it.
who is,
I'm looking on it right now.
Zoom.
Okay, thank you. But I think what's kind of around my head right now is for us to pick up the advisory, have it backed up with affidavits, and write a letter to the clerk. Say this is going to be filed. Unless tell your client, stand down, and my client will have the kids ready to go, the 18th, whatever it is. Her. Well, I remember we can just say in the letter, thank you, past record. So. She won't be on this. Thanks for doing the memo, but here it needs to be turned into action. Fine. That's fine. I'm gonna call Andy and see if I can play Mother May on. All right. Thank you, ma'am.
The party chairman points them. Yeah, yeah, well, whatever kept. Are there any statutory requirements for that? Or, and so, like, you have to be in public.
Andy, can you let me know how to go? The password is what. I understand it.
It goes to Tim.
But then for like a dishwasher, stay better off. Tarrant County election. Cap and like or second. The rest. I make it.
Here's the thing, is though, if Tim O'Hare is the ultimate decision maker, have to approve him. I'm just telling you,
He'll be.
and that's, it looks ultimate. Turn it into me. Send the next. But if you're getting to.
I'm frustrated, bad thing, it's like, all 400 comments about it.
What I did was I was told roof. I put that thing. So. Anyway, so he did it, and I called Kelly Hancock. Kelly Hancock next day had his staff. And off from state, just working somewhere. And they just never try to sleep with me. Except for their never work. I was the only one. If they got on after.
Here's a
On it and got on.
She's ready.
But, you know, I'm sitting there,
What the deal is? My Wi-Fi.
This is not our.
I was just in the middle of responding to you. I'm in the rules, meeting, but we adjourned for the moment. So I'm free to mention whatever. Yeah, that'd be fine.
What do we do next?
Okay, well, I'll that way. All right, thank you, buddy.
Do that.
We're on dinner break.
Make elections secure. No, we are.
I'm not even hungry.
Yeah.
Nice stopping you all. Tell you, nobody. Is
Your seven.
gallery thing open down there?
Yeah. That's
What thing?
right. By the way, let's see.
Buy me something?
The only thing I know is gonna happen is somebody's gonna do it, and they're gonna, somebody that everybody likes, that I've been following for 2 decades. But that's why the entire thing all mortgage tax, no mortgage.
Even more interesting.
So the property,
Tell you what.
pay off the mortgage, get it, the tax goes away. So you don't need all these elderly benefits and these calculated step down, all that.
Wait. So if I have a mortgage for $200,000 today, I pay taxes on 200,000, but a year from now, I'm down to 150.
No, you pay $200,000 as long as the mortgage exists. What that does, here's what that does. The agreed upon mortgage is your tax until more than $2 million. What that does is that makes sure that your taxes don't go up because people, appraisal boards keep snipping at you and snipping at you and snipping at you. So it's only set based upon an agreed upon transaction.
So the appraisal districts would be
Gone.
bumped.
They'd be gone. All appraisals should be put out of business.
Unnecessary.
Yeah, they're totally on us.
Yeah.
And so,
Right.
and if you take out a second mortgage to fund kids' schooling, okay, it means $1,000 mortgage, okay, fine. Now you have $4,000
Even try to be nice.
value property tax or mortgage tax. If you pay it to, because mortgages are inflationary by definition.
Right.
So you tax you tax things that are inflationary, tamped down inflation. Owning property is deflationary. So we tax that, and that causes all kinds of problems economically. So if you were to go to tax, the reason this works, it's not because the cold turkey get off of property tax, but you now have something.
We'll work on it.
You're not being taxed forever because you get property. You're being taxed for the transaction that you engage in.
That people that don't find us their house, they have to pay tax.
Yeah. And someone says, "Oh, what about police and fire? How about if that's how you're funding police and fire?
Fund it with something else.
Fund it with the mortgage tax, or make see the other thing you can do to it is you can also
She has a clothing rental.
put a sales tax. Well, because your sales tax
And she'll,
into
if she likes something, she'll buy it.
If you're paying
At a
mortgage tax,
discount.
you're technically paying sales tax.
In
If you don't
order
pay
to-
mortgage tax, you pay cash for your house.
Yeah, and we went to one of the
Tax transactions, double taxes.
This had
Because then,
2 or 3 dresses.
once you pay the property off, that's usually when you're going into.
Yeah. And when she was wearing the dress, one of them, she put it on. And zipper. So she had a backup.
My friend George Lavender,
So yeah, I have a house full of
he was
very
represented
wise
2
shoppers.
terms,
That's
and he had an exhaustive study done, 275 pages, and he done a
yeah, they're
revenue
and
neutral.
she's gonna have to have a huge house bill. It's just for closets. Have eliminated property taxes, and he actually, he got it passed by vote in the House. He had it passed for about 30 minutes, ready to go to the Senate. Rhinos came back in and killed it. But it would have eliminated them. But like you said, we need to put the appraisal districts out of business because there are. Well, and there's so much of the tax bill built into just keeping them in business. And,
value of property is not set by the imagination. Value of property is set at the time of sale.
this is Amanda at my son's work. And then there's so many variables trying to do things on what it's worth.
So the whole appraisal thing, it's a game. It's very easy for local government to put the thumb on the scale of that game. It's the city council.
And I was on the ARB at Cass County Appraisal Review Board. It's not a real good picture. That's Shelby. My tax plan is to Ilana, which completely eliminate the appraisal districts. It was insane. And this is have a license. The basement of this place. Ownership. Texas real estate.
Where was that?
Don't let that scare you out. Hear me out.
In the Frisco area.
There's
And it had a
gotta have a stamp because we have a problem. We have a problem here.
And
we can use this same thing.
it was
while
just
we eliminate
insane.
property tax. We can go and require a stamp ownership of a house. The reason we do that is for illegal aliens. We know, if they want to get so into this identification, what better way to do it? We can eliminate that problem. We can eliminate taxes. Well, we can't eliminate taxes. We can eliminate property taxes. But we can do that stamp and we can.
There's two taxes that are evil. The tax upon your labor is called income tax, which is a nice sounding name. Slavery.
Yeah, it destroys incentive to work.
Well, it's slavery because to the extent you do not keep the fruit of your efforts is the extent that you are enslaved. That's the first thing. The second thing is property tax basically asserts government ownership of all property.
Yeah, because if they can take it,
you must pay rent to the government.
If they can hold it as collateral, it's exactly right, and it's a.
And those two things, I can show you. I can even show you biblical admonitions against such a thing. One of which is, and you drive out of their pleasant homes. Yeshua said about the Pharisees. You drive people out of their pleasant homes.
Was that in one of the Gospels?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So this idea of driving people out of their pleasant homes, that is property tax.
Theft.
The other thing is you tie up heavy burdens, lift out of ease their burdens.
And look at what they do. They embezzle it.
Ridiculous.
Hey, I'll buy one of those cookies, man. For some reason, I have a lot more pictures of my daughter. Or is that kind of like Texas? It's not for sale, but that's your last one.
No, it's not mine. They get it. This guy gets everything. He's not on the committee. It's only for 17.
What is this guy doing? Monitoring, meeting, and recording?
Yeah, he's doing all the live stream and audio.
Where do we get the recordings from this when we get done? Here's my best selection. Because I look for stuff like this. Like
technology is lacking. There's all kind of both.
Remember.
And one unofficial process is the bootleg kit. Well, the pictures of that. The one on the door is because I bootlegged it. No, there is one back there.
I put the first roll call vote bootlegged on the door.
Okay. All right, good. We don't know the other one. That was 16 to 15. Those. Carmelo got 35 years.
Yeah, I've been calling that the whole time. Carmelo the Ripper. And, see this picture? That's Carmelo's defense.
Yeah, actually, I saw an AI thing of that where somebody had there's a dude in a chair sitting.
Yeah, yeah. That was the one land Israel, land Bible had, the coast of Southern, the Carmelo defense rests.
Yeah, he didn't do much.
Well. Make this a great game. What great way to put the word of God first. Let the word of God be the foundation for you. Now you're watching this.
You know, Sarah Fields.
Oh, yeah. She does good coverage.
She's really famous one day, man.
She is.
Interviewed by Megyn Kelly.
She needs a media job, a real one.
I can say I knew her back when.
So where's the cookie guy?
Me too.
That hitter in here somewhere. Oh, thanks. Oh, yeah. I have a fact that I've been basically off of sugar here lately. Nursing a rotator cuff. But there's only so much, so long I can stay off of it. So, Lord knows, yeah, it's so. I've looked at the budget that we have now, and if you've done budget reform and some tax elimination at the same time, we get away with just the 3%. We got some, but we can't do it with Van Patrick, $1.5 billion. This is how much money was, but it's
Or how much money I no longer have left that I will never ever see.
That's what the flex is. It's about some sort of mansion that got foreclosed on.
Did I miss anything while I was gone?
Been public testimony for a little bit. Here.
Got a country conservative. Go by Mark Brown, but I think he's actually an Iranian. I think he's actually an Iranian plot account because he's always taking Iran's side on everything. But he claimed to be a big Trump supporter back in 2024, and now he hates Trump. But before that, he hated Israel. He was totally anti-Semitic and everything. And so here's my analysis of what's happened here. Since Mark has had his mind hollowed out by the Jew hate mind virus, look what has now moved in to the freed-up state.
You heard me ask I have cookies, didn't you? Thank you. Bless your heart, Susan.
Here's what's moved into the guys' heads who've had their minds hollowed out by
We had
Jew
the
hate,
worst.
Trump derangement syndrome.
Free rent inside their head.
Yeah, this is Trump's greatest landman in history. He literally is living rent free in the melons of every leftist and kook rhino out there. It's just hilarious. I mean, they obsess on it. And they say, you worship Trump. I said, I barely think about Trump. I mean, you never say anything good about Trump. I said, okay, try this. I personally think I personally think he should have finished the job in the war in Iran. He should have bombed him into submission. Made a deal from a powerful absolute stranger slaughtering city. I said, but he was a deal maker, and
This was an antebellum
greatest
hotel in
sometimes
Grapevine
it's the greatest.
they basically had to tear down.
I can't.
Damn,
I can't do nothing but agree.
It's got that old Jefferson, Texas.
Some of that
Mhm.
is said.
So,
Finish the job in Iran and get our people home.
By the same token, there were things that irritated me during the Reagan administration. But all things considered, I loved the Reagan administration. All things considered, I still love the Trump administration.
Couldn't vote in 1980 because I wasn't old enough. But the first time I heard Ronald Reagan speak, I was there.
I loved his speech in the first debate against Walter Mondale. No, in the first debate against Walter Mondale.
Oh yeah.
When he says, "I refuse to hold my opponent's youth and inexperience against him."
That was so.
The other great line is that. And since my opponent was standing upon the deck of the USS Nimitz, our largest aircraft carrier, and that's an image of strength. The problem is he would have been splashing around looking for a life preserver because he voted against building the Nimitz.
Yeah.
Reagan just took him and Carter and just beat them like red-haired stepchilds, and was smiling and laughing the whole time he did it.
Well, when I was kind of naive when he was up for re-election. I watching on the media, all these people are going to live on these crazy media are saying, and he's gone. And he biggest landslide in history, won 49 out of 50 states and DC.
Yeah.
But no, I loved Reagan when he had that debate. I think it was with when he was debating Republicans, and they was going to muscle that microphone, and he said, "I hate the all time." He ripped that line. So,
it's this great video. This black chick, some guy's jumping on her car, trying to keep her from driving through because she's just trying to get where she's going during some ICE protest. And so the guy climbs up on the windshield of the car, and she just guns it, literally hurls this guy onto the pavement, and he gets up. And watch her get out of the car and go after him.
That is too.
That woman's got fire in her eyes, murder in her heart, and she comes out of that car.
You need to go down there and play. She's going after him right now.
Yeah, isn't that great?
That's the night they met. That. Well, she already picked out who she wanted, didn't it?
Like, shut up.
He did.
No.
Chip and Shelby didn't. Chip was trying to get married to a girl in that and
Yeah, 7:30.
he asked her, and she said,
well, I'm going to that
she
train.
kept saying no, and he said,
Randy. So
what's the deal? She says, well, she
where was that before?
got married in the South. That was really and so she said she wasn't sure she would ever
Then we
have
this thing, and then we undid, redid, so it was now
his
back.
pastor, who was Pastor Booker, said,
Just unlocked.
There's a guy that did.
We haven't lost anything.
and he did.
It's exactly like it was before.
And,
But
so he did good. She's a doll.
he
Except they go to Gateway.
or missed this. He
So
it was,
they can't
you know,
come speak
we
tongues
struck
in my house.
the whole thing about you got to do some extra. I promise I haven't been. I swear I haven't been.
Really?
That was. I had to think about these composing RPT. But he did.
So y'all cast.
unstrike everything and add in penalty 3 only. Man, I didn't catch it first. I should have. A division question.
Yeah, that's, it was just like jump off of one cliff or jump off the other. No,
Yeah,
no.
'cause it
We're
was
very
like,
Baptist.
Okay, well, if you really want this other thing,
We're
you
gonna
can have
kill
it,
this
but
part
not
of
as much.
Yeah,
And so it was
that's
like,
not good.
and then
Not able to be your name.
we were basically
I was
kind of
praying.
had to get it, and then Dan brought up something, but he's like, technically speaking, if you are putting county chairs, the state should be on a legal bind because you require something that state law.
Right here, they have our names that are same issue.
And I understand that, but it's still,
You know,
this is our private party. I think it would go into, it's got to be litigated, no matter what, to keep any kind of control or anything.
and we can't be afraid of that because, if there's anything that will trigger our people in the right to give massive amounts of money to our party, it's to see our grassroots people struggling against a sorry ass politician down there, him suing us, and we'll raise money.
How's your rent?
The other thing is, argument was, and I asked Rogan this question, he didn't, he told me that I don't know the answer. I'm not advised in the committee. One, he was like, so far, the people are centric. And that rule is in, gotta say, I promise I haven't been. But I know about you.
I've heard you're gonna.
I will run again.
I've heard
Oh,
that
and
the,
that thing
well,
that
that's in
y'all
the,
had,
that's in the works.
I don't even remember which of where y'all were the eyes. I counted, man. I counted them. I counted twice. Y'all had 15, and they had 14. All he went back and sat down. He said, it's tie 15 to 15. And so the black guy said, let's do a roll call. And turned around, it was 16-15, y'all won.
No, but yeah, that was not the case. What the case was, one of the guys changed his vote, and the other one abstained, not abstained.
But
That's where it came from.
but the first count, Rinaldi went,
Because one guy changed his vote, it did not change his vote. He voted against the measure. When he had to go on the record, he voted for the measure.
well,
It was there was a changed vote, and there was some that didn't abstain.
the standing vote, I counted twice. Y'all won at 15-14 for the standing. I don't know what he did anywhere else. And then when the black guy called the deal, it wound up, and more people voted because it was 16-15 that time. Game two, and but anyway,
I tried to do a division question, and it was out of order because we were too deep in parliamentary doo-doo.
oh, it was so deep. That's the deepest I've ever.
We passed it. It's unstruck.
Are you gonna
Three thing in it?
Yeah,
And I made my
I have a hotel that.
position, and it passed unanimously. And it was to change the word. It's just saying.
Well, only
You gotta make a statement on the application. Make a signed statement with the application. Basically, just make a separate sheet of paper. And the argument was, well, there's too many.
That's simplicity. What
The argument was that the SOS, we can't tell the Secretary of State how to make their forms. They're actually the ones who promulgate the official application.
they got to come through our party first. So yeah, I mean, you had it.
This is the priority.
I don't see a problem with it, but legal minds said it was still an issue.
Sure.
Make sure you're right in roof to the
Oh, I don't know.
or on
But the
only
old
white
West
people
relatives
use all of
incumbent. So,
But so far, all
you know,
of
you
them
see people that's
compared to
never
one of
heard of
which was
something.
the final out.
And that was the other argument that was made, is that people who
And
are filing for the first time, they don't know the rules, they're filling out a piece
Yeah.
of paper to apply for the.
But if they used to do it like you, it's a sex sheet of paper, then the challenger didn't have what he's next served. It's an incumbent.
You can't code that into the rule. And so somebody who does have one, and then their challenger or their opponent doesn't have one,
So, I don't know.
then they can
I'm
file
expecting
a lawsuit.
the motion to adjourn.
And then that's denying ballot access to somebody who hasn't been censured.
I won't bet a
So
large
it's,
sum.
it's all these
Somebody-
unintended consequences that
people
the possible. I mean, there could be a
Appreciate you.
tornado that happens before somebody gets to file an application.
And I'm not totally brain
Sure,
dead.
it turns upside down and
Another
their
hour.
application.
I'm
You know,
trying to-
there's so many
trying to keep my brain.
what ifs.
Yeah.
It's not easy.
Let's see if
Bottom
this
line
is.
is the whole thing ended up being.
Here it is. I hated when I was a kid.
If you've ever seen the movie, it's a documentary called In the Face of Evil. Ronald Reagan's
In the Face of
40-year
Evil.
war against communism. Get it, if you haven't seen it, you need to see it. Because I think Schlesinger wrote a book called Reagan's War. It's Reagan's war against the communists. And in the end, he literally fought 4 different wars against the communists. The first was the war material, which was the war waged through defense buildup. It was the arms race. And the arms race basically blew the wheels off the Soviet Union. Secondly was the war economique. And George W. Bush was in charge of that. George W. Bush got sauce price of oil at $35 a barrel. Why was that good? Because the Soviets couldn't pump oil out of the ground for less than $42 a barrel. If it was $42 a barrel,
And put them on their back.
right? And so it put them financially upside down. Then there was the war covert. That was William Casey's operation, where they went and they met communists. Every place they set up an insurgency, we would meet them with a counterinsurgency, and the most famous of which were the Nicaraguan Contras. And the left, they still wanted to jail Reagan for the Contras.
I'm trying to remember the guy that got infamous over the Contra.
Oliver North.
Oliver North, yeah.
Yeah, and his boss,
Well, we forget them because
anyway,
they,
but it doesn't really matter. So that was the war covert. And the final was the war propaganda. And this is what Reagan waged himself. And this is where
he was
got things
perfect
like,
at that game.
and then just where you got things like, the evil empire speech. The Soviet Union is an empire of evil. And so they play in the movie, they played that speech. And then they cut one of the Soviet defectors with his face all like that. He said, who is this guy, this new American president, this actor, this lightweight? We thought we could roll him like we could roll John F. Kennedy. Kennedy was a lightweight. He said, we thought Reagan the actor would be the same. And then he takes in one sentence, reduces all the achievements of communist man to the level of street crime. I'm just howling through this guy because he says we were shocked. The Politburo was aghast.
I need to see that.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
That is so great. It is Reagan's greatness all boiled down into the greatest thing. And how by the end, when he started to slip into dementia, Gorbachev honest. The last sub Gorbachev was literally, we can find the door, we come in and out.
Yeah. He moved to America.
Yeah. So
I think he went to Reagan's funeral.
yeah, he did.
Yeah.
And it was because Gorbachev realized the old Soviet Union was as good as dead. It was a dead man walking. It was a zombie.
And he realized it was evil.
Yeah, and that there was no way you could morally there was way. And that's what Gorbachev did. Now, of course, Putin has kind of turned it into strongman dictatorship.
Oh.
It's sort of like an organized crime syndicate. All crimes in this alternative.
Well, when I was 15 years old, I had seen enough of politics to know. I mean, politics was not a theme around our house or anything, but we all just knew a little bit of what was going on. All I knew is I hated politicians. I couldn't stand Jimmy Carter. I couldn't stand Gerald Ford. I just, and then Nixon, he looked like, that was really little then, but he seemed like a good guy, and then he got himself in trouble, so I got mad at him for that. And then when Reagan came on the scene, I was just ecstatic. I campaigned for Ronald Reagan at 16.
Well, I campaigned for Reagan. Of course, I was in my 20s.
The former chair was one of his key campaign people in Texas, Steve Ministerian.
Yeah, Ministerian. Yeah, he was a part of that. There was this radical bunch of great they call it young conservatives that came out of UP, and Ministerian is kind of the leader. They had all kinds of people. I mean, Jody Lovenberg was part of that, and there were a bunch of people who went on to be. I think Bill Kemper was part of this. A number of people went on to be conservative house members. Were actually part of that law. It was that they made a party and came delegates and all that in the rated Ford Valley. And that was, see, these invasions wash ashore periodically. The Reagan invasion, Ford was running, and then the first time Reagan lost, but it was still an invasion, and those people got active and stayed in the party, and many became office holders, party leaders. A bunch of them became SREC, and so you saw them progress through the ranks. Then there was the Robertson's Raiders. That's the part I came in.
Okay.
I was part of the Pat Robertson's Raiders group that came in '88. We came to this convention center, and I don't know if
I think y'all.
First convention you went to.
Oh, this is only my the last three.
I've been going since '88. The only one I missed was '92 because I was on T1 watching my company. But anyway, then I brought her back. He got involved real quick. We've had most of our kids have been delegates one time or another. So we were very active. But yeah, I came in, and when we first came here, the Robertson's Christian Coalition guys, because it was in '90 that he formed the Christian Coalition. So it was announced here at the Texas State Convention.
Really? Right here?
Robertson announced the Christian Coalition.
Well, y'all had a big impact.
We joined
because y'all were famous for a while.
Well, it was funny because when we came here, first time came to our convention center, they had these new shelves over the commodes, over the toilets, the urinals, and there were stacks and piles of prostitute, call girl business cards with naked pictures of them, whatever, and that with their phone numbers. They were in every bathroom. Dozens of
Insane.
And crazy. By 1990, the really taken over the party. That was gone. That was taken out. They had the janitor, the day of the week thing, they had the janitors come through and sweep them all out. And every night the janitor told them take out call girl cards. And I haven't seen them since.
Good.
But that was kind of the shocking thing. I'm sitting there and there's this card with some naked woman with her legs spread. And there's another one showing off her boobs. And then there's another one. I'm going, oh my gosh, what is this? That's what goes on at these conventions.
It's probably Democrats put that stuff there to get Republicans in trouble.
Possibly, or I think it was just they put that out at all the conventions up until '88. Like I say, '88 was the last time I saw it. I've been to every convention but '92.
Well, I couldn't. There's no way I could come back then. I was the workforce that I was part of couldn't turn loose me. I was 6 days a week, daylight till dark, my logging operation. I'll take a go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Like this.
It's 5. We got 2.5 hours.
Training at 6:30. Your Wesley Parliamentary Procedure training starting right now.
Oh, with Randy.
Yeah, I think I might add that.
How was your SRC meeting?
Hey,
I know it was a lot of people there. Brooks came and said that he told us a little bit about it. Mentioned some things.
this. See if these are in the same room. They all take the Willis place. Oh man, that's in that same little tiny room. 37, see it. Yeah, they're both in the same. Can someone go there? So I'm gonna be a long time. And so, what time does rules go to?
We reconvened at 7:30.
And what time is 11 again?
We won't go that late.
10 probably.
Yeah, at the latest.
I think the caucus training is hour and a half. No, it's an hour. 6:30. I don't think I'm just gonna leave this here with you until it. I ain't gonna need that kind of work. No one wants to believe that. Pour this off. Yeah. Yes. Make it even more cool. You look like Paul Revere when you wear that Pringle looking hat. No, not Pringle. What is the chip that looks like a Dorito? Yeah.
A tricorn.
He was calling you Paul Revere. I'm gonna call you a Dorito.
It's a tricorn.
trouble by this, so had to come back. Are y'all gonna do any more Rule 44 tonight?
Yeah, we'll finish it up. That's it.
I wonder if they would, since I was at the SREC meeting, I wonder if I could get privilege to the microphone one time. Guess it'd be up to the chair.
Be up to the chair. You have to ask for Raleigh if he let you do it.
I have a very relevant thing to say. It's what I just told you. No. Microphone thing was good here. Will work so well. I understand that, but it don't.
We tried to do the whole rewrite. The rewrite didn't go through at all.
So
and then so he's taken the most important salient points out of it. I think what Parker's going to put in is good. It's the list of these are the kinds of things that are you can censure somebody over. That's good. It's a couple other things, and then
I don't sit over here and think, man, I'm just gonna skip the parliamentary thing since I had that big time parliamentary training a few weeks ago. I have to go to the caucus thing. Man, I feel like I'm at one of those auctions where they're running 4 rings at the same time and I don't buy stuff at each one.
right. I understand.
Can I help it, please? Well, here's our concern. Dance. One of the things that he's going to put in there is that counties, and this is to make it easier on counties, is for them to do a resolution. It's the resolution of censure. Tell me again what he's got the county doing.
I can't, my computer won't pull it up. What did he exact? Can you
Dance. I know a lot of it so long. He's wanting to do the request to censure. Yeah, the county is only doing a request to censure. And in a way, that sounds good. It's like, okay, that'll bring fear out of them, and you have liability. But then the representative or senator does have a case for us against listening to the SRC because it's people that they don't represent that's getting censored. You know, the people that are votes, and so it's going to have to originate to be an authentic censure of the people that he represents. It's going to have to originate in the county or the district. And the censure itself. The SREC just needs to concur like we got. I just, if there was a way we could leave its conventions with, and leave Rule 44 like it is, and just, and get the 3/5 or 2, where we're at on that boot on majority. If we could only get that one single thing, you already voted, the SREC, that would be worth, everything. That would have censured 9 out of 10 of what it's doing. Yeah. But really, so it's, we don't need that.
trouble for having a in my children. It's the pot.
Man, I swore off of junk food and here I am.
Just about to look and see if there's still a YouTube video or the YouTube stream going. There is. Whenever you can.
Oh, that's awesome.
I 30, so deadline is it's my life.
Are we getting free fajitas? Is that what this?
What? Because
Yes, I think.
we have to have 2 hours.
Yeah. I'm not getting on it.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Ron.
Perfect. Thank you. Um,
So you guys broke
so
this beef?
think we have to be done by 7 in order for us to be able to print up the report and get it in a form that is to have enough time to get it in a form. Yeah.
This stuff, sour cream or something.
Is that giving you enough time?
Fixings on top, yeah. It's like a fixing.
Much up to
Barely gonna be able to eat this.
We're discussing. Okay, they're half beef.
All right, thank you very much.
When you're making friends. Yeah, you are.
These things.
Which?
Yeah.
Apparently.
I thought you were teasing.
I'm still.
Good Lord.
How's it going?
Mr. Chairman. Say one, two.
Sorry.
Appreciate you. Oh, this committee already. But you guys have to take out I don't have to eat tonight. I haven't had time to smoke stuff.
That's why I'm here. It's a phone. I've.
Oh no, thank you.
I'm good. Thank you. Yes. Better.
She just passed me out.
Hello?
All really good. Yeah, you could share with your neighbor or.
Napkins would be good.
Quality.
Did you?
Over here, too.
Shared it.
Thank you.
Please take your seats. We're good with avocado? No, I'm good. Thank you. Call the meeting to order.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion.
I told
An
you he
amendment.
was going to call on you
Okay.
first. This isn't Family Feud. Mr. Parker.
Mr. Chairman, I have a motion for Rule 44A.
Please state your
As-
motion.
Move to.
Mr. Chairman, where's that coming from?
You don't have to live stream the meeting. We're here.
I move to amend 44A or by adding the text that's on what we sent to Rachel on.
When did you send it?
Send it. Yep.
Did you send them all already?
I sent one of them so far, this one to Rachel.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you send all of them so she can work on them?
Yes, but that one-
I've seen them anyway. It's just it helps her. For 4, right?
Correct.
When did you send it to me? Yesterday?
Send them again.
That
Yes.
we're doing
Just this one yesterday sometime.
at 6:45? That one?
I don't remember what time it was. Hold on. You replied and said got it or something.
Yeah, I've done that a lot. Like,
Hold on, let me
oh, I think it's this one, but
hold off. It was not that one.
Just so everyone's aware now,
Yes, that's
we
the
have
text.
we have until 11 o'clock, and we lose the room. We have a drop dead time of 11 o'clock.
She's got my text already. Don't worry about it.
8:16 a.m. yesterday. No, 2 days ago.
Nobody
what's on the screen?
Hold on.
It's fine.
Is that it?
That's it.
6:45 yesterday.
Mr. Chairman, while we wait for a second, can I introduce somebody in the crowd?
I'd rather not do introductions in the crowd, respectfully, just because.
Not even the wackadoodle?
Yeah, everybody will be introducing people in the crowd.
I'm sorry.
It is.
I need a second. On Parker's-
Where does that go?
A. 44A.
Is it a new section or
Yes.
a new section to be inserted as 44A with no text being deleted?
Insert the following after the first sentence and before the last sentence.
Oh, it goes here.
Yeah, those A.
44.
The first sentence is really long.
It's not a
First sentence is pretty much run on.
paragraph 8.
It's not full. So, just go where I have it.
To where it says number 34C, right after that.
34.
Okay.
And then before the any.
Before any resolution, yeah.
Goes right in there.
Is that right?
So it's
Mhm.
this is 44A.
Mr. Chairman, I seek the motion. I have a motion in a second over here.
Yes. So the second,
Brenda.
Brenda, Platt,
I
second.
made a second. Yeah.
Go ahead, speak to your motion.
All right. The SEC has already adopted resolution that includes much of this language. So this really just, I guess you can call it codified and adds a rule around their resolution. It's not an exhaustive list, and as you can also see too, it says, but is not limited to. So it does allow that flexibility, but it helps the CEC and the SDs with understanding what constitutes a censorable violation.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes. Can you grab a mic?
Mr. Chairman, Andy LRSD 24.
What are you request for information or speaking?
I'm speaking.
Against or for?
Well, I'm going to actually make a motion to amend.
Okay. Request for information first, Chris.
I'm trying to get caught up here. Is this just additional language or is this striking and replacing anything?
This is not replacing anything. It's additional language. If you want to see the context. It's in Rule 44A.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Andy?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move to strike number 6, and then I'd like to explain my motion once I get a second.
So the motion to amend is to strike subsection 6. Is there a second?
Second, Your Honor.
Chip by Chris Bird.
Yeah, I was there when that happened. Sorry. Just let me explain
Go
this
ahead and
motion.
speak to your motion.
Here's the issue with number 6. I worked very extensively on the LP committee with the elections integrity chair and Senator Brian Hughes, or not the elections chair, the elections committee chair in the House, and Senator Hughes in State Affairs. And what happened in the elections one is we tagged a lot of bills and endorsed a lot of bills. A lot of them were very similar or duplicate bills because we did not know which ones they would move, and I would meet weekly with them to discuss it. And by meeting with them, they would sometimes tell me, yeah, I can't move that one because that was authored by such and such. And we really want to move this one because that's what the lieutenant governor wants, or I want to move this one. And they would be moving a bill that was almost identical or similar that we'd endorsed. And so those other bills would never get moved in the committee by the chair. And so by having number 6 in here, you literally could censure them for not moving a bill where they moved the identical bill, and another identical bill was followed by just another legislative member. And I think that goes over too far, because if we do create this, and if I'm back on the LP again, then we're going to be very judicious and not be endorsing a lot of bills. We're only going to endorse those that we know that they're going to take forward.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair, Daniel Hunt, SD3, speaking in
Daniel.
favor, or speaking in opposition to the proposed amendment. Again, this is there. You have the two-step process. If a county or Senate district committee was to initiate a censure, you still have the SREC that has to say yes, this is a good censure. And as Mr. Eller just stated, there is a legislative priorities team at the SREC who is going to know these things. And when it gets to the SREC, and I don't anticipate any county would censure someone who is passing and moving legislative priorities if they didn't move one. So there's multiple steps and backstops that are going to prevent censuring a good candidate or a good elected official.
Mr. Chairman,
if I can just say one last thing, this would prevent instances like we had in our State Affairs Committee in the House, where appeals basically went to tie because the chair wouldn't even bring up for a date or a vote in committee.
Mr. Chairman, Becky Green, SD 17.
speaking in favor of the amendment. During this past legislative session, I serve on the SREC. I'm chair of the Medical Freedom Subcommittee of the LP Committee. And we had endorsed a bill by Senator Bob Hall and Senator Lois Colcourse, who's an absolute champion of medical freedom, almost got dinged for not promoting this endorsed bill for Bob Hall. Unbeknownst to us at the point of our censure meeting, we didn't realize this, but Senator Hall had called Senator Colcourse and said, "Don't move my bill." And he had instead endorsed a bill from the House that came out. He co-sponsored it and promoted that bill. They don't call and ask our permission for that. There are 10,000 bills out there. It's crazy. It's crazy how many bills there are. So had I not been there at the meeting and caught the fact that Senator Colcourse was about to receive a strike for censure, and had not my phone started blowing up from the live stream, that would have happened. And it was an innocent mistake, but it's more than SRAC members can do to catch all those things. So what that being in there would do would force me to be very cautious about choosing what bills to promote, because I don't want somebody to get an unjust strike for censure because they didn't hear in committee.
Mr. Chair, Chris Bird, SD 25, speaking against.
Speaking against Chris, any are you against?
Oh, four.
I meant to say 4.
Oh, you're for?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Brenda.
Me?
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Brenda Platt, SD 12, as per what Andy Eller was saying, I'm for this because censured rep has the ability to speak for themselves. And if there's something that they feel that they got counted wrong for, say they voted 2 times wrong and then the right time the third time or whatever, they can speak to that and make their points. And so they have the ability to defend themselves, and then we get to choose, or the SREC gets to choose if they are right or wrong in that.
Okay. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris Bird, SD 25. My issue with this being included, which I'm speaking in favor of the motion to strike number 6 here, is chiefly founded on the notion that when it comes to actually engaging in Rule 44, actually engaging in the crafting, the careful crafting of a censorship resolution, which takes a lot of delicate wording, I don't see how number 6 is remotely lends itself to such a resolution. I don't see how it's provable. I don't see how anything could be thrown into a prospective resolution other than conjecture. And there's really nothing in the record that would allow such a rule as number 6 to even be brought forth and even debated, because it's really more of an opinion than anything else. And we all know that it's very easy to let a bill die, but it's very difficult to prove that it was intentional.
Do you want to say that?
Yes. Go ahead.
Rohit Joy, SD8, speaking against the amendment.